Chapter 1 What? You want to have a hair gel hand? SEIREITEI. Shinu Spiritual Academy. 4 years after Uehara Teju traveled to this world. It was the important day of his graduation from Shinu Spiritual Academy. Dear graduates, your study career at Shinu Spiritual Academy has ended. The majestic figure of the Captain General Yamamoto Genrisai appeared on the stage, with black patterns embroidered on the neat white captain's haori, which looked particularly solemn. From today on, you will become a true Shinigami. I hope you can remember your mission, work hard to practice, and contribute your strength to protecting SEIREITEI. After the speech, the captains and vice-captains of each team began the intensive recruitment of new students. They stood in front of their respective booths and enthusiastically introduced the characteristics and advantages of their own teams to the graduates. Our first team is the core of Godei 13. The vice-captain of the first team, Chijiro Sasakaibe, stood straight. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "We have the strongest fighting force in the entire SEIREITEI, and every member is an elite who has been strictly screened and trained. Join our first team. You will have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the Captain General, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. This is an opportunity that other team members dream of." Sui Feng, the captain of the second team, crossed her arms. Her eyes were sharp and firm, and she exuded a unique charm. She looked at the graduates around her and slowly said, "The second team is a secret mobile force that excels in assassination and intelligence gathering. If you like challenges and excitement, then the second team will be your best choice." At this time, Ichimaru-jin came over with a smile. His smile made people feel like spring breeze, but there was a hint of subtle cunning in his eyes. He gently patted Chijiro Sasakaibe's shoulder and joked, "Hey, Vice Captain Kojiro, you are always so serious, don't scare these graduates away." Chijiro Sasakaibe frowned slightly. He glared at Ichimaru-jin. "Captain Ichimaru, please don't mess around here. I'm introducing the situation of the first division to the graduates, so that they can understand the importance of our first division." Ichimaru-jin shrugged and said with a smile, I know. But you don't have to be so nervous. The graduates have their own choices, and we just need to introduce the characteristics of each division clearly." Ichimaru-jin turned to the graduates. "Our third division is a support force. Our duty is to provide timely support when other divisions need help. We attach great importance to teamwork, because only by unity can we exert the greatest strength. Welcome to join our third division. Here, you will make a group of like-minded partners and work together to protect SEIREITEI." Ichimaru-jin. The man who always has a mysterious smile. He has been firmly in the position of captain of the third division for 10 years. And in the distant future, there are still 17 long years before Kurosaki Ichigo steps into SEIREITEI. Shiba Ishin, the former captain of the 10th division, has now lost his Shinigami power and is opening a clinic in Karakura town. And in SEIREITEI, the young and promising Hitsuga Ichware has just taken over Shiba Ishin's position and become the new captain of the 10th division. Uehara Teju stood quietly in the crowd. His eyes fell on his panel. Name, Uehara Teju. Position, Spiritual Arts Academy Chief Graduate. Ryutsu, 10th Class Riway, Ordinary Seat Officer Level. Zanpakut, Miragawa, Shikai. Zanjutsu, Senior Seat Officer Level. White Hits, Senior Seat Officer Level. Kid, Senior Seat Officer Level. Shunpo, Vice Captain Level. Reinforcement, 3 stars. It clearly shows the results of his 4 years of study at the Shinagawa Academy. His slashing techniques, White Hits, Kid, and Shunpo have all reached the level of a senior officer. Then, his sight shifted to the man not far away who had a harmless smile on his face and was chatting and laughing with the people around him. Aizen had long black hair, neatly combed behind his head, and looked gentle and elegant. It was hard to associate him with those conspiracies. Looking at Aizen, a bold evil thought suddenly surged in Tingshu's heart. He wanted to challenge Aizen, the big boss of the Shinigami world. The reason why he was so bold was that he had a unique support, the infinite reinforcement system. In the Shinigami world, from the perspective of spiritual power, the 20th level spiritual power is an ordinary Shinigami. Only the 10th level spiritual power is qualified to be a seat officer. The 4th and 5th level spiritual power are vice captain level Ryutsu. The 3rd level spiritual power is an ordinary captain level Ryutsu. The 2nd level spiritual power represents a senior captain level Ryutsu. The 1st class spiritual power represents the Millennium Captain Ryutsu. At the same time, Shinigami can be divided into ordinary Shinigami, ordinary seat officer, intermediate seat officer, senior seat officer, vice captain, captain level, senior captain level, Millennium Captain level, Transcendence level, Spirit King candidate, and Spirit King level according to their strength. It's just that no matter the strength or spiritual power, after reaching a certain level, it will reach the limit and cannot be broken through. This is the racial limit of each race. But Uehara Teiju is different. He has an infinite reinforcement system. He can evolve infinitely. As a Shinigami, he can infinitely strengthen all his shortcomings and gain a strength improvement equivalent to 200 times the effort of ordinary people. Specifically, every year he will get a chance to strengthen a shortcoming, which will enhance his weakest ability. This kind of reinforcement is not a simple enhancement, but similar to overcompensation, just like the reconstruction of a muscle after a tear will become tougher and stronger. After reinforcement, Uehara Teiju's original strength shortcoming may even become his strongest one. Therefore, his strength can become stronger at an incredible speed. The talent of infinite reinforcement can be applied to Zanpakuto and Ryutsu physique, and even the soul limit can be enhanced. Therefore, he does not need to sacrifice his appearance to Hollow or be the son of the Soul King to break the racial limits of Shinigami and Hollow and become a noble transcendent. Uehara Teiju is a natural god. In fact, he can naturally become a powerful transcendent even if he has been lying down. In just 4 years, he has been promoted from an ordinary general to a senior officer because of the existence of the system. However, infinite reinforcement requires experiencing big scenes and challenging strong enemies with weak abilities to enhance the reinforcement star level. The higher the star level, the stronger the reinforcement. The basic 1 star can only eat the minimum allowance, and the full level of 10 stars can bring a terrifying improvement. Before, Uehara Teiju pushed the star level to 5 stars at most, and he could suddenly get the strength improvement of the senior officer level. The improvement of the full level of 10 stars is simply unimaginable. Therefore, Uehara Teiju, who wants to make a fortune, has a strong desire in his heart. Challenging the big boss Aizen, and using the weakest Ryutsu to challenge him. This is really a bit of a death wish. You know, Aizen is not an ordinary character. His high status is well known in the entire Shinigami world. A famous conspirator, orator, actor, inventor of the Ryutsu theory, professional father-raising household and beauty and hairdressing master in the Shinigami world. His Ryutsu talent is even stronger than the charts. With the strongest illusion type Zanpakuto Kaika Suijutsu, he can make a fool of all the captains. However, Uehara Teiju is not without confidence. In addition to his magical infinite reinforcement system, he also has the strongest Zanpakuto in Soul Society. This Zanpakuto is his secret weapon. It is also his biggest reliance for daring to challenge Aizen. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 2 Should honest people be pointed at with a knife? In the Shinigami world, Zanpakuto is undoubtedly the most powerful weapon of Shinigami, with endless uses. However, there are differences between Zanpakuto. Some Zanpakuto sealed state can kill the captain. Some Zanpakuto Shikai can kill a group of captains in seconds. Some Zanpakut Bankai can destroy the world. Some Zanpakut Bankai will break when hitting small fish. Uehara Niwajua's Zanpakut surpasses all of the above, and is not controlled by the old silver coin monk and the sword god. This Zanpakut was given to him by the system as a reward when he first crossed over to Rukanga. It is also the only space-time Zanpakut in Soul Society. Even if it is only in the sealed state form, Mirakawa can provide spatial perception and deflect attack effects. More importantly, Mirakawa is immune to Kaika Suijutsu's illusion to a certain extent. This gave Uehara Teiju more confidence when facing Aizen, who had Kaika Suijutsu. Besides, Aizen was amazingly powerful, even reaching the level of a 1,000-year captain. However, in order to maintain his own image, in front of a group of captains, he did not dare to easily show his true strength. Therefore, Uehara Teiju had a great chance. In the general training ground of the Shin Spiritual Academy, the golden sunlight poured down like a fine veil, covering the entire venue in a bright and warm glow. The grand scene of the freshman graduation ceremony was in full swing. The colorful flags fluttered on the scene, and the colorful flags swayed gently in the breeze, making a fluttering sound. The captains and vice-captains of each team were like bright stars, and the places where they stood seemed to have their own halos, exuding an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Surrounded by groups of vigorous and aspiring graduates, the eyes of these young people flashed with expectations and curiosity about the future. They either raised their heads slightly, listening to the captain's introductions with reverence in their eyes, or whispered to each other, discussing their favorite squads in a low voice, with youthful vitality and passion on their faces. In this noisy, lively atmosphere full of hope and vitality, a piece of news was like a bolt from the blue, and like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, it instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. Have you heard? That newly graduated Uehara Naiju is going to challenge the captain of the 5th squad, Aizen. What? This is simply a fantasy. They gathered together as if being pulled by an invisible force. They whispered to each other. Is this kid crazy? How dare he, a fresh graduate, have such an arrogant idea? The captains and vice-captains also reacted strongly. The originally peaceful face of the vice-captain of the 1st squad, Chjur Sasakaibe, instantly wrinkled. His thick eyebrows were knitted tightly, forming a deep character, which was even more profound because of anger at this moment. He shouted loudly, "This kid just graduated from the academy, what real ability can he have? He dared to challenge Captain Aizen, he is simply courting death." After hearing the news, the captain of the 6th division, Kokaki Jinrei, just shook his head slightly. There was a trace of pity in his eyes. It seemed that he had seen the tragic end of Uehara Naiju. The young man was too ignorant, and he was afraid that he would pay a heavy price for his recklessness. He may not understand that in the world of Shinigami, the gap in strength cannot be made up by courage. The vice-captain of the 11th division, Kuzujishi Yachiru, grinned and laughed without concealing his mouth. She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes, looking like a cunning little fox. Haha, this Uehara Niwaju is really overestimating himself. Who does he think he is? Even if he faces Captain Aizen, who is not very good at fighting, he has no chance of winning. He must be crazy about becoming famous, but this way of becoming famous is a bit stupid. Kuzujishi Yachiru thought to herself that this Uehara Niwaju must be a guy who doesn't know his place. He thought that challenging Aizen would make him famous overnight, but he didn't know what kind of miserable defeat was waiting for him. She even began to imagine the embarrassed look of Uehara Niwaju being beaten to a pulp, and couldn't help laughing. Aizen's eyes slowly fell on Uehara Niwaju. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a hint of curiosity surged in his heart. At this time, Aizen also remembered Uehara Niwaju. He was able to notice him because this Shinigami was very special. Like Zaraki Kenpeki, the other party had obtained Zanpakut before joining Godei 13. Aizen's mouth curled up meaningfully. With that faint smile, he walked towards Uehara Naiju. His eyes seemed full of admiration. "Dare to challenge the captain? It seems that you are very confident in your ability, worthy of being the top graduate of Spiritual Arts Academy." The voice was gentle and magnetic, as if it could bewitch people's hearts. It made people around look sideways. Even a few freshmen couldn't help but whispered, "Captain Eisen is so graceful." Uehara Nija stood upright, like a pine tree, standing firmly in place. His eyes were clear and firm, looking directly into Eisen's eyes, without the slightest fear. He responded calmly, "Because you are a good person, even if I am not your opponent, Captain Eisen will not use heavy hands. You are very gentle." Eisen secretly complained in his heart, "Good people should be pointed at by knives? Humph, fortunately I am not a good person." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. But soon he returned to that gentle smile, as if wearing a perfect mask. Eisen waved his hand gently, his tone was still gentle. But there was a trace of subtle scrutiny in his eyes. "Since you are so courageous, then I agree to fight you. Taking this opportunity, it is just right to observe the extent of Uehara Teiju's strength. And whether there is anything special about the Zanpakuta in his hand. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3 Ryotsu Bombardment. Reversed Yen Gang. The main training ground. At this time, a group of Shinigami captains gathered here. Each of them exudes a unique and powerful aura, which makes people feel awed. Even Jaishur Yukatake, who has always been known as the King of Leave, rarely took sick leave today and appeared on time at this important occasion, the graduation ceremony and enrollment meeting. There was a trace of solemnity on his slightly pale but still handsome face. The reason why this conference is so highly anticipated is that there is an unknown story behind it. 100 years ago, several powerful captains suddenly defected. Their departure was like dropping a heavy bomb on the calm lake, instantly breaking the original balance. Then, Shiba Yuxin disappeared inexplicably again. This series of events, like a chain reaction, caused ripples in SEIREITEI, which had been calm for a long time. In such a situation, in order to deter the restless Hueco Mundo, while maintaining the delicate balance of souls between the three realms. After careful consideration, the captain, Genri Yusai Shigakuni Yamamoto, decided to launch a large-scale operation. And this superstandard graduation ceremony was actually just a pre-war rehearsal for this major operation. Although on the surface, this was a graduation ceremony for the graduates. They wore brand new Shinigami costumes, standing on the martial arts field with their vision and expectations for the future. However, in the face of this life and death situation, they seemed so small. They were not even worthy of Kakuzu, and even in terms of combat strength, they were far from being qualified to be cannon fodder. When the real battle came, they could only watch from the back, or play a trivial role in some marginal tasks. At this time, the real protagonists of this conference. They were undoubtedly the captains who stood at the top of the Shinigami world. They shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting SEIREITEI and maintaining the balance of the three realms. Every decision and every action could affect the fate of the entire Shinigami world. Their existence was like a towering mountain, sheltering the entire Shinigami world from wind and rain. He is the backbone of everyone's heart. Just when everyone thought that this conference would proceed smoothly under the leadership of the captains according to the established process, a figure suddenly broke this calm. Uehara Teiju, the young Shinigami who had just graduated, stood up. His eyes were firm and fearless. He had no idea what kind of powerful force and complex situation he was about to face. His move was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Young. So young. Matsumoto Ranjaku's long orange hair fluttered gently in the breeze. She sighed softly and spoke first, "Maybe he is a genius among the graduates of this year. But he doesn't seem to understand that in front of the captains, his little strength has no chance of winning. Even if Captain Eisen doesn't use his full strength, the result will not change at all. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. I just hope this kid won't be discouraged by this failure, after all. Speaking of this. She paused slightly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. He is quite good looking. Ise Nanao stood aside, gently pushing her glasses, her eyes behind the lenses calm and deep. She nodded slightly in agreement. He is indeed courageous, but courage is not equal to strength. In the world of Shinigami, strength is the root of everything. He is destined to fail in this challenge. I just hope he can learn something from it. At this time, Yamamoto Genrisai, who sat on the high seat, the captain who had lived for thousands of years, still closed his eyes slightly, his face calm as water, without any waves. In his long years, he has seen countless storms and challenges. He didn't seem to care about such a seemingly disparate duel. In his opinion, this was just a momentary impulse of young people. Other captains also didn't take this so-called challenge to heart. In their eyes, a Shinigami trainee with only 10th level spiritual power. Even if his Zanpakuto is Shikai, how powerful can he be? This is like a young animal that has just learned to walk, daring to challenge the overlord of the forest. It was really ridiculous. They thought that only Captain Eisen was kind-hearted and willing to play with this ignorant newcomer. After all, with Captain Eisen's strength, even if he let him off the hook, just one flat strike would probably easily solve this overconfident challenger. Zaraki Kenpeki and Kuratsuka Mayuri, who had always been at odds with each other, were still bickering at the side. Zaraki Kenpeki's tall and strong body exuded a strong fighting atmosphere. He crossed his arms, looked at Kuratsuka Mayuri with disdain, and shouted. Kuratsuka Mayuri, you look so weird, fiddling with those bottles and jars all day, you are really not like a man. Kuratsuka Mayuri pushed the glasses on his nose, raised a weird smile at the corner of his mouth, and sneered. Humph, Zaraki Kenpeki, you only know how to fight and kill, a simple-minded guy with strong limbs, sooner or later you will fall into your own recklessness. The two of them talked back and forth, neither of them gave in. The air around them seemed to become hot because of their quarrel. Harusui, today's scene is really lively. Jaishur Yukate's gentle face always had a faint smile. He said softly, although Uehara Taishi is young and energetic, his courage is really commendable. Kirako Shunsui yawned lazily, with a cynical smile on his face, and responded. Haha, Jushiro, you are always so kind. This kid's courage is worthy of praise, but in front of the captains, he is undoubtedly a moth flying into the fire. Byakuya Kukaki stood there with a cold face, like an iceberg, exuding an atmosphere that keeps people away from him. His handsome face was like a carved work of art, without any expression. He thought to himself that although Uehara Taishi's appearance was more outstanding than his own, he dared to challenge the captain with his little strength, which was really ignorant of the sky and the earth. In Byakuya Kukaki's view, the position of captain represents supreme glory and powerful strength. How can a kid who just graduated easily provoke it? Sui Feng frowned slightly, and her sharp eyes stared at Uehara Taishi. In her eyes, Uehara Niju had no respect for the captain, and this behavior was extremely impolite in her eyes. In the world of Shinigami, hierarchy and rules must be strictly followed. Uehara Niju's actions were undoubtedly destroying this order. And Ichimaru Jin, who was hiding in the corner, was eating dried persimmons with a smile. Behind that seemingly gentle and harmless smile, there was an elusive expression. He actually took the initiative to enter Eisen's sight. He is really ignorant and fearless. He thought to himself. Is this Uehara Niju really capable or just reckless? I don't know what his fate will be. Will he become a tool or an experimental subject? Eisen is much more terrible than everyone imagined. Especially his extremely strong Ryutsu talent. Everyone's eyes, like a spotlight, were tightly locked on Uehara Taiju and Aizen in the center of the venue. Uehara Taiju stood there quietly, his figure as straight as a pine tree. His outstanding appearance looked even more elegant and outstanding under the sunlight. The breeze blew gently, blowing his black hair. At this moment, Uehara Taiju moved without warning. The Ryotsu in his body surged instantly, like a volcano about to erupt. He suddenly released a powerful Ryotsu impact in the direction of Aizen. The Ryotsu was like a materialized storm. It swept towards Aizen with amazing energy. Aizen, who was originally smiling and planning to say a few polite words to consolidate his gentle personality, was stunned on the spot. A look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. A trash with 10th level spiritual power. He actually dared to use Ryotsu bombardment on himself? Reverse the Tian Gang. Read books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4. It seems you really don't treat the captain as a human being. Originally, Aizen had his own plans. He planned to maintain his gentle and friendly personality and let go of the sea in this duel with Uehara Taiju. Give this ignorant young man a chance to show his abilities. After all, in his opinion, Uehara Taiju might have some potential, which was worth him spending some time to observe. However, Uehara Taiju's next move was far beyond Aizen's expectations. His desperate and almost crazy attack method made Aizen suddenly feel that this young man was too reckless and didn't know how to judge the situation. The expectation that Aizen had in his heart disappeared instantly. It was replaced by deep disappointment. In his eyes, Uehara Taiju's performance at the moment was just like this, like a reckless man who was eager for success but had no strategy, and there was no value for him to continue to observe. Aizen's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible coldness. Then, his body shook slightly. In an instant, a mighty Ryotsu like a surging tsunami swept out of his body. This Ryotsu blasted towards Uehara Taiju with lightning speed. Wherever it passed, the air was squeezed and made a crackling sound. Everyone present, whether captains or ordinary Shinigami, immediately felt a terrifying pressure descending on the whole scene like a dark cloud. This is the power of captain-level Ryotsu. Just a little pressure is enough to make these battle-hardened Shinigami feel short of breath. For Aizen, the release of this Ryotsu is simply easy, not even a warm-up. In an instant, Uehara Taiju's originally surging Ryotsu was like fragile glass, and was easily shattered by Aizen's Ryotsu. The terrifying pressure was like a sharp blade. It acted directly on his body without any hindrance. After one blow, Aizen's face quickly changed to a concerned expression. He said in a gentle voice, "My fault. I'm so sorry, I hit too hard. Medical team." His voice echoed in the silent martial arts field, as if full of self-blame. There was a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Uehara Taiju, who fell to the ground. Aizen originally thought that his seemingly careless but powerful blow just now was enough to make this ignorant young man lie down for 4 or 5 days and reflect on his recklessness. When he attacked, he deliberately controlled the strength accurately. He thought he was showing mercy. Compared with other captains, he felt that his actions were simply a model of kindness. After all, if it was Zaraki Kenpeki, the captain of the 11th Division, a fighting maniac, faced with such a provocation, he might have mercilessly chopped Uehara Taiju into fine pieces. And if it was Kuratsuka Mayuri, I'm afraid that Uehara Taiju will have a few more strange parts on his body. However, just as Aizen was about to maintain his kind appearance and pretend to greet the medical team, his words suddenly got stuck in his throat. Because he found that the other party did not fall down as he expected. Aizen felt a strong doubt in his heart. This was completely out of common sense. The Ryotsu impact he just released was difficult for an ordinary Shinigami trainee, even some experienced officers, to withstand. But the young man in front of him was completely fine. How is this possible? At this moment, he was slightly interested. Time seemed to freeze. Ordinary Shinigami, even the vice-captains. They were stunned by the Ryotsu confrontation that just broke out. Their faces were full of confusion and shock. Their bodies softened slightly uncontrollably, and their legs seemed to have lost the power to support them. They could only stand up with their tenacious will. Although the thrilling Ryotsu confrontation lasted only a moment, it was deeply engraved in their minds like a brand, leaving them with a seemingly endless psychological shadow. Everyone was secretly glad that they were not standing in the direct impact range of that terrifying force. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After witnessing this scene, the other captains had different ideas. Most of them believed that Aizen had always shown a gentle and friendly image, and this time he definitely didn't want to use heavy hands, but just accidentally missed. In their eyes, Aizen's image became taller and taller. As expected of the captain who always showed his elegant demeanor and kind heart, he was indeed very Asahi. They talked easily, as if what had just happened was just a small accident. They did not notice the hidden abnormality at all. However, in the crowd, Ichimaru-jin frowned. Things are not as simple as they seem. Ichimaru-jin knew Aizen's true strength and his unfathomable horror. He also knew that Aizen's ability to control details was unmatched. In his cognition, Aizen was like a machine that was precise to the ultimate. Every action and every decision was carefully considered. How could he make such a low-level mistake? He clearly remembered the look in Aizen's eyes and the strength of Ryotsu when he made the move just now. Aizen did intend to knock down Uehara Niwajo directly. According to common sense, with Aizen's strength, it is almost impossible to fail. Ichimaru-jin's heart was alarmed. Something is wrong, 9 out of 10 are wrong. This Uehara Teiju is strange. On the stage, Uehara Teiju's figure is particularly eye-catching. He just endured the terrifying impact of Aizen's captain-level Ryotsu, but he stood there safely. Uehara Teiju raised his head slightly. His eyes were calm and indifferent, and there was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He said in a slow, steady, and powerful voice. As expected of the Shinigami captain. A casual blow has such power. It seems that using the sealed state to deal with Captain Aizen is indeed a bit arrogant. My fault. There was no guilt in his tone, but a sense of ridicule. It seemed that he was playing a light-hearted joke with Aizen. Aizen couldn't help feeling speechless when he heard Uehara Teiju's words. So you really don't treat the captain as a human being? Should I thank you for showing mercy? It's really interesting. This made him more and more interested in this young man. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5 Miragawa Shikai. On the ring tightly covered by the martial arts field barrier. Uehara Teiju stood quietly in the center, holding Zanpakuto tightly in both hands, and activated Shikai. Immortal body cloud wind, formless and invisible, flow, Goragawa. In an instant, a vigorous Ryotsu surged out of his body like a volcanic eruption, sweeping around. Goragawa, which was originally in the shape of a long sword, under the injection of this Ryotsu, instantly underwent amazing changes. White cloud patterns emerged on the blade. These cloud patterns seemed to have life, slowly wriggling, exuding a palpitating breath. They were like black holes in the universe, with unparalleled devouring power, and began to frantically attract the surrounding Ryotsu and spiritual perception. Even time and space seemed to be pulled by them and became distorted. As the cloud patterns continued to absorb enough Ryotsu, layers of water vapor began to spread. These water vapors were like a layer of gauze, but they contained powerful power. They spread rapidly, distorting the space around Uehara Teiju. And these ripples did not dissipate, but gradually condensed together, forming a ripple-like water coat, gently draped over Uehara Teiju's body. At this time, he seemed to be in an illusory world. Not only did his figure become a little blurry, but even the spiritual sense he exuded was distorted and elusive by this strange scene. This extremely powerful and strange Ryutsuo and breath. The captains watching couldn't help but frown slightly. This knife? Very strange. Tosen Kaname, who had been silent all the time, his eyes hidden under the eye mask seemed to flash with strange light. The invisible spiritual sense was like a wisp of silk, carefully extending towards Mirakawa. At the same time, Ichimarujin's right hand unconsciously covered the handle of Shin's. His fingers trembled slightly, and began to rub the handle gently. Aizen, with his eyes full of interest, stared closely at Uehara Teiju. In his mind, the power of Ryutsu has always been regarded as an absolute existence. However, this young man was able to evade his Ryutsu attack in the sealed state. This made him more curious about Mirakawa. The sealed state can perform so well, what about Shikai? Aizen thought to himself, and he felt that this was a rare and good sword. With just one encounter, he saw some of Mirakawa's mysteries with his keen insight. At the same time, he became more interested in Uehara Teiju, the mysterious young man. Just as Aizen was thinking. Suddenly, Uehara Teiju in front of him suddenly disappeared from the spot. The speed was so fast that it seemed like a flash of lightning. Aizen was slightly startled and instantly judged. Shunpo is good. Vice captain level. But he immediately denied it in his heart, it's far from enough. Aizen's mind is like a precision instrument, and he analyzed the pros and cons of Uehara Teiju's action in an instant. At this time, Uehara Teiju did not choose to dodge. On the contrary, he slashed directly at Aizen like a tiger pouncing on its prey. The Mirakawa, which was emitting a strange light, drew a sharp arc in the sun, with an unstoppable momentum. Aizen secretly wondered in his heart, it really fits his character. He is so reckless. Does he have any backup plan? Aizen was not in a hurry and easily raised the Zanpakuto in his hand to block Uehara Teiju's attack. However, at the moment when the swords touched, Aizen's face changed slightly. He clearly felt that the force was wrong. This blow was too light. It was completely inconsistent with the courage and determination that Uehara Teiju had shown before. Before Aizen could react, the Uehara Teiju in front of him suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Then, a strong wave of Ryutsu came from behind. Aizen turned around suddenly, and saw Uehara Teiju appear again. He used a move called White Hits with Ryutsu Impact, and blasted towards Aizen like a cannonball. The power came with a whistling sound, as if it was going to smash everything in front of it. Aizen was not panicked at all, his figure also became blurred, and then suddenly disappeared from the spot. This was not his famous Kaika Suijutsu, but just his superb use of Shunpo. Its speed and skills were amazing. And Uehara Teiju's elusive move. The erratic attack trajectory was very similar to the chi gathering and transformation of the Black Mole, but with a more mysterious charm. This is exactly the Shikai killer move that Uehara Teiju has carefully developed, called Time Echo. The effect of this move is several times stronger than the chi condensation form. Time Echo, Shikai state, creates a time afterimage every 3 seconds. The afterimage is perceived to be the same as the main body, and can also perform Zanpakuto, but the power is very weak. During the duration of the afterimage, the main body is in a different space and can attack at any time. After the main body attacks, the afterimage disappears. In Shikai state, Mirakawa's space distortion and deflection attack still exists, and it is stronger. This is equivalent to Mirakawa's passive permanent effect, sealed state. Shikai can deflect slashing, kid, Ryutsu, spiritual perception, and Bankai can even deflect some abilities. In the distance, Aizen's figure reappeared like a ghost. Your Zanpakuto ability is really interesting. Aizen's voice sounded clearly in the silent martial arts field. Uehara Teiju stood still, with an upright posture. He raised his head slightly, looked at Aizen calmly, and replied calmly. My Mirakuwa is a water-type Zanpakuto, which has no direct attack capabilities and can only create some disturbing tricks. His tone was as calm as water, as if he was talking about something insignificant. How is it? The illusion I created is very real, right? The other Shinigami around him looked at each other in surprise when they heard Uehara Teiju's introduction. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in their hearts. They desperately searched their memories in their minds, always feeling that they had heard similar words somewhere. Aizen gently pushed the glasses on his nose, and his eyes behind the lenses flashed a deep light. It looks like my Kaika Suijutsu. It seems to be the same type of Zanpakuto, he said casually. But everyone present could feel the deep meaning in his words. Kaika Suijutsu, that is Aizen's proud Zanpakuto, possesses a terrifying illusion ability. Uehara Teiju still had a calm expression on his face, and he responded slowly. Shinigami is amazing, isn't it? Ichimaru-jin stood aside, listening to the two people's back and forth, and felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if countless small insects were crawling on his body, making him feel itchy all over. Can these two people tell the truth? Ichimaru-jin secretly complained in his heart. There was a trace of disdain in his cunning eyes. Illusion Zanpakuto? Illusion? In his opinion, such words can only coax those naive vice-captains. If Mirakuwa was just an illusion Zanpakuto, why did Uehara Teiju disappear inexplicably just now, and how could he avoid Aizen's powerful Ryutsu so cleverly? There must be something else. In the crowd, Zaraki Kenpeki stood there with a bored look on his face. He had little interest in Uehara Teiju. In his simple and pure world of battle, only a strong opponent can inspire his fighting spirit. In his eyes, Uehara Teiju is not strong enough, and it is totally meaningless to chop him. He crossed his arms and looked at the two people in the field lazily. He was too lazy to consider those so-called fancy things. In his heart, only the pure collision of power is the true meaning of fighting. Unlike Zaraki Kenpeki, Kurotsuka Mayuri stopped bickering with others instantly after hearing the conversation between the two. His eyes hidden under the mask suddenly lit up. It was as if he had discovered a rare treasure. It's the space system. Absolutely. Kurotsuka Mayuri shouted excitedly in his heart. With his keen insight and experience in studying various mysterious powers, he almost immediately judged the true ability of Mirakuwa. In his opinion, Mirakuwa is a Zanpakuto that can control space. This discovery made him very excited. This is really an amazing experiment. It is very valuable for research. Kurotsuka Mayuri has already started to think about how to include Uehara Teiju and his Zanpakuto in his research scope. The desire of the crazy scientist to explore is burning in his heart. At this time, the captains still look indifferent and don't care much on the surface. But in fact, they have already secretly marked Uehara Teiju in their hearts. The ability to control space is the first time in the Shinigami world. They are well aware of the truth that time does not go out, space is king. For the power of space ability, they don't need to think about it, they can understand how terrible it is. The captains have already more or less noticed the extraordinariness of Uehara Teiju Zanpakuto Urukwin with their keen insight and rich combat experience. However, those ordinary Shinigami, although they opened their eyes wide and tried desperately to see every detail in the field, but their eyes are still full of confusion. The lightning-fast and unpredictable moves between Uehara Teiju and Aizen were difficult for them to understand. They could only vaguely feel it. This newly graduated Uehara Teiju could actually fight the captain on equal terms. Uehara Teiju and Aizen both stopped fighting tacitly. This battle ended in astonishment and confusion among the crowd. In fact, Uehara Teiju was not in a good state at this time. On the one hand, although Mirakuwa was extremely powerful after Shikai, each of his abilities, including those seemingly insignificant passive effects, consumed a lot of Ryutsu. What's more, during the battle, he had been using pure Ryutsu to fight Aizen head-on. trying to find a chance to break through in this collision of power. Such high-intensity consumption made his riot soul like a stream that was about to dry up, with little left. But it was only now. A month later, he would not be so weak, and the Shikai ability could be used at will. He took the risk to challenge Aizen today. It is also to make up for my shortcomings with the pressure of this battle. On the other hand, Aizen's eyes are too poisonous. The benefits are obtained, and it is also great to be able to expose less of the bottom card. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6, New Member of the First Division. Uehara Tejuo became famous in one battle. Yamamoto Genrisai, the captain of Godei 13, has seen the great value hidden in Uehara Tejuo. After careful consideration, he made a decision to recruit Uehara Tejuo into the first team. This decision caused an uproar in the Shinigami world. The first team, as the core of Godei 13, has always represented the highest honor and the most difficult responsibility. And Yamamoto Genrisai not only recruited Uehara Tejuo into the first team, but also granted him the 10th seat position. For a Shinigami who just graduated, this is undoubtedly a great honor. Uehara Tejuo stood in front of Yamamoto Genrisai, with an upright posture and a hint of humility and determination in his eyes. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Although joining other squads is not bad, after all, they all serve Godei 13. But since Mr. Yamamoto has appointed me, I have no choice but to refuse. After all, for me, joining the first squad is also a broader world." His voice was steady and powerful, echoing in the empty room. At this time, Uehara Tejuo had already prepared a set of lines for his upcoming career. What other squads have to take care of, our first squad has to take care of. What other squads can't take care of, our first squad has to take care of. Act first and report later. The Soul King has granted permission, this is the first squad. However, Yamamoto Genrisai made the decision to include Uehara Tejuo in the first squad and grant him the position of 10 seats. There are many unknown considerations behind it. The main reason is that he is afraid that Uehara Tejuo will be killed by other captains or sent to the dissection table. Although Yamamoto Genrisai seems to be pretending to sleep on the surface, but in fact, he is always paying attention to everything around him. He knew clearly how thorny Uehara Tejuo was. From the moment he dared to challenge Aizen, Yamamoto realized that this young man would not follow the rules. And this dangerous ability, in other teams, is like burying a bomb that may explode at any time. It is difficult to control. Keep it under your nose to prevent him from being used or harmed by people with ulterior motives. Uehara Tejuo is now officially a member of the first team. The next thing is simple. It is to change into the death suit and move into the team house of the first team that countless Shinigami yearn for. Walk slowly along the spacious and bright corridor. The layout of the rooms on both sides of the corridor is reasonable and orderly. Uehara Tejuo curiously pushed open the door of a room and was instantly attracted by the scene in front of him. Inside the room, every detail is handled perfectly. The decorative patterns are exquisite and elegant, and the items placed are also ingenious. Whether it is a simple vase or an exquisitely carved ornament, it shows extremely high quality. The bed is flat without a wrinkle. The white sheets seemed like the pure first snow in winter, exuding a faint fragrance. He couldn't help but want to lie down immediately and enjoy the incomparable comfort, as if all the fatigue could be dissipated at this moment. And the colleagues here were as outstanding as he had expected. Uehara Tejuo had just arrived and stood in the corridor a little stiffly. At this time, a kind-looking team member smiled and walked towards him, bowed slightly and said, "Welcome to the first team, Uehara Tejuo. I am Sato, a member of the first team. If you have any questions in the future, just ask me." Uehara Tejuo hurriedly returned the greeting, "Thank you, Senior Sato." I'm new here, please take care of me. Sato patted his shoulder gently. You're welcome. We are all family members of the first team. We all heard about your battle. It was very exciting. I believe you will have a good development here. In the following days, Uehara Teju gradually became familiar with the environment of the team house. Training field. Several team members were sitting together and discussing the techniques of using Ryutsu. One of the team members named Suzuki had sharp eyes and saw him at a glance. He waved his arm enthusiastically and said, Uehara, come and chat with us. We are discussing how to improve the control accuracy of Ryutsu more efficiently. Do you have any ideas? Uehara Teju smiled modestly, scratched his head, and answered shyly. I still have a lot of shortcomings in this regard, so I can learn from you seniors. Suzuki sat up slightly and explained his experience in detail with a serious expression. I think that controlling Ryutsu is like controlling an unruly horse. It is necessary to give it enough power to allow it to gallop, and to accurately guide its direction, otherwise it will lose control. In battle, this is especially important. The slightest deviation may lead to a reversal of the battle situation. Another team member, Watanabe, nodded vigorously and added. That's right, and you need to practice constantly. Only through repeated practice can the body and Ryutsu achieve a perfect fit, like water and milk blending together and being inseparable. Uehara Teju listened attentively, and from time to time he raised his own questions thoughtfully. His colleagues also patiently answered them one by one. Here, no blind guy jumped out to provoke or slap Uehara Teju for no reason. The atmosphere of the entire team house is harmonious and positive. Everyone is focused on their own training without distraction. Eager to improve their strength and work hard for the noble mission of the first team. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7 9-star reinforcement, thank you, Lan Sang. In the days after entering the first division, Uehara Teju shuttled between the corridors and courtyards of the division every day. His heart was gradually filled with a feeling of satisfaction. He was not the kind of passionate person who was determined to devote himself to Godai 13 until his death. On the contrary, deep in his heart, he always had his own little calculations. He secretly thought about how to find a comfortable life in this Shinigami world. It's not bad to be a salary thief like a certain flash monkey. Uehara Teju muttered to himself with a sly smile on his face. In his eyes, the first division is undoubtedly the ideal place that best fits his idea. The affairs here are much easier than those in other divisions. There is no need to frequently devote oneself to various complicated and endless tasks. It seems that he has more free time of his own. But the treatment is quite generous. The salary is quite considerable, enough for him to live a comfortable life. Moreover, the authority given by the first team is high. In his spare time, he can also visit other teams as he pleases and see the styles and interesting things of different teams. This kind of life, in his opinion, is simply perfect. Seeing him looking leisurely, Sato couldn't help but joked. Uehara, it seems that you are living a comfortable life. Are you very satisfied with our first team? Uehara Teju raised his head slightly, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Of course, Sato Sr. The life here is just what I want, but it is much better than I thought. Sato smiled, with a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. Don't just see the superficial ease. The water behind our first team is very deep. Look at our people in power, none of them are simple people. Uehara Teju followed Sato's gaze. Yamamoto Genrisai was standing at the other end of the courtyard, talking to Chijiro Sasakaibe. Yamamoto Genrisai's tall and majestic figure was like a towering mountain, and the years had carved deep wrinkles on his weathered face. Although his posture was still upright, his slightly hunched back revealed the ruthless erosion of time. Vice Captain Chijiro Sasaki was like a cold statue. He always followed Yamamoto Genrisai meticulously. There was also the third seat Okage Hiro, who was also an old man with grey hair. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were like ripples of time. It told of the long years he had spent in the Shinigami world. His figure was slightly thin. But that thin body contained a strength that should not be underestimated. The calm aura that occasionally revealed inadvertently made people understand that he was not as ordinary as he seemed. Uehara Teju withdrew his gaze and thought to himself. He knew that these people in power might not be at their peak on the surface. Their physical strength, which was once as hot as fire, also declined with the passage of time. However, the connections they have accumulated in the Shinigami world are like a huge and dense spider web, covering every corner. Each of them has 1,000 connections with many Shinigami. Whether it is the comrades who once fought side by side, those comrades may now hold important positions in various squads. Or the various forces that they have met over the long years, these forces cover all levels of the Shinigami world. These connections are like silk threads hidden in the dark, interwoven into a huge and complex network of relationships. And their voice is even more terrifying. In the various decisions of Godei 13, their opinions can often influence the development of the situation and determine the fate of many Shinigami. Uehara Niwaju knows it very well. This is actually the private land of Captain Yamamoto Genrisai, and it is also the retirement place for his old subordinates to enjoy their old age. The old man is really soft-hearted. He just wants to retire peacefully with a few old subordinates. Uehara Niwaju whispered in his heart, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. However, it depends on whether Uehara Niwaju is willing. In order to improve the star level, he doesn't mind learning the old man's magical skills of the time assassin. In his opinion, in this Shinigami world, becoming stronger is the hard truth. As long as the goal can be achieved, the means don't matter. Becoming stronger is not shabby. He thought silently in his heart. And he has already put Yamamoto Genrisai and others on the gold coin explosion list. At this time, several old men who were drinking tea leisurely in the team house felt a chill inexplicably. In the first team's team house, Uehara Teju was alone in a room. In front of him, a mysterious panel emitting a faint blue light appeared. When his eyes fell on the area showing the star level of reinforcement, the words 9 stars came into view. As expected of Aizen, you are really good. Thank you, Lan-san, he murmured. It's really a lot of gold coins. Uehara Teju's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smug smile. He knew that if Ryotsu's shortcomings were made up, Mirakawa's abilities would be released to the greatest extent. The chief officer Ryotsu had already surprised Aizen, so what about the vice-captain level and the captain level? In the world of Shinigami, to some extent, Shinigami's Zanpakuto is a more important combat power than Zankenkisu. The combat power of Sealed State, Shikai, and Bankai Shinigami is very different and cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Just like the Shohei who was beaten in the early stage, after unlocking Bankai, he is a terrifying existence that can be replaced by one under the Soul King. This transformation is really astonishing. It's outrageous. Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu is even more powerful and terrifying, able to play with all the creatures in the 3 realms, and its oppression is simply full. And the strongest and oldest fire-type Zanpakuto Rijinjaka, after Bankai, even has the terrifying power to destroy the world. However, Uehara Teju firmly believes in his heart. Mirakawa's potential is even higher than Kaika Suijutsu and Rijinjaka. Of course, he also understands that Zanpakuto and the user are complementary. The stronger the user, the stronger the ability of Zanpakuto will be. In a way, Zanpakuto is very similar to Devil Fruit. Even without Devil Fruit, the strong are still strong, but with the powerful Devil Fruit, the strong have the opportunity to become an unstoppable king. For Uehara Teju, Mirakawa is such an existence. Uehara Teju is looking forward to the reinforcement in a month. By then, his combat power will be at least captain level. Compared with Ichigo Buddha, who has been a spirit king for 2.5 years, he is slightly inferior, but he has great stamina. Because he can infinitely strengthen and evolve. Read books every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8, 1 month has expired. System, strengthen. In a blink of an eye. A month passed by like a white horse passing by. During this period of time, Uehara Teju gradually integrated into the rhythm of the first team. He also had a deep understanding of the team affairs. Although he said he understood the team affairs, he was actually enjoying himself in this relatively relaxed environment and enjoying the unique life atmosphere of the first team. He shuttled between the team houses every day, occasionally handling some easy matters, and the rest of the time was entirely at his disposal. In the process, he met many Shinigami with similar interests. For example, Ise Nanao, who always read books and immersed herself in the sea of books. And Matsumoto Rangiku, who was generous and loved drinking. Her laughter was like a clear silver bell, echoing in every corner of the team house. Whenever she was free, she would always pull Uehara Teju. Put a few pots of fine wine on the stone table in the courtyard. While drinking. While sharing her various adventures in the Shinigami world. Uehara Teju in her story. I have a deeper understanding of this world. As for why most of the people he met were female Shinigami, the reason is actually simple and straightforward. The question is that the handsome Byakuya Kukiki is good looking. Compared with himself, he is just a little garden tree. The sun shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting the light and shadow of Madara. Matsumoto Rangiku, as usual, is excited to invite Uehara Teju to drink. In the courtyard, several pots of fine wine have been placed on the stone table early. The aroma of wine drifts gently in the breeze. Matsumoto Rangiku's dazzling blonde hair shines charmingly in the sun. Her unrestrained laughter first reached Uehara Teju's ears. There are many reasons why she treats Uehara Teju so enthusiastically. On the one hand, as the vice-captain, she has a child labor captain who can be exploited to her heart's content. Her captain is like Kurako Shunsui, a well-known street slacker in this SEIREITEI, who seems to do nothing and wanders around all day. Most of the affairs of the team fell on Matsumoto Rangiku's shoulders. However, because of this, she actually had a lot of free time. On the other hand, under her seemingly free and easy appearance, she hides a curious heart. Uehara Naiju, a civilian who was originally unknown and inconspicuous in Rukanga. Acting so high profile, he did not hide his edge at all. This change was too abrupt, leaving Matsumoto Rangiku full of doubts. Is he doing this for fame or profit? These days, Uehara Naiju is very popular, and there are many discussions about him. In this oppressive society with strict hierarchy and the concept of respect and inferiority is deeply integrated into everyone's bones like a brand. His attitude of standing proudly without fear of power is particularly rare. His appearance was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Some conservatives were deeply troubled by this. They were used to the order of following the rules. They were quite dissatisfied with Uehara Naiju's unconventional style of doing things, but they could do nothing about it. And those ordinary Shinigami who had been suppressed under the hierarchy for a long time seemed to see a glimmer of hope to change the status quo in Uehara Naiju. Matsumoto Rangiku, who was unrestrained and uninhibited, became more and more envious in her heart during her frequent contact with Uehara Naiju. She watched Uehara Naiju walking freely in the eyes of everyone, ignoring all constraints and criticisms. The unrestrainedness that emanated from his bones fascinated her deeply. In her eyes, her usual unrestrainedness was just a superficial disguise. She knew that she was carrying too many pasts and concerns, and there were too many things that she couldn't let go. After the gathering, Uehara Naiju bowed slightly and prepared to get up and leave. Matsumoto Rangiku saw this, a sly look flashed in his eyes, and he said with a bit of coquettishness, "Oh, are you leaving now? I haven't drunk enough." Her voice was slightly drunk, but also stubborn. Uehara Teju stopped, his eyes like soft feathers, falling on Matsumoto Ranjiko's slightly red cheeks. He said calmly, "You are drunk." Matsumoto Ranjiko shook his head repeatedly in dissatisfaction, even with a bit of teasing tone. "I'm not drunk, but your alcohol tolerance is too poor, not like a man." Her words echoed in the quiet courtyard, with a different kind of provocation. Uehara Teju raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a subtle helplessness in his eyes. Suddenly, he flashed, like a gust of wind, swept to Matsumoto Ranjiko's side, and gently waved his palm, hitting her neck accurately. Matsumoto Ranjiko felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he fell down softly. Uehara Teju looked at Matsumoto Ranjiko, who fainted on the ground, and whispered softly, "If you say you are drunk, you are drunk. Women will only affect my speed of becoming stronger. The 1-month period has expired. System, strengthen. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9-6 Reinforcement, Captain Level Ryutsu. Not far from the 1st Squadron's base. The breeze blew gently, blowing Ichimaru-jun's iconic silver hair. His eyes, which were always narrowed into a slit, were now quietly watching Uehara Teju walking out of Matsumoto Ranjiko's room. His fingers subconsciously rubbed the shins in his hand. The cold gun seemed to be able to feel the fluctuations in his heart, as if responding to his long-suppressed impulse. "Can you block my shot with 100 years of power?" Ichimaru-jun thought to himself, with a barely perceptible gleam in his eyes. His hand tightened slightly. Shins trembled slightly under his rubbing, as if urging him to take action. However, after a moment, he slowly loosened his hand. His originally tense body also relaxed. He knew very well that he was no longer qualified to stay by Matsumoto Ranjiko's side. Memories of the past came flooding back to him. He had witnessed Aizen's cruel act of taking away Matsumoto Ranjiko's soul. The anger and pain in his heart were like a burning flame, instantly engulfing him. At that moment, he resolutely abandoned Matsumoto Ranjiko and came to SEIREITEI alone, with only one firm belief in his heart, to kill Aizen and take back Ranjiko's soul. In these long years, he was like walking alone in the abyss of darkness. In order to get close to Aizen, he had to hide his true feelings and pretend to be Aizen's loyal follower. Gradually, he found that he could no longer turn back. Every lie, every disguise, was like an invisible chain. However, there was no regret in his eyes, only the rock-hard determination. His only thought had never changed from beginning to end. That was to kill Aizen. For this goal, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Even his own life, even the once beautiful feelings between him and Matsumoto Ranjiko. This obsession is like a seed buried deep in his heart. Under the nourishment of hatred and pain, it has grown into a towering tree, supporting him to continue on this dark road. In the room, Uehara Teju completely forgot about Matsumoto Ranjiko, who fainted on the ground. At this moment, the only thing in his mind was the power reinforcement that was about to begin. He took a deep breath. "Come on!" he shouted in his heart, and the voice seemed to pass through the depths of his soul, directly reaching the mysterious system hidden in the body. "System, let me see your limit." In an instant, a surging Ryutsu burst out of his body like a sleeping beast that was suddenly awakened. The Ryutsu was so powerful beyond imagination that it quickly condensed into a beam of energy light that was like a substance, emitting dazzling light. Wherever this beam of light went, the space seemed to be distorted, the air was compressed sharply, and bursts of explosions were emitted. It was like an invincible king, with endless majesty, oppressing everything around it. Wherever it passed, whether it was tables, chairs, benches, or walls and bricks, They were all turned into powder and destroyed under the impact of this powerful force. Even some invisible existences hidden in the shadow corners, which usually quietly peeked at the mysterious things in the world. They trembled under the shaking of this majestic Ryotsu. It seemed that their mysterious existence forms were about to be torn apart by this power. However, this terrifying pressure did not last too long, like a gorgeous firework. It was fleeting. Uehara Teiju knew that this was just the beginning of the awakening of power. He needed a wider and safer space to thoroughly familiarize himself with this new power. So, he flashed and came to the exclusive training ground of the first team like a ghost. In the training ground, Uehara Teiju stood in the middle of the field, his eyes revealing unprecedented concentration and excitement. He began to swing the zanpakut in his hand, and the blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. Every time he swung the sword, it brought a powerful spiritual power fluctuation, as if announcing his new life to the world. He tried to use various skills, from basic Ryotsu release to complex combination of moves. Every movement was smooth and natural, with a perfect combination of strength and skill. As the practice deepened, he gradually became familiar with the changes in his own strength, and he also had a clearer understanding of this powerful force in his heart. I am so strong now. Uehara Teiju's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. At least I can beat 10 carts of Kenshi. He opened the panel and took a look. Name, Uehara Teiju, Teiju. Position, 1st Squadron 10th Seat. Ryotsu, 3rd Class Reiwa, Captain Level. Zanpakut, Shikai. Zanpakut, Senior Officer Level. White Hits, Senior Officer Level. Kid, Senior Officer Level. Shunpo, Vice Captain Level. Reinforcement, 1 star, Zanpakut that will be upgraded to 1 star level after 1 year. Abilities, 1 Spatial Perception. 2 Spatial Deflection. 3 Time Echo. An 8-star reinforcement directly upgrades Reiwa from officer level to captain level, which is more powerful than taking an elixir. It is indeed an 8-star reinforcement. It is worth his opening challenge to reverse Tien Gang and challenge the hairspray hand. After all, Ryotsu is too crucial. The Battle of Shinigami is the battle of Ryotsu. The strong Ryotsu can even kill the weak Ryotsu in one glance. This is not an exaggeration, but a cruel reality in the Shinigami world. Shinigami's Ryotsu is equivalent to the cultivation of a monk, which determines everything, including lifespan. As long as Ryotsu is strong enough, you can be immortal. As Ryotsu becomes stronger, Uehara Teiju clearly feels that his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. The power of his moves has been improved unprecedentedly. Every swing of the sword, every release of Kid, is accompanied by a stronger spiritual power fluctuation. The soul becomes stronger and the lifespan becomes longer. Mirakawa, his Zanpakut, has also been greatly evolved in the process of Ryotsu improvement. Shikai ability has become more powerful, and the spatial perception ability that originally covered only a range of 10 meters has now expanded rapidly to 100 meters like a grassland blown by the spring breeze. This change has given him stronger insight in battle. Being able to detect the enemy's movements in advance, whether it is Aizen's unpredictable Kaika Suijutsu or those Laolu who are good at hiding and sneaking, they will be nowhere to hide. The ability of spatial deflection has also made a qualitative leap. Now it can easily deflect more powerful attacks, like an indestructible shield, dissolving the enemy's offensive into nothingness. At the same time, it has become more handy in avoiding spiritual perception and Kid Lock. Even when Ryotsu is fully released, Uehara Teiju can cleverly hide himself within a certain range as long as he thinks about it. His ability to hide his breath has reached an unprecedented max level, as if he has merged with the surrounding environment and become an invisible ghost. All of this is the huge benefit brought by the improvement of Ryotsu. The improvement of Ryotsu has improved his strength in all aspects, allowing Mirakawa's abilities to be greatly liberated. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10. The stronger the ability, the weaker the ability. In the world of Shinigami, the road to Ryotsu's improvement used to be like a narrow and long path, full of hardships and helplessness. According to traditional rules, Shinigami's Ryotsu depends purely on talent. It's like a mysterious rune carved by fate at the beginning of their birth. It's difficult to change. Once the talent is set, they can only wait silently in the long river of time, relying on the accumulation of time every minute and every second. Like a snail climbing a steep cliff, slowly and arduously making their Ryotsu stronger. In addition, it seems to be blocked by an invisible high wall, and there is no other shortcut to find. And this difference in talent is like a natural moat. It ruthlessly divides Shinigami into different worlds. Those Shinigami with weak talents, no matter how hard they try, how hard they practice in countless days and nights, compared with those Shinigami with strong talents, it seems like the gap between ants and dragons. It's like creatures from two completely different worlds. Just like Starkey, the leader of Espada, his powerful Ryotsu is like an endless ocean. Just a trace of aftermath emitted unconsciously. It can easily crush a group of Minos Grande like a mountain. Let them turn into ashes in an instant. The same is true for the prison blue during the 1,000-year bloody war. Even if he was tied to a chair and lost his freedom of movement, but the Ryotsu scattered around his body is still like a raging storm. Wherever he passes, the spirits of ordinary Shinigami are like fragile candlelight, annihilated and dissipated in the wind. However, Uehara Teiju is like a meteor that breaks the rules, drawing a strange trajectory in this established Ryotsu rule world. He does not need to accumulate Ryotsu for a long time like other Shinigami, nor does he need to worry about the limitations brought by talent. In his body, there is a mysterious and powerful infinite reinforcement system hidden. All he needs is a slight movement of his mind. Just like lighting a bright lamp in the dark, you can instantly get an amazing Ryotsu increase. This system is like a magic key that can open the door to infinite possibilities. It completely subverts the long-standing Ryotsu increase model in the Shinigami world. After a reinforcement, the weakest link in his many abilities seemed to be injected with a magical power. He suddenly became the strongest existence. This wonderful change follows a unique law. The weaker the ability, the stronger the reinforcement. And the stronger the reinforcement, the stronger the ability will be. This cycle repeats. It is like an endless energy Uzumaki, constantly pushing his strength upward. If we only look at the surface strength, Uehara Teiju currently has only one captain level. According to common sense, in the world of Shinigami, mastering Bankai is an important sign of being a captain. Unless there are special circumstances. Otherwise, only Shinigami who can skillfully use Bankai can be regarded as a true captain-level strongman. Uehara Naiju only completed Shikai, and compared with those captains, he seemed to have obvious shortcomings in strength. But the facts are like a loud slap in the face. It slapped hard on the faces of those who only judged based on the surface. In actual battles, when ordinary captains face him, although he dare not boast that he can kill one with one sword, he can easily win. This strong self-confidence is not arrogance without reason. It comes from the unique Mirakawa in his hand. It is a space-time Zanpakuto. From the moment he crossed the Rukanga, he embarked on a different path. A strange Ryotsu improvement journey blessed by the system. He has experienced 6 significant reinforcements in total. The first reinforcement was the novice reward he received when he first came to this world. At that time, he was just a whole person with meager spiritual power. In the Shinigami world, he was just a tiny Rukanga civilian soul. His abilities in all aspects were like a child who had just learned to walk, so weak. In front of those powerful Shinigami or souls, he was simply a younger brother among younger brothers, and could not withstand a single blow. And the most fatal thing was that he didn't even have a sealed state. In this world where Zanpakuh is an important symbol of combat power, it was like a soldier who broke into the battlefield with bare hands, with no support. However, the system's reward suddenly came. In the flash of a mysterious light, a Zanpakuh emitting a faint blue light appeared out of thin air in his hand. The moment he held the knife, a strange power surged into his body. At the same time, an ethereal voice sounded in his mind, telling him the name of the knife, Mirakawa. Uehara Tejo looked at Mirakawa in his hand. He secretly thought that the power contained in that reinforcement might far exceed the 10 stars that ordinary people can imagine. After all, this is a time-space Zanpakuh, and its existence in this Shinigami world seems too outrageous and too supermodel. It's like a cheating artifact that suddenly appeared, completely breaking the entire balance. He even thought self-deprecatingly that this cheat was simply shameless. In the Hokage world, the Kami who can't hide his tears brother Tsuchiko, relying only on a space-type Mangeki Sharingan, stirred up a storm in the world of ninjas and created countless legendary records. The space-type ability is already so powerful. What's more, Mirakawa also has a time-type ability that is more mysterious than the space-type. Looking at the world of JoJo, the powerful bosses of all generations, if they don't have a time-type ability, they are embarrassed to walk in the world and compete with other strong men. Uehara Tejo gently stroked the blade of Mirakawa. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying existence Mirakawa would grow into. However, Zanpakuh's ability did not come out of thin air, but was born from the fusion and evolution of Shinigami's own characteristics, the deepest wishes in his heart, and the unique characteristics of the alien soul. As the only time traveler in the world, a special soul that traveled through time and space, he awakened the ability of time and space. In a sense, it seems to be reasonable. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11. Fortunately, he has no morals. Originally, with Shikai Miragawa, Uehara Tejo already had the strength to enter Godei 13. With his ability, it was easy for him to get a seat as a chief officer. If he was a little luckier, it would not be difficult to get a vice-captain position in those relatively weaker squads. However, he chose to hide his edge in the Shin Spiritual Academy and quietly lived for 4 years. For Uehara Tejo, these 4 years were not a waste of time, but a carefully planned hibernation. During this period, he experienced 4 significant reinforcements. The foundation became more solid and stable, and various Shinigami skills such as Zankenguitsu were also greatly improved. Finally, relying on the solid foundation laid in these 4 years, he took this opportunity to win the 6th reinforcement. This time, it was like a phoenix nirvana. His strength took off like a rocket and reached a new height. And now, the goal of the 7th reinforcement has been locked on the Zanjutsu. Uehara Tejo knew that if he wanted to improve the star level of this reinforcement, he had to find a stronger opponent to hone himself. In his heart, there is a being called Beast, which is an excellent opponent that can let him fully display his passion and skills. Only by fighting with such a strong man can his slashing skills be tempered on the edge of life and death, thus achieving a qualitative leap. Of course, if there is a chance, he doesn't mind fighting with top strong men such as Yamamoto Genrisai, Anoha Naretsu, and Aizen. The attainments of these 3 people in the field of slashing are the pinnacle, and they are the peaks that everyone in the Shinigami world looks up to. Fighting with them, even if it is only a brief moment, will definitely allow Uehara Tejo to absorb endless experience and strength, adding a heavy weight to his 7th reinforcement. Uehara Tejo, who came from across time, is not bound by the inherent concept of respect and inferiority in this world. His soul comes from another time and space, where there are different value systems and ideas. He doesn't have the spirit of devoting himself to the soul society nobles. In his opinion, the so-called noble glory and mission are nothing but illusory shackles. His inner thoughts are extremely pure, simple, and direct. Since he has come to the Shinigami world and can evolve infinitely, then he must pursue the supreme realm of immortality and enjoy life to the fullest. In his eyes, he can also sit on the throne of heaven that has been vacant for a long time. At dawn, the soft light sprinkled on the first team's barracks, adding a bit of tranquility and peace to this slightly serious place. However, this tranquility was broken by an angry figure. Matsumoto Rangiku. Her iconic blonde hair was slightly messy in the morning breeze, and her face, which was always full of smiles, was now covered with haze, and her eyes were burning with angry flames. She walked straight in the direction of Uehara Naiju. Every step was accompanied by obvious anger, as if the ground under her feet was shaking. Uehara Naiju! Matsumoto Rangiku shouted loudly, with a hint of hoarseness in her voice. Apparently, the pain in her neck affected her voice. She walked up to Uehara Teiju, with her hands on her hips, looking like an enraged lioness. "What did you do to me yesterday? My neck hurt all day, how do you compensate me?" Uehara Teiju raised her head slightly, with a faint smile on her face, and replied calmly. "Sister Rangiku, you drank too much yesterday, which is not good for your health. I did that for your own good, so that you can rest early." His tone was calm and composed. It was as if he was really kind-hearted and had no guilt at all. Matsumoto Rangiku was stunned when she heard this, and then laughed angrily. She widened her eyes and looked at Uehara Teiju in disbelief. "Drinking too much alcohol is bad for your health, but a broken neck is good for your health, right? What kind of perverted logic is this?" Her voice became louder and louder, attracting the sidelong glances of some Shinigami around her. But she could no longer care about these things at the moment, and the anger in her heart completely dominated. Uehara Teiju remained unmoved, and the smile on his face became even more obvious. The two of them started to talk back and forth. The atmosphere gradually became tense and subtle. Matsumoto Rangiku, who had always been popular in the first team and even the entire SEIREITEI, was repeatedly defeated in front of this man at this time. She found that no matter how angry she was or how she accused him, Uehara Teiju was like a hard wall, taking advantage but never letting go. That look made her curse in her heart. What a dog! During this quarrel, Uehara Teiju's eyes never left Matsumoto Rangiku. He was keenly aware that Matsumoto Rangiku's curiosity about him far exceeded his outward anger. This beautiful woman who looked bold and always smiled was actually very sensitive deep down. Under that seemingly strong appearance, there was a hint of uneasiness. Occasionally, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Although it was only a moment, it did not escape Uehara Teiju's eyes. Uehara Teiju was secretly proud of himself. He knew very well that in such a relationship, the favored party was always fearless. And at this moment, the initiative was undoubtedly firmly in his hands. He did not intend to let go of this opportunity easily, and was thinking about slowly dealing with Matsumoto Rangiku. In his opinion, in this life, he had a special privilege, not taking the initiative and not refusing. He can walk on the edge of Matsumoto Rangiku's curiosity and emotions, neither making a clear statement nor disappointing her completely, always taking control of the rhythm. He couldn't help but compare the Shinigami world with other worlds he knew. In fact, most people in the Shinigami world are reserved and sensitive, which is completely different from the Hokage world where everyone has battlefield PTSD and the pirate world where everyone is a villain. Here, moral concepts are deeply rooted in people's hearts, people's moral level is relatively high, and they act more cautiously. However, Uehara Teiju secretly rejoices that he is not bound by such moral concepts. He knows that in this world full of power and interests, morality sometimes becomes a fetter. And he, precisely because he is not bound by it. So not only can he not be kidnapped by morality, but he can cleverly use the moral concepts of others and turn them into his own advantages at certain critical moments. Even achieve moral kidnapping of others. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12, Hueco Mundo Expedition. It's time for Lao Deng to get gold coins. The office of the captain of the first team. The sun shines through the tall windows onto the ground, forming bright patches of light. Uehara Teja stood there quietly, with an upright posture and a calm and composed look in his eyes. Half a month passed quietly, and at this moment, he received a new order. The voice echoed in the silent room with unquestionable majesty. As the messenger of the first team, join the next Hueco Mundo expedition. Depart in 3 days. Uehara Teja was not surprised at all by this order. He had expected it. In the days before this, he seemed to be idling around all day, but in fact he was quietly weaving his own network of relationships in the first team. He was generous and often shared various good things with his teammates. Whether it was precious spirit elixir or strange gadgets from the present world. He gradually accumulated a good network of people in the first team. At the same time, his keen insight also made him aware of various subtle signs. He realized that the captain seemed to be planning something big. After all, in the past 100 years, SEIREITEI has been calm but undercurrents. The loss of several captains is undoubtedly a heavy blow to Godei 13. In addition, Shiba Ishin's mysterious report to Kyobuka before he disappeared. Captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni must have thought about this matter repeatedly and must be full of vigilance against Hueco Mundo. Looking back on the past, the thrilling Hueco Mundo invasion battle 200 years ago seems to be still vivid in his mind. At that time, Hueco Mundo invaded SEIREITEI on a large scale like a surging tide, and the entire Shinigami world trembled. Fortunately, the 7th generation Kenpei Kakura Yashiki fought bravely on the battlefield of blood and fire with its unparalleled strength, and finally repelled the offensive of Hueco Mundo with difficulty. The leader of that invasion was a mysterious figure who called himself Sayalaporo and claimed to be under the command of His Majesty Baragan. His appearance left a deep memory for SEIREITEI. It also became an indelible shadow in the hearts of Shinigami. However, fate always seems to like to play tricks on people. After that, SEIREITEI fell into the quagmire of civil strife. The constant disputes among various forces led to the gradual loosening of the control over the hollows. Just like a crack in the dam, the number of hollows continued to increase like a flood. This undoubtedly brought a huge threat to the balance of the entire Shinigami world. In this Shinigami world, there is an extremely delicate and fragile balance system. SEIREITEI needs to maintain a balance with the souls of the 3 realms at all times, which is the key to the survival of the world. If the total Ryutsu strength of Hueco Mundo's soul is too high or too low compared to SEIREITEI, then, like a balance out of balance, the 2 worlds will inevitably collide. Eventually, the terrible consequence of the destruction of the 3 realms will occur. The Shinigami world is like an exquisite glass castle, which looks beautiful but is extremely fragile. The 3 realms and hell depend on each other, balance each other and pull each other. Once the soul strength of any party deviates greatly, it may trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. The key point to maintain this fragile balance is the mysterious human stick Spirit King, the legendary wedge of the 3 realms. The sacred duty of the Shinigami since ancient times is to bury souls and purify the hollows, so as to carefully maintain the balance of the 3 realms. In the previous bloody battle, Kuratsuka Mayuri even took extreme measures to balance the soul strength of Hueco Mundo and SEIREITEI. He even massacred tens of thousands of Rukonga civilians. It was a tragic tragedy. Countless innocent lives disappeared in an instant, leaving only endless pain and sorrow. But these heavy past events seemed to be from another world to Uehara Teju. His eyes were cold and indifferent, and there was no ripple in his heart. He didn't care. Uehara Teju listened quietly to the order to send out the expeditionary force to Hueco Mundo. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an uninhibited smile. In his heart, even if the entire Shinigami world faces the most severe test, the collapse of the 3 realms, everything returns to the original chaotic era, so what? This will not delay his pursuit of powerful strength and enjoyment of life. For this call, Uehara Teiju's eyes flashed with excitement. He regarded it as an excellent opportunity to become stronger. In the hearts of ordinary Shinigami, Hueco Mundo is a forbidden place full of fear and death. Those hideous and terrifying hollows are enough to make them sweat in the middle of the night. However, Uehara Teiju is completely different. He has no fear in his heart. He knows that in the confrontation between Shinigami and hollows, even if they encounter the powerful Minos Grande, the Shinigami side can often gain the upper hand with the advantage of group combat. Minos Grande, on the other hand, mostly fights alone, isolated and helpless. Moreover, he is not an ordinary Shinigami. He holds in his hand an absolute life-saving trump card that can deal with any crisis, Mirakawa. This space-time Zanpakuto is like a divine weapon. The power contained in the Shikai state alone is enough to make Uehara Teiju unique in the Shinigami world. He thought confidently that even if he accidentally encountered Baragan, the so-called king of Hueco Mundo, in Hueco Mundo, he would be fully confident of escaping unscathed. Baragan's so-called time-based ability is simply a show of skill in front of Mirakawa, not worth mentioning. It is just the aging breath produced by the powerful Ryutsu. How dare it be compared with the real space-time ability? It is really ridiculous. After bidding farewell to the majestic old man Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, Uehara Teiju slowly walked out of the captain's office. At this time, Okaji Gen's hero, the third captain of the First Corps, and Chijiro Sasakaibe, the vice-captain, came up to him and chatted with him enthusiastically. Their words were full of comfort and encouragement, trying to give him a reassurance. They talked excitedly about the preparations for the Hueco Mundo expedition. They claimed that this was an operation that had been carefully planned and prepared for several years. The safety factor was extremely high and there would be no problems. In their description, Uehara Niwaju's trip this time was like going on a relaxing and enjoyable trip. Just follow the trip and you will be rewarded with full credit and glory when you come back. Uehara Niwaju listened to them. He just shrugged lightly, indicating that it didn't matter. His voice was calm and teasing. No matter how dangerous Hueco Mundo is, can it be as dangerous as Captain Aizen? Besides, my salary has been advanced to 10 years later. Even so, you dare not let me die. Otherwise, who will make up for this deficit? Thinking back to the hard 4 years he spent at the Shin Spiritual Academy, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. During those 4 years, he gritted his teeth and persevered under the dual pressure of study and practice. He finally waited for graduation, and now he naturally had to enjoy it. So, in this 1.5 months, he completely let himself go. He bought all kinds of rare and precious luxury goods without blinking an eye. Expensive spiritual accessories, top-notch wine and food from the present world, and mysterious props containing powerful spiritual power. As long as he took a fancy to them, he would put them in his pocket without hesitation. But where did the money come from for such a lavish spending? Uehara Teiju's mouth curled up a sly smile again. He had already recorded all these expenses in the account of the captain of the first team, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. In his opinion, Lao Deng must have accumulated a lot of wealth after many years in office. Now it is time to explode gold coins for him. In a short period of time, he spent millions of rings like water. So much so that his salary was advanced to 10 years later. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13. This kid is really motivated. Uehara Teiju had an uninhibited smile on his face, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. My expenses have been recorded in the team account. If I can't pay it back, I'll have to rely on the 2 seniors for help. His voice echoed in the courtyard, with a bit of ease and joking. Okaga Gen's hero was stunned at first. Then he looked at Chur Sasakaibe. They both burst into a hearty laugh at the same time. Okugagen's hero smiled and patted his thigh lightly, saying, "You kid, you're really a joker. We can't make up for your expenses." There was a hint of helplessness in his laughter. His eyes were full of love for the young man in front of him. The sun fell on the stone road in the courtyard. Two old men, Okugagen's hero and Chur Sasakaibe. In their eyes, Uehara Teju is like a rising star, a well-deserved hero of the first team, and a promising star for the entire Godi 13. Chur Sasakaibe narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Uehara Teju, and slowly said, "Uehara, don't underestimate yourself. Looking at the entire Godi 13, your future is limitless." His voice was low and powerful, and every word seemed to contain deep expectations and trust. Uehara Teju scratched his head slightly embarrassedly. "The two seniors are too kind. I just did what I should do. There is still a lot to learn." They looked at Uehara Teju's upright posture and unruly eyes, and their hearts were full of admiration for him. The fearless spirit and the ambition to fight bravely. They all seemed to see themselves when they were young. Full of blood and passion. "This kid is really full of energy." Okugagen's hero stroked his grey beard with a smile. Chur Sasakaibe nodded slightly, with a complicated look in his eyes. "Yes, but his habit of spending money lavishly is really more troublesome than Kirako Shunsui back then." Kirako Shunsui at that time was already a worrying guy, but I didn't expect that Uehara Teju would be better than him. Speaking of these two old men, their pasts are not ordinary. Especially Chur Sasakaibe. His gentle appearance often gives people an illusion that he is just a clerk who is good at handling clerical affairs. Even in the shocking duel with Kurosaki Ichigo in the future, he was knocked away by the opponent in one circle. This also makes many people underestimate his strength. However, only those who really know his past experience can understand. He is a person who has seen a lot and done earth-shaking things in the history of the Shinigami world. First, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, the respected and awe-inspiring captain in Godi 13. The origin of his name was given by Chur Sasakaibe to some extent. The opponent completed Bankai in a month, then f'd Yamamoto hard, and then turned the scar on his forehead into the shape of the word. From then on, Yamamoto changed his name. Time goes back to 1,000 years ago. It was a tragic war that was enough to shake the foundation of the entire Soul Society. Waiwak, the self-proclaimed king of the Quincy, led his Quincy army to invade the Soul Society with great momentum. The war was raging, the smoke was filled, and the entire Soul Society fell into chaos and panic. At the critical moment of this war, Chur Sasakaibe, like a ghost hidden in the darkness, quietly carried out a backstab operation that changed the situation of the war. With his keen insight and superb fighting skills, he gave Waiwak a fatal blow when he was unprepared. This blow put Waiwak in a desperate situation, and he eventually died tragically, and his soul fell into a long sleep. Because of this, Chur Sasakaibe's reputation as God-level Old Six spread like wildfire and became a legend among the Shinigami. In the subsequent bloody battle, Chur Sasakaibe became the first figure to fall. The reason for this can't help but make people think about it. Some people speculate that perhaps the narrow-minded Waiwak, after waking up, deliberately pointed the spearhead at Chur Sasakaibe in order to avenge the backstab of the year. After all, Waiwak, who lost his all-seeing eye, had suffered a heavy blow when facing an opponent like Chur Sasakaibe, and this shame may have been buried deep in his heart. It is hard to say whether it is not the petty-minded Waiwak who is seeking revenge. Waiwak is really despicable, I can't afford to play with him. He is the king of the Quincy. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14 Don't judge a person by appearance. Time flies, 3 days pass in a flash, and the troops for the expedition to Hueco Mundo have been assembled. Thanks to the successful preparation of the last graduation ceremony, this assembly went exceptionally smoothly, and all the captains were present, and the lineup was luxurious. On weekdays, it is extremely rare to see so many captains gathered together. After all, the captains have heavy responsibilities, and except for a few guys who seem to be not doing their job, everyone else is busy. Usually, except for the regular captain meetings, they are like stars hidden in the clouds, and it is difficult to find their traces. Even at the captain meetings, Yukatek often asked for leave due to illness. Uehara Nija stood aside, his eyes slowly swept over the captains, and he looked at them carefully in his heart. Yamamoto Genrisai, the respected captain, leaned on a cane, and his posture was as straight as a pine tree. His eyes are deep and majestic, like an ancient deep pool, with endless power hidden under the calm surface. Just one look can make the air around him seem to solidify. Sui Feng, the captain of the second squad and the commander of the secret mobile team, wears a tight outfit that perfectly shows her agile figure. She has an innate arrogance on her face, as if she doesn't care about anything in the world. It is the absolute confidence in her own strength and the unique temperament cultivated by being in a high position for a long time. Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the third squad, always has an elusive fake cold smile on his face, and his narrowed eyes hide countless unknown secrets. He looks gentle and harmless, but in fact he is like a lion majesty hidden in the grass, who may launch a fatal attack at any time, making people unable to defend themselves. Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th division, has long black hair that falls like a waterfall. She looks as gentle and quiet as Yamato Nadeshiko, but who would have thought that this beautiful elder sister has a passionate heart inside? She is the first-generation Kenpeki, who once fought bloody battles on the battlefield. The powerful strength hidden under her gentle appearance is like a dormant volcano. Once it erupts, it will shake the world. Aizen-suk, the captain of the 5th division, looks like an extremely gentle middle-aged man. He always has a smile on his face and a gentle look. His friendly appearance seems to make people around him involuntarily let down their guard. However, Uehara Niwaju knows that all this is just a disguise of his superb acting skills. Hey, good acting! Uehara Niwaju sneered in his heart, thinking of the confrontation with him in the past. A strong sense of vigilance surged in his heart. Byakuya Kukaki, the captain of the 6th division and the current head of the Kukaki family, has a cold temperament that seems to be innate, like a frozen snow mountain, making it difficult for people to approach. However, since 4 years ago, his title of SEIREITEI's #1 handsome guy has been gradually replaced by others. To Uehara Niju, he is no longer that eye-catching existence, so Uehara Niju didn't take him seriously at all. He just glanced at him lightly and looked away. Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 7th division, wears a unique barrel-shaped helmet, tall and burly, like an unshakable hill. The werewolf tribe he belongs to gives him a unique appearance, but his loyal heart is like a burning flame, never changing. He is like a loyal guardian, silently guarding SEIREITEI. His dog-like head that looks a bit cute forms a strange contrast with his tall and mighty image. Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th division, was dressed very coquettishly. His bright red haori shone brightly in the sun, and he wore a bamboo hat, which added a mysterious atmosphere to him. He was a complete veteran of glasses. This special habit made him always unconsciously look at women wearing glasses when selecting vice-captains. His 2 vice-captains were both glasses girls, which became the topic of conversation among the team members. At this time, his eyes fell on Tosen Kaname, the captain of the 9th division. Tosen Kaname was wearing a pair of cool sunglasses, hiding his eyes behind the darkness. The braids swayed slightly with his movements, as if dancing a unique rhythm in the air. He stood there, exuding a trendy and pioneering atmosphere. His unique temperament made people unable to help but imagine, as if he would sing passionately with the dynamic rhythm in the next second. The picture was very strong and impressive. However, under this seemingly fashionable appearance, Tosin Kaneme's experience is full of twists and turns and sadness, which can be called legendary and miserable. He once had a close friend, and the two had a deep friendship and shared life and death. But the gears of fate turned ruthlessly, and his friend suffered misfortune and died at the hands of the wicked. At that moment, Tosin Kaneme's world collapsed, and he was filled with grief and anger, determined to get justice for his friend. He embarked on this thorny road regardless of everything, but he didn't expect that what was waiting for him was a more cruel reality. The hateful Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, like a demon, ruthlessly mocked and teased him, trampling on his dignity. In that fierce conflict, Tosin Kaname tried his best, but he almost lost his life. Just when he was on the verge of life and death, Aizen appeared like a savior and saved him. Since then, Tosin Kaname has followed Aizen and embarked on the road of justice that he thought he had. But this road is full of deception and conspiracy. He groped forward in the darkness, and every step was like walking on thin ice. He thought he was pursuing the light, but he didn't know that he had already fallen into the quagmire. In the end, he couldn't get rid of the shackles of fate and ended up with a tragic ending. It was really sad and lamentable. Then, Uehara Teiju's eyes turned to Hitsuga Ichiware, the captain of the 10th Division. This genius child, affectionately called Zyobai, has shown extraordinary talent and potential since he was a child. His fair face always has a firm look, and his eyes reveal maturity and wisdom beyond his age. He is like a bright new star, rising rapidly in the world of Shinigami and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. However, his outstanding performance also attracted the attention of Aizen. In those thrilling battles, Aizen always seemed to like to kill him in seconds at the beginning to show his strength. Poor Zyobai has become Aizen's appetizer again and again, which is really helpless and regrettable. Looking at the captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpeki, he looked eager to try. As if he was full of infinite desire for the upcoming battle. He is a natural warrior, and fighting is as natural to him as breathing. He is not only a berserker, but also a master of self-sealing. He always seals part of his power on weekdays, just to seek the ultimate pleasure in the real battle. The captain of the 12th Division, Kuratsuka Mayuri, can be recognized as a unique Frankenstein at a glance because of his unique appearance and temperament. His mind is full of strange ideas, and he has an almost obsessive persistence in scientific research. He is immersed in his laboratory all day, accompanied by various bottles and mysterious instruments, constantly exploring the scientific mysteries of the Shinigami world. His inventions often amaze people, but also make people confused. I don't know what kind of surprises or shocks his next research will bring. Finally, Uehara Teiju's eyes fell on Jaishur Yukatake. As the right-hand divine hexagram of the Spirit King, he has a high status and a far-reaching reputation. He plays an important role in Soul Society, as if he is the guardian of fate. However, his strength is somewhat inconsistent with his reputation. In previous battles, he always performed poorly and was almost defeated by ordinary hollows, which is really outrageous among the captain-level masters. But Uehara Teiju knows that people cannot be judged by appearance. Jaishur Yukatake has been able to stand as the captain for 1,000 years, so he must have his unknown secrets and strengths. Maybe in the upcoming Hueco Mundo expedition, he will bring unexpected performances to everyone. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15, Go and Ignite the Fire of Civilization. In the solemn SEIREITEI meeting hall, the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed like water could drip out. Captain Yamamoto Genrisaya slowly stood up, his majestic voice echoing in the hall, announcing the captain of the expedition to Hueco Mundo. Ichimaru-jin, captain of the 3rd squad, still had that elusive smile on his face, but his eyes revealed a hint of imperceptible depth. Tosin Kaname, captain of the 9th squad, his eyes behind the sunglasses hid endless mystery, and his pigtails swayed slightly on his shoulders. Zaraki Kenpeki, captain of the 11th Squad, looked eager to try as if he was about to go to a grand carnival, and exuded a strong fighting spirit. The 2nd Squad's duty is to convey orders. They are like messengers of information, ensuring that every order on the battlefield can be conveyed accurately. The 4th Division is responsible for providing medical and logistical support. The medical staff wearing white feathers will become angels guarding life on the battlefield and bring hope of life to the injured soldiers. As a support force, the 5th Division is on standby at any time, like a sharp blade hidden in the dark, giving the enemy a fatal blow at a critical moment. The 12th Division provides technical support. Kuratsuka Mayuri and his team are ready to show their skills in the mysterious land of Hueco Mundo with all kinds of strange inventions. This clearly reflects the huge difference between Hueco Mundo and Shinigami, and the most critical one is the level of civilization. Godei 13 is like a precision-operated war machine. The group fights in an orderly manner, the technical equipment is advanced and complete, and the logistical support is meticulous. Every link is closely connected and indispensable. Hueco Mundo, by contrast, seems to be much behind. The creatures there are still groping in the dark, waiting to be led to a new civilization. At this moment, Hueco Mundo is like an uncultivated wasteland, waiting for Aizen to ignite the fire of civilization and bring it under his control. The vice-captain of the first team looked solemn, took a step forward, and read out the pre-war speech loudly. Believe that our swords will never be cut. Believe that our determination will never waver. Even if we are not in the same place, our iron will always exist in our hearts. Once again, we swear that even if the earth breaks and the sky collapses, we will return here alive again. The passionate words were like a burning flame, igniting the fighting spirit in the hearts of every soldier present. Their eyes became more determined, and their hearts were full of desire for victory. Uehara Nija stood aside, listening to all this quietly. When he saw Ichimaru-jin and Tosen Kaname also joined the expeditionary force, a gleam of brilliance flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he secretly thought in his heart that it was reasonable to suspect that all this was Aizen's trick behind the scenes. Since the failure of the mask experiment 100 years ago, Aizen has been like a lion majesty staring at his prey, with his eyes fixed on Hueco Mundo. There are countless excellent experimental subjects there, waiting for him to dig like treasures, and there is also powerful combat power, enough for him to realize his ambitious plan. Perhaps before, he was not familiar with Hueco Mundo enough, and the technology was not yet mature. So he had been holding back and did not make a big move. But now, the departure of the Shinigami Expeditionary Force is undoubtedly a great opportunity for him, just like a timely rain, providing him with perfect cover. He can just use the power of Godei 13 to open up Hueco Mundo, and then take advantage of the situation to subdue the strong ones, improve the hollow technology, and improve the first-generation Espada troops. Using the power of Godei 13 to do his own private work, this guy is really well versed in the way of power and intrigue. Uehara Tejo couldn't help but secretly admire his methods in his heart, and at the same time felt that he could learn a lot from him. Uehara Tejo stood there quietly, his eyes flashing with vigilance and wisdom, thinking to himself. It seems that this guy, Aizen, wants to treat me as a chess piece in his chess game, trying to arrange me clearly. He raised his head slightly, a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. Humph, but you have your calculations, how can I sit and wait for death? It just so happens that I also want to meet your hairspray hand, so let's arrange each other well and see who is the controller of this chess game and who is the stronger one. At this time, the atmosphere around was tense and depressing, as if it was the eve of a storm. The captains, vice-captains and elite officers all looked solemn and upright like pine trees. They walked slowly and orderly towards the gate emitting a faint blue light. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the silent space, and every step seemed to step on the tip of everyone's heart, full of strength and determination. Uehara Tejo looked at all this, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state. He knew that this trip to Hueco Mundo was full of unknowns and dangers, but he was not afraid. As a messenger, he was responsible for delivering important information, and every order was related to the outcome of the battle, and as half of the supervisory team, he needed to be vigilant at all times to ensure the discipline and order of the team. He slowly raised his feet and looked firmly at the gate, emitting a faint blue light, as if he saw the many challenges and opportunities hidden in Hueco Mundo. As the figures of the crowd were gradually swallowed by the light of the gate, Uehara Teja stepped into it without hesitation. The moment his body passed through the gate, a powerful force swept over instantly, as if to tear his soul apart. He gritted his teeth, endured the discomfort of his body and soul, and swore in his heart. Aizen, the trip to Hueco Mundo is the beginning of the real competition between us. I will uncover all your conspiracies and make you pay for what you have done. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16, A Safe Passage. In the mysterious and vast world of Shinigami, the three realms are like planets suspended in the vast universe, each exuding a unique atmosphere. And the endless vacuum zone between these planets is the mysterious area called the Black Cavity. In this deep and dark black cavity, there are also some alien spaces like asteroids hidden, which have a peculiar name, called Valley. And the space channel connecting these planets and asteroids is the Broken Realm, full of dangers and variables. It can be said that the Broken Realm is like an invisible bridge that closely connects Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, and the present world. However, this channel is extremely unstable, like a chaotic space-time uzumaki. This is a place of time and space disorder, where the rules of time and space become distorted and blurred, as if being kneaded by an invisible big hand. Moreover, in this dangerous Broken Realm, there is also a terrifying existence called Jutu. They are like the cleaners of the Broken Realm, ruthlessly shuttling through this chaotic space, and any intruder may become their target of attack. Fortunately, the Shinigami have the magical technology of the gate, which is like a stable beacon, opening up a safe passage in the chaotic world. Through the gate, the Shinigami can avoid the terrible collision and the time turbulence that can make people lose their way. Surrounded by several soul-guiding butterflies with dim light, the Shinigami passed through the gate quickly and orderly like warriors rushing to the battlefield and stepped into the mysterious and dangerous land of Hueco Mundo. Uehara Teja was among them. His eyes were full of calmness and curiosity, and his steps were firm. When his feet stepped on the land of Hueco Mundo, a vast expanse of desolate desert came into view instantly. The rolling sand dunes, like a golden ocean, exuded a lonely and dead atmosphere under the cold moonlight. This place seems to be a corner forgotten by the world, a real barren land. There is only eternal night in Hueco Mundo, but there is no dark night that symbolizes hope and tranquility. Everywhere you look, there is endless sand, and there is still sand. The occasional low branches also present a cold stone structure, without any vitality. In fact, these seemingly ordinary sands hide an ancient and tragic history. They are the remains of the ancient Minos Grande. In the distant past, Hueco Mundo was the battlefield where the Spirit King used the power of annihilation to fight the ancient Minos Grande. Those extremely powerful ancient Minos Grande were eventually ruthlessly killed by the Spirit King, leaving only these sands, as if telling the former glory and tragedy. Is this Hueco Mundo? Where are the enemies? Come out quickly, let me kill or kill me. In the distance, Zaraki Kenpake's heroic and rough voice broke the silence of Hueco Mundo. He was seen carrying the pink-haired girl on his back, rushing into the depths of the desert like a ferocious beast. His high fighting spirit was like a burning torch, which was particularly dazzling in the cold Hueco Mundo. Apparently, his strong desire to chop and chop began to work again, and the frenzy of fighting made him unable to suppress his impulse. Ichimaru Jin, with narrowed eyes, still had an unfathomable smile on his face. He raised his hand, set up a simple tent with his hands, looked in the direction where Zaraki Kenpake was going, and said pretentiously, "The Minos Grandes will treat Captain Zaraki well. I hope they will like Captain Zaraki's taste." There was a hint of ridicule in his words, but it made a group of ordinary Shinigami tremble. These ordinary Shinigami are mostly logistics personnel in the Expeditionary Force sequence, and they are not very courageous. For Shinigami, being eaten by the Hollow is a fate more terrible than death. Now that they have come to Hueco Mundo, the base camp of this terrifying monster, even the elite officers are full of uneasiness, let alone these ordinary logistics personnel. Uehara Naija stood there quietly, without much expression on his face, but secretly felt that Hueco Mundo was too boring. This barren land lacks vitality and vigor. No wonder those hollows gradually go crazy here, swallowed by endless loneliness and desire. Tosin Kaname is like a calm commander, his cold face reveals concentration and determination. He commanded the technicians of the 12th Division in an orderly manner. Under his arrangement, those technicians quickly got busy around the gate. They carefully checked every part of the gate, and the tools in their hands flashed a faint light, reflecting their focused expressions under the cold moonlight of Hueco Mundo. At the same time, Tosin Kaname turned around and commanded other soldiers to set up camp on the spot. The next battle plan is already clear, which is to use this temporary camp as the center, gradually spread to the surroundings, and clear the hollows in Hueco Mundo. Uehara Naija stood aside, quietly watching Tosin Kaname's busy figure, and nodded secretly in his heart. He and Tosin Kaname have long been accustomed to Zaraki Kenpaki's seemingly unreliable style of doing things. In their understanding, although there are many hollows around, there are no powerful ones. These hollows may be terrifying to ordinary Shinigami, but they are not a big threat to the battle-hardened and powerful soldiers of the 11th Division. Not to mention that they want Zaraki Kenpaki to fight to his heart's content. With his powerful strength and fanatical desire for battle, these hollows may not be enough for him to warm up. They know that Zaraki Kenpaki is only going to vent his long-suppressed fighting spirit. When he is satisfied with the killing, he will naturally return to the camp unscathed. Just as everyone was busy with camp construction and combat preparations, Uehara Taiju's eyes were suddenly attracted by a slight movement in the distance. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and an inexplicable alertness surged in his heart. The movement seemed subtle, but it seemed to hide some unknown danger. In this Hueco Mundo, any slight movement may indicate a fatal threat. Uehara Teju quietly tightened his grip on the Zanpakutte Miragawa at his waist, his eyes becoming sharper. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17, Finally Hitting the Wall. There was a trace of disdain in Uehara Taiju's eyes. He didn't take Ichimaru-jin and Tosin Kaname seriously. In his opinion, what's so great about traitors? So he resolutely decided to act alone. Ichimaru-jin and Tosin Kaname seemed to have a tacit understanding. They chose to ignore Uehara Taiju's unauthorized actions and let him freely shuttle through Hueco Mundo. On the surface, this was because Uehara Taiju, as the chief officer of the first team, had his own clear responsibilities. As the captains of other teams, it was not easy for them to give him orders directly. However, there was actually another hidden story behind it. In this vast and dangerous Hueco Mundo, Uehara Taiju concentrated on releasing his spiritual sense, like an invisible net, spreading around. Then, he decisively chose a direction, like a tiger pouncing on its food, and began his journey of slashing without hesitation. Along the way, he was unstoppable and unimpeded. There are many types of voids in Hueco Mundo, mainly divided into three categories: small fish, giant voids, and Minos Grande. Minos Grande is further divided into three levels: Jillian, Agichas, and Vasto Lord. Jillian is a low-level Minos Grande with an extremely large body, like a moving hill. In fact, it is a collection of many voids. Agichas are mostly in animal form. They can move freely in Hueco Mundo. With their agility and powerful strength, they have become the best among the middle-level Minos Grande. Vasto Lord is a high-level Minos Grande, mostly in human form. They stand at the top of the void's strength, like the king in Hueco Mundo, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Just like when Shinigami captains reach a certain level of strength, it is difficult to break through to a higher level without the help of some special technology and hard work. After Minos Grande evolves to the level of Vasto Lord, the road ahead seems to be blocked by an invisible barrier, making it difficult to move forward. Normally, a chief officer level Shinigami can easily defeat a giant hollow, but when facing an ordinary Jillian, it may suffer a disastrous defeat or even overturn. Therefore, Jillian generally requires a vice-captain level Shinigami to deal with it. The strength of the intermediate Minos Grande Ajichas is even stronger, and only the captain level strong have enough ability to compete with it. As for the Vasto level Minos Grande, their strength is comparable to that of the captain, and even stronger than the ordinary captain in some aspects. This is because although Minos Grande does not have the Zanpakuto that Shinigami has, they have the headache of steel skin, high-speed regeneration, weird abilities, and strong physique. They are like the terrifying aliens in the universe, born killing weapons, as if they were destined to survive in battle and destruction from the moment they were born, and are terrifying monsters born for battle. In a fight between equal strengths, the virtuals often have the upper hand with these advantages, not to mention in their home field, Hueco Mundo. The concentration of spirit particles here is extremely high, and the environment is extremely favorable to the virtuals, allowing them to fully exert their strength. However, this time, these virtuals have hit a wall. They never expected that the opponent they met this time was Uehara Teiju. No matter how familiar these virtuals are with the environment of Hueco Mundo, how good they are at using the environment to sneak attack, and how insidious and vicious they are, their every move cannot be hidden from Uehara Teiju's magical spatial perception ability. A warrior who is not afraid of sneak attacks and can accurately lock the enemy without blind spots can be imagined to be terrifying. Uehara Teiju's performance is the best proof. No matter how strange the enemy's abilities are, they are like paper in front of him. He can kill the enemy instantly with just a flick of his sword. From beginning to end, he didn't even use Zanpakuto's Shikai, let alone the powerful space deflection ability. He fought with the purest slashing technique. With his current powerful strength, any Minos Grande below the intermediate Minos Grande is as fragile as an ant in front of him and will be crushed by his power in an instant. Just like Kurosaki Ichigo's Crescent Moon Sky Strike that he used from the beginning to the end, and Uzumaki Naruto's powerful ball rolling, he relied on his own powerful strength to rush through Hueco Mundo, and no one could stop him. This is the so-called powerful brick flying. In the face of absolute power, all skills seem pale and powerless. He is like a cheating existence, showing his power in Hueco Mundo. In the endless wasteland of Hueco Mundo, the clamor of battle is like an exciting movement, constantly playing. Uehara Teiju is like a tireless killing machine, devoting himself to the fierce battle with the hollows. As time goes by, one hollow after another falls under his sword, turning into spirit particles and dissipating into the void. Every swing of the sword, every dodge, becomes a valuable opportunity for him to accumulate experience. He gradually understands the attack mode of the hollow, and his prediction becomes more accurate and his response becomes more calm. At the same time, his control of his own power is becoming more and more proficient on this bloody battlefield. The once slightly awkward power is now under his control, and every bit of Ryutsu is just right, and the strength and angle of each slash are perfect. During this long battle, Uehara Teiju always adheres to a principle, that is, to fight only with slashing techniques. He knows that this is not just a simple killing, but also a harsh tempering of himself. Through pure fighting, he can feel the flow of power on the blade more deeply, and experience the perfect fusion of power and skills contained in each attack. This is the only way for him to improve his strength. Every drop of sweat and every fatigue are tempering his will and making it as tough as steel. And in his heart, there is a more important goal, which is to improve the star level of reinforcement. He understands that only by constantly challenging himself and breaking through the limits can he gain a foothold in this Shinigami world full of dangers and challenges. While waving the Zanpakuta in his hand, slashing at the constantly approaching hollows like flowing water, Uehara Naija steadily approaches the direction of Zaraki Kenpeki with his keen perception. His eyes are firm and persistent, as if he saw Zaraki Kenpeki's burning fighting spirit in the wind and sand of Hueco Mundo. He knows that the place where Zaraki Kenpeki is must be the core area where the battle is most intense. The hollows there may be more powerful and more cunning. But he is not afraid. As he gradually approached Zaraki Kenpeki, the smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger, and the roar of battle became more and more deafening. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18 Week 2 Week. Deep in the vast, mysterious, and dangerous desert of Hueco Mundo, Zaraki Kenpeki was like a beast out of control, swiftly moving away from the main force of the 11th Division. His tall and strong body shuttled through the wind and sand like a ghost, raising a cloud of dust with every step he took, just like a meteor that had broken free from its reins, galloping alone in the dead desert with an unstoppable momentum. His steps seemed chaotic, but they contained a chilling sense of rhythm. Every step he took was accompanied by a powerful force, as if to trample through the sand under his feet. Although Zaraki Kenpeki was not good at Shunpo, a fast-moving technique commonly used by Shinigami, his killing speed was amazingly fast. The extremely sharp Zanpakuta in his hand flashed a cold light under the moonlight. Every time he swung it, it was like a deadly lightning, ruthlessly tearing the air and slashing directly at the hollows. His attack was unreserved, and every knife had the power to destroy everything. Wherever he went, the hollows fell one after another, and blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the surrounding sand into a deep red, as if a bunch of beautiful and terrifying blood flowers bloomed in this barren desert. His reckless fighting style made him feel like he was in the hollows. Those hollows were like fragile ants in front of him, and they were completely unable to resist his attacks. Beside him, the bouncing Kuzujishi Yachiru was like a smart elf, her cute big eyes flickered, as if shining with the light of stars. She guided Zaraki Kenpeki with an instinctive intuition. Wherever her little hand pointed, Zaraki Kenpeki would rush there without hesitation. Under her guidance, Zaraki Kenpeki naturally left the team behind him far behind and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. However, this one-sided slaughter did not last long. After only a few moments of slashing, the passion that had once burned in the battle in Zaraki Kenpeki's heart began to gradually die. His eyes, which were originally full of enthusiasm, were gradually replaced by an indescribable boredom, and a sense of emptiness surged into his heart like a tide. Weak. Too weak. He roared angrily in his heart. Although he had deliberately limited his powerful strength in various ways to try to make this battle more challenging, these hollows were still fragile in front of him. He waved the Zanpakuta in his hand casually, but found that no hollow could block his seemingly careless sword. After all, most Jillians were hidden in the mysterious and dangerous depths of the Minos Grandes forest, and the number of intermediate and above Minos Grandes was as scarce as an oasis in the desert. Hueco Mundo is so vast that Zaraki Kenpeki is like looking for a needle in a haystack in this vast sea of sand. It is naturally difficult to encounter a decent enemy that can really satisfy him. Not far behind him, Kuzujishi Yachiru tilted her head slightly and thought to herself. Xiaobei is a bit bored. It's a pity that he didn't encounter an interesting enemy. Her small lips pouted slightly, like a ripe sakura peach, as if she felt a little sorry that Zaraki Kenpeki didn't fight to his heart's content. Her cute appearance formed a sharp contrast with the bloody and terrifying battle scene around her. Just then, a figure rushed over like lightning. The figure flashed. Inoue Haranijo had already appeared in front of the two with Shunpo's super-fast speed. It's Zyashu. Kuzujishi Yachiru's eyes lit up, and her eyes became bright and energetic in an instant, as if she had discovered a treasure. Her little mouth opened slightly, drooling almost, and she asked impatiently, "Are there any more candies?" Usually, when Uehara Tejo was free, he always liked to tease this cute vice-captain. He would take out delicious candies from his arms like a magic trick and feed them to Kuzujishi Yachiru. Whenever this happened, Kuzujishi Yachiru would dance with joy like a child who got a favorite toy. After all, as the president of the Female Shinigami Association, her influence in the male-dominated battlefield of Hueco Mundo should not be underestimated. Uehara Tejo felt that it was still worth investing in her. "You're so bold, call me Brother Shu," Uehara Tejo said casually, with a teasing smile on his face. Kuzujishi Yachiru made a face at him mischievously, stretched out his tongue and licked his lips gently, looking very cute. A blazing challenge suddenly flashed across Uehara Tejo's deep eyes. He turned his head like a sharp cheetah and looked at Zaraki Kenpeki. His posture was upright and firm, like an unshakable mountain, exuding a fearless aura. "Boring, right?" His voice was steady and powerful, as if it could penetrate the dead silence of Hueco Mundo. "Then, I will be your opponent." Before he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and mobilized the surging Ryotsu in his body. In an instant, Ryotsu was like a wild beast released from the wild, roaring and gushing out from every pore of his body, gathering into an invisible storm. This storm was centered on him, like a surging tsunami, sweeping around in an instant. The wind was howling, and the sand was rolled up, flying freely in the air, forming a sand curtain, covering the sky and the sun. Zaraki Kenpeki's rough face, which originally had a slightly bored expression, was slightly stunned at this moment. His thick eyebrows were slightly raised, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But then, his excitement, like a burning flame, was rekindled in his eyes. He grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, with an almost crazy smile on his face. "Why did your Ryotsu suddenly become so much stronger? But it doesn't matter." His voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the abyss of hell, and every note contained endless murderous intent. "You'd better not let me down, otherwise I will really kill you." This voice exploded in the desert like thunder, and in an instant, a terrifying murderous intent spread throughout the desert like a substance. The murderous intent was like a solid black mist. Wherever it went, the surrounding sand grains seemed to be frightened by something, trembling, as if begging for mercy in fear. With a flash of his figure, Uehara Tejo was like a black lightning, cutting through the sand curtain and rushing towards Zaraki Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki was not to be outdone. He kicked the ground with both feet, like an angry bull, rushing towards the oncoming Uehara Tejo. Ding! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly sounded, like a huge bell, echoing endlessly in the silent Hueco Mundo desert. The blades of the two men had already collided violently, splashing a string of dazzling sparks. The sparks were like blooming fireworks, short and brilliant, illuminating their cold faces. Their fighting style was simple and direct, without any fancy moves, just ordinary flat slashes. Uehara Tejo held the Zanpakuto tightly with both hands, veins on his arms bulged, and every muscle was tense. He swung the Zanpakuto as if wielding a heavy battle axe, with an indomitable momentum. Zaraki Kenpeki held the knife with one hand, his movements seemed casual, but contained amazing power. Every time he swung the knife, it was like a small mountain falling, with powerful and domineering power. However, behind this seemingly simple attack, there was endless power and determination of the two men. In fact, in the world of Shinigami, everyone knows that the best strategy to defeat Zaraki Kenpeki is not to get entangled with him too much, but to use his strongest killer move directly, striving to kill him with one blow. Because this guy is like the Bronze 5 in those hot-blooded anime, with amazing fighting resilience. In the battle, he seems to be able to constantly tap his potential and become stronger and stronger. No matter how serious the injury, he will not fall down, but his combat power will increase instead of decrease, just like unlocking the blood hang. It is precisely because of this unique characteristic that during the Thousand-Year Blood War, the powerful Quincy leader Yuhabok marked him as one of the 5 special combat forces and was very afraid of him. But Uehara Tejo came this time with a plan in mind. He knew that fighting with a powerful swordsman like Zaraki Kenpeki was an excellent opportunity to improve his swordsmanship and strengthen his star level. How could he let it go easily? So, he wielded the Zanpakut without reservation, and every swing of the sword carried his desire for power and his persistence in improvement. His eyes were focused and firm, staring closely at Zaraki Kenpeki's every move, trying to gain more experience from this fierce battle and let his Zanpakut star level rise like a rocket. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Powerful Enough. Strong Enough. In the vast Hueco Mundo Desert, which is like a golden ocean, the pink-haired Lolita Kuzajishi Yachiru stared at the thrilling battle in front of her with her big watery eyes. This battle, like the center of a storm, attracted the attention of all the surroundings. Zaraki Kenpeki took great pains to fight with Uehara Niwa without ending the battle too early. He first used his sealing techniques to forcibly limit his powerful power like the deep sea to a certain range, just like building dams for the surging flood. The special eye mask made by the Technology Development Bureau was tightly bound on his eyes, like a mysterious shackle, effectively restricting his riot soul like a volcanic eruption, so that it would not erupt instantly and drown the opponent. The seemingly ordinary bells on his hair made crisp sounds from time to time in the breeze. This sound was like a beacon lit in the dark, clearly exposing his position and giving his opponent enough time to react. He would even use some jaw-dropping tactics from time to time, such as deliberately revealing flaws, buying one get one free, and letting people cut 2 knives for free. He looked like a warrior returning from the battlefield of Pinzixi, full of a different kind of generosity. However, Uehara Tejo didn't need these extra cares at all. What he longed for was a truly fair and fierce duel. At the beginning of this battle, Zaraki Kenpeki showed an unprecedented serious attitude. He didn't do those unpredictable tricks anymore, but went all out as if facing a life-and-death enemy. Uehara Tejo instantly felt the powerful pressure coming at him, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on him. But he was not afraid at all. His eyes were burning with a fiery fighting spirit, like the brightest stars in the night sky. As the battle continued, the two fought more fiercely, like 2 crazy war machines, and their moves became more violent and swift. Uehara Tejo knew that if he wanted to win in this battle, he had to go all out. So, he released his Zanpakut without hesitation, Miragawa. In an instant, a mysterious and powerful force surged out of the blade, and Miragawa flashed with a cold light, as if it had awakened from its slumber. As for Zaraki Kenpeki, as the battle became more intense, the seal he used to restrict himself was gradually unsealed, just like ice and snow melting under the scorching sun. His only pupil, like a burning flame, released excitement, enthusiasm, and even madness, as if telling of his endless desire for battle. Enough. Strong enough. But not enough. Far from enough. He shouted wildly in his heart. Uehara Tejo's slender figure danced lightly on the sand, and every movement was free and easy. The shikai in his hand drew cold arcs under the moonlight, bringing gusts of cold wind. The oppressive force exuded by Zaraki Kenpeki was indeed frightening. The murderous intent that seemed to be substantial was like the dark breath seeping out from the abyss of hell. Just approaching it could make ordinary officials tremble and collapse to the ground. Other Shinigami had always mistakenly believed that Zaraki Kenpeki's Zanpakut was a permanent shikai type, but Uehara Tejo knew clearly that the truth was far more outrageous than this. In fact, the Zanpakut in Zaraki Kenpeki's hand, which looked tattered and broken, was actually just a sealed state form. With a sealed state, this guy instantly killed the 10th generation Kenpeki Oniwashiro with a single blow in a shocking battle, thus becoming the 11th generation Kenpeki, and making Oniwashiro the glorious title of the Kenpeki's shame. After all, he was a demon genius who defeated the first-generation Kenpeki Anohanaretsu when he was a child. That battle, like a bright and deadly meteor, was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the two and became an insurmountable demon in their hearts. Since then, Zaraki Kenpeki has sealed himself up for fear of killing the only opponent who can fight with him. Not only that, he will even flexibly release or seal his power according to the strength of his opponent, and accurately adjust his Ryutsu, all for the sake of finding the purest pleasure in battle. For him, fighting is the whole meaning of life and the only reason for his existence in this world. Now, as the intensity of the battle continues to increase, Zaraki Kenpeki gradually unleashes the seal, and his Ryutsu is like a surging tide, one wave stronger than the other, and the speed, power, and even killing intent of the slashing technique are rising at a terrifying speed. His attack seems to have no skills at all, relying entirely on the astonishing numerical support. Every swing of the knife is like a heavy bomb, carrying enough power to destroy everything. His slashing technique is extremely pure, just like Kurosaki Ichigo's Crescent Moon Sky Strike, which contains a shocking numerical beauty. Under such a powerful attack, even Uehara Teiju, who has a captain-level Ryutsu, felt unprecedented pressure. After all, his level of Zanpakuto is indeed a bit low compared to Zaraki Kenpeki. Fighting against such a monster-like opponent, Uehara Teiju is indeed a bit strenuous. Every time he resists Zaraki Kenpeki's attack, it seems to be bearing the weight of a mountain. However, Uehara Teiju knows in his heart that this is just pressure and is far from a threat. Although Zaraki Kenpeki's Zanpakuto has been raised to a nearly terrifying level after releasing the seal, and can almost instantly kill all enemies, he is a typical representative of overflowing attacks, but he is not afraid. Because he has Mirakuwa in his hand, this Zanpakuto with mysterious power is his confidence in this battle. In the fierce battle, Uehara Teiju's control of the power of space has become more and more proficient. The ability of Zanpakuto represents the Ryutsu characteristics of Shinigami in some ways. After all, the liberation of Zanpakuto requires Shinigami to constantly inject the essence of his own Ryutsu, just like nurturing a seed of life, which requires a constant supply of nutrients. For example, before Yamamoto Genrisai obtained Rijinjaka, his Ryutsu gave people the feeling of burning flames, hot and fierce. And when he liberated Rijinjaka, Shikai, this flame-like feeling was greatly enhanced. Bankai even concretized this feeling into a world-shaking phenomenon, making Ryutsu seem to turn into real flames, with the terrifying power to destroy the world. The same is true for Hitsuga Ichware. Before obtaining Hiranmaru, his cold Ryutsu made ordinary souls unbearable, as if they were in an ice cellar. But in general, Shinigami needs to rely on Zanpakuto to enhance output in order to amplify and materialize the characteristics of their own Ryutsu. Unless, Zanpakuto can be developed to ultimate, or surpass the realm of Shinigami. In fact, the highest realm of Zanpakuto is the unity of man and sword. Uehara Niju's Ryutsu also has the characteristics of time and space, which gradually show their unique charm in his battles. Now, after reaching the captain level, he has been able to use the help of Shikai Mirakuwa to initially control the ability of space. Although it is only the initial awakening, the horror of the power of space has begun to emerge. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20 That man's beauty is not inferior to mine. In the Hueco Mundo desert, which was swept by war and sandstorms, Uehara Teiju seemed to have stepped into a new world of martial arts in the Shikai state. When he initially mastered the power of space, his fighting style instantly became like mastering the Dogu 9 swords, reaching an extraordinary state where no moves are better than moves. His spatial perception ability was like being blessed by the gods, becoming more and more sharp and powerful, as if an invisible perception net was spread around him, which could accurately capture every subtle spiritual power fluctuation. Now, he doesn't need to rely on the bells on Zaraki Kenpeki's hair to know Zaraki Kenpeki's attack route and direction in advance, as if he can see through the opponent's heart and anticipate the enemy in advance. His spatial deflection ability has also made a qualitative leap. The mysterious power is under his control, like a smart elf, which can not only flow freely around his body, but also extend and release within a certain range. Whenever Zaraki Kenpaki's powerful attack came roaring, Uehara Teju only needed to gently wave the Mirakawa in his hand, and he could cleverly deflect and dispel the enemy's attack with the help of the power of space deflection, just like a little effort to move a heavy object, turning the attack that was enough to split mountains and rocks into nothingness. What's more amazing is that he kept exploring in the battle and gradually touched the mysterious method of integrating the power of space into the attack. With the addition of the power of space, although Uehara Teju's slashing power and speed were far inferior to Zaraki Kenpaki, in a head-on confrontation, he relied on the exquisite use of the power of space and was not at all inferior. This battle was like a gorgeous dance of power and wisdom. Uehara Teju used cleverness to break the power and his unique fighting style to write his own legendary chapter in the confrontation with Zaraki Kenpaki. Throughout the battle, Uehara Teju never used his time echo ability, as if he was deliberately keeping this trump card, waiting for a critical moment. Kuzujishi Yachiru, who was watching the battle, had excitement in her eyes, and a meaningful smile on her pink face. She stretched out her small tongue and licked her lips gently, with a hint of pink-cut black cunning and satisfaction in her smile. Because she could really feel that Zaraki Kenpaki was immersed in this hearty battle at the moment, and the joy that surged from the bottom of his heart, like a burning flame, illuminated his entire soul. In Kuzujishi Yachiru's heart, Uehara Teju was undoubtedly a worthy opponent. This man exuded a unique charm, which made her secretly look forward to the final result of this battle. This man is worth a chop, she said secretly in her heart, with both a desire for battle and respect for the strong in her tone. At this moment, Ayasukawa Yumichika, the 3rd seat of the 11th Division, and Madarame Ikeku, the 5th seat, who hurried over from a distance, were dumbfounded and deeply shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Ayasukawa Yumichika's delicate face was full of surprise, and he subconsciously blurted out, "That man's beauty is not inferior to mine." In his eyes, the unique temperament and strength displayed by Uehara Niwa in the battle had a certain wonderful fit with his pursuit of beauty in his heart. And Madarame Ikeku widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. "This is the first time I have seen Boss Zaraki so serious, and that man is not inferior to him." In their hearts, Zaraki Kenpaki has always been an invincible existence and the eternal god of war in their hearts. In their cognition, Zaraki Kenpaki only needs one knife to kill people, which is an absolute symbol of power that no one can reach. However, Uehara Niwa, a Shinigami intern who just graduated, broke their inherent concept. They just couldn't figure out how this seemingly ordinary newcomer could compete with the boss Zaraki. As for the fact that Uehara Niwaju had prevented Aizen from taking advantage during the graduation ceremony, it didn't even enter their thinking range. In their pure and passionate hearts, the 11th Division is the strongest division, Boss Zaraki is the strongest captain, and Aizen is just a nobody. Aizen is just a colored pen. What qualifications does he have to be compared with Boss Zaraki? After all, there is a gap between captains. Aizen is only worthy of sitting at the table of children. Their hearts are full of blind worship of their own captain and disdain for other captains. At this time, Zaraki Kenpaki was also full of shock and excitement. He never thought that he would meet such a difficult opponent. Every time he swung the powerful sword, he could feel that his sword was about to hit the opponent, as if victory was just around the corner. However, reality always disappointed him. Not to mention killing the opponent, he even found it difficult to knock the opponent down. This unprecedented challenge made his blood surge wildly in his blood vessels like burning magma. "This is really great!" he shouted wildly in his heart, which was a desire and awe for a powerful opponent. If a knowledgeable netizen traveled to this world at this time and saw this scene, he would probably exclaim, "I know it's force elimination, a very high degree of force elimination." Master Shu, this is not how you fight. In this desert battlefield baptized by war, blades intersect, slashing techniques collide, Ryotsuo impact. Every collision exploded in the desert like thunder, the majestic momentum and powerful shock waves were like a surging tsunami, instantly raising thousands of sand grains, and those sand grains were like sharp hidden weapons, whistling through the air. In front of this powerful force, several tall sand dunes were easily flattened like fragile sand sculptures, and the raised sand and dust covered the sky, as if to swallow the whole world. The battle is still in full swing, and the combat effectiveness of the two is like two rockets that are constantly climbing, and it is still continuing to improve. They seem to be tireless, and every attack is accompanied by more powerful strength and determination. Even the iron-blooded and warlike elite soldiers of the 11th Division were terrified when they saw the battle scene between the two monsters. They dared not approach the battlefield and could only stand aside and watch from a distance, exclaiming from time to time. Their hearts were full of doubts. Is that Uehara Teju really a newcomer? How could he have such a strong strength? And those slightly more sensitive hollows, after feeling this powerful Ryotsuo fluctuation, were even more frightened and fled. In their simple instinctive consciousness, this force was an existence that they could not contend with, and only by escaping could they save their lives. In the distance, the Aizen trio seemed to have noticed the direction of the Ryotsuo explosion behind them while they were moving forward. They turned their heads slightly and glanced at the place where the Ryotsuo soared into the sky, with a complex look in their eyes. Then, they stopped and talked in a low voice for a few words. After some sighs and analysis, they lowered their heads again and continued to move forward firmly towards the Hollow Knight Palace where Baragan was. On this trip, they had a grand plan, which was to subdue the king of Hueco Mundo and bring him under their command. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21 Strange Things Happen. On the battlefield of the Hueco Mundo Desert, the flames of battle burned to the hottest peak. The wind was howling, the sand was flying all over the sky, and the figures of Uehara Teju and Zaraki Kenpeki were intertwined like ghosts in this violent environment, and every collision seemed to make the world tremble. Flying thunder slash! Uehara Teju shouted suddenly, and his voice resounded through the sky like a bell. At this time, he had perfectly integrated Shunpo, the slashing technique and the magical power of space to create this shocking killing move. His figure blurred in an instant, as if it turned into a flash of lightning, cutting through the void. The Mirakuwa flashed a dazzling light in his hand, and the space around the blade seemed to be distorted by this powerful force. This strike gathered all his strength and wisdom, and was his ultimate understanding of combat skills in this fierce battle. In an instant, the knife light was as fast as lightning, so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. There was only a crisp tearing sound, as if the space was cut by this knife. Then, blood splashed out, and under the sunlight, it looked like a blooming red lotus. Zaraki Kenpeki's strong body instantly had a deep scar that could be seen to the bone. The power of this knife was beyond imagination. It ignored Zaraki Kenpeki's terrifying Ryotsuo defense, as if it had found a flaw in the opponent's defense, causing real damage and leaving a deep mark on his body. After being injured, Zaraki Kenpeki did not show any fear or discouragement like ordinary people. On the contrary, a more violent and excited flame burned in his eyes, and that flame seemed to be able to ignite the entire desert. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, and the sound was full of desire and indomitable spirit for battle. Then, he raised the Zanpakuta in his hand high, and the Ryotsuo in his body surged out like a volcanic eruption, gathering on the blade. With this knife, he had released most of his current strength, and that power was strong enough to instantly kill an ordinary captain. As the knife flashed, it seemed as if the whole world was enveloped by this power, and the space seemed to be distorted. However, at the moment when the knife fell, a strange thing happened. The Uehara Teju in front of him suddenly broke into pieces and turned into countless fragments, like a broken mirror. Then, the scattered flesh and blood suddenly disappeared like a phantom, leaving only an empty sandy land. A big change. This sudden change shocked everyone. It turned out that after the knife was cut, Uehara Teja decisively activated the ability of time echo, like performing a magical magic. Up to now, his Ryutsu and physical strength have been consumed by more than half, and he knows that he has reached his limit. If he doesn't dodge now, when will he? After all, although the power of space is powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy. Moreover, there is no deep hatred between him and Zaraki Kenpeki. This is just a competition, so why fight to the death? Zaraki Kenpeki was stunned when he saw Uehara Naija disappearing suddenly. His eyes, which were originally full of enthusiasm, were now filled with endless doubts and unwillingness. Where is he? Where is my opponent who is so strong and durable? I was having a great time chopping, and now he is gone. He shouted wildly in his heart, and the zanpakut in his hand fell unconsciously, and blood slowly dripped down the blade onto the sand, blending into the sand. Kuzujishi Yachiru on the rock saw this scene, with his small hands resting on the pergola, and his big eyes rolled around a few times. According to her magical intuition, she pointed in a direction and shouted loudly. Over there, he must have run over there. Zaraki Kenpeki ignored his bleeding wound at all. Although the wound was deep enough to see the bone, it seemed to be non-existent in his eyes. Without saying a word, he chased in the direction pointed by Kuzujishi Yachiru like an angry cheetah. However, he never expected that Uehara Naija was heading in the opposite direction. The two were destined to go in opposite directions, like two parallel lines, going farther and farther in the desert of Hueco Mundo. Over there, Madare Mikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika stood there, looking at each other, with shock still on their faces. They still couldn't believe that Uehara Naija had actually injured Zaraki Kenpeki, who was like a god in their hearts. Madare Mikeku was born into a noble family. He had lived under the aura of the nobility since he was a child, enjoying a comfortable life and supreme glory. However, as he grew older, he gradually saw through the essence of the world and was deeply disappointed with the Soul Society's system that respected the nobility. This inner transparency seemed to complement his unique hairstyle, making him stand out from the crowd. Once, Madare Mikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika wandered around Rukanga. They were like two wild horses that had broken free from their reins. They attacked anyone they saw and acted very aggressively. In their eyes, there were no rules or constraints, only freedom and fighting. Until one day, they met Zaraki Kenpeki. That battle was like a nightmare, and they lost completely and cleanly. But Zaraki Kenpeki did not take Madare Mikeku's life as requested, but completely convinced the two with his powerful charm. Since then, Zaraki Kenpeki's position in their hearts has been like a high god, unshakable. They always called Zaraki Kenpeki Boss Zaraki instead of Captain Zaraki. Because they followed Zaraki Kenpeki as a person, not the position of captain of the 11th Division. But today, the god in their hearts fell. Moreover, he fell to a yellow-haired boy who had just graduated not long ago. This caused a great shock to their hearts, and for a moment they could not accept this cruel reality. However, they also knew that this was exactly the enemy in battle that Boss Zaraki was looking for. They were just shocked by Uehara Teija's strength and talent. Just over a month after graduation, he was able to injure the strongest captain, which was simply heaven-defying. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22 The Noble Overseer of Supervisory Duty. In the vast Hueco Mundo desert, the scorching sun is like a ferocious beast, ruthlessly baking the earth. The strong light is like countless hot needles, piercing straight into every inch of sand, as if to turn everything in the world into ashes under its high temperature. 3 days later, Uehara Naija stood tall and walked firmly in the vast desert with steady and powerful steps. His eyes were focused and deep, as if he was exploring some secrets in this seemingly barren desert. Suddenly, his steps stopped abruptly as if he was cast with the most powerful spell. His originally calm face instantly became serious and cold, and his sharp eyes were like a sharp blade that could penetrate all disguises, tightly locked on a seemingly empty place in front of him. There, Tosin Kaname, wearing the Ryotsuo invisibility cloak, was hiding. This invisibility cloak can be called the pinnacle of concealment artifacts. It was carefully crafted by Urahara Dream Urahara Kisuke with his extraordinary wisdom and superb skills. The material of the cloak is like the thickest shadow in the night. Once put on, it can perfectly blend with the surrounding environment and hide the body without a trace. Not only that, it is like a barrier woven by mysterious power, which can completely cover the user's Ryotsuo aura, making it seem as if it has disappeared from this world. Its exquisite design and powerful functions are so great that even the chef who is famous for his concealment ability in a mysterious world can't help but salivate when he sees it, and secretly admires this ingenious creation in his heart. Later, Urahara Kisuke was forced to flee SEIREITEI due to various tricks and changes in fate. And this extremely precious equipment, like a treasure that has lost its owner's protection, was spotted by Aizen's cunning eyes, and was eventually taken away by him and put into his own pocket. In the past few days, the Aizen trio is like a group of ghosts hiding in the dark. With the help of the invisibility cloak and Aizen's unpredictable and dreamlike Kaika Suijutsu ability, they secretly do their own private work in the mysterious and dangerous Hueco Mundo without telling anyone in the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. Uehara Teiju is a person who is good at finding opportunities in battle and occasionally steals a half day to go fishing. He has his own unique understanding and rhythm of fighting. But he will never tolerate others acting recklessly under his nose and doing things that violate rules and morality. What's more, he thinks he is a noble supervisor who shoulders the responsibility of supervision. In his heart, he is like the guardian of order on the battlefield of Hueco Mundo, although this identity may be just his wishful thinking. This group of people took private jobs to poach Godi I-13's girlfriends, but they didn't give him any benefits and didn't show any social etiquette. This made him feel dissatisfied like a volcano about to erupt, constantly churning in his heart. In his opinion, if everyone acted like this, the world would fall into endless chaos, and how could he seek his own progress and growth in this complex situation like a maze? So, Uehara Naija didn't hesitate at all, and the Ryotsuo in his body began to surge violently like a surging tide. He took a deep breath, mobilized all his strength, and launched Shunpo. In an instant, his figure was like a black lightning that cut through the night sky, cutting through the void at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see his movements. He only felt a breeze blowing, and he appeared in front of Tosin Kaname in the blink of an eye. He raised the Zanpakuta in his hand high, and with an unstoppable momentum, he slashed at Tosin Kaname fiercely, as if that knife contained all the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart. Although Tosin Kaname is blind, he can stand out from many strong men and become the captain of the 9th Division, naturally not relying on luck or unfounded skin color advantage. He relied on his own strength as strong as steel to stand firm in this Shinigami world. This guy's spiritual perception is extremely outstanding, just like the amazing observation haki that can perceive everything when Fujitora smiles in the distant sea world, which is unique. His spiritual perception is like an invisible big net, always covering his surroundings, and any slight movement cannot escape his perception. Therefore, although Uehara Naija has the power of space to cover his breath, at the critical moment when the blade is about to hit his body, Tosin Kaname, as the captain, still reacts with his sharp spiritual perception like an eagle eye. His body reacted instinctively as if driven by a powerful instinct. He immediately used Shunpo without hesitation, and his figure dodged quickly and nimbly like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, he also realized who the person was instantly with his extremely familiar perception of Ryotsu. Tosin Kaname was stunned. His face showed a look of confusion and shock, and he was secretly confused. He thought, this guy had just fought a thrilling, epic battle with Zaraki Kenpeki a few days ago, why did he suddenly attack him now? And he was like a ghost, elusive, without any warning. Speaking of which, it was the same last time. This guy suddenly challenged his beloved Aizen-sama for no reason. In his heart, Aizen-sama was like a high and shining god. He was the only light of faith in his heart and the guide for him to move forward in this dark world. And this Uehara Nijo was so disrespectful to Aizen-sama that he had long disliked him and was full of disgust for him. If it weren't for Aizen's order, he would definitely teach Uehara Nijo a lesson without hesitation when he came to Hueco Mundo this time, so that he would know what awe is. But unexpectedly, before they took any action against him, this guy actually attacked him, a blind man. This is simply perverse and lawless. He originally thought that the fight a few days ago must have been initiated by Zaraki Kenpeki's belligerent nature. But now it seems that it might have been Uehara Niwa who took the initiative to provoke. Is this guy like Zaraki Kenpeki, a madman who has lost his mind and only knows how to fight, and cuts anyone he sees? Or is this guy secretly colluding with Minos Grande and has some hidden conspiracy? In a flash of thought, Tosen Kaneme's face became extremely gloomy, like the sky before a storm, with dark clouds. He said coldly, "Uehara Niwa, how dare you attack me? Do you know what you are doing? You, a small officer, dare to sneak attack me, the captain? What do you want to do?" His voice was low and hoarse, full of anger and confusion, as if questioning a sinner who committed an unforgivable crime, and every word was like a cold bullet, shooting straight at Uehara Niwa. Uehara Teju held the Miru River in his hand, but his face was still calm, as if what he did was just a trivial matter, just like stepping on a harmless little bug on the roadside. He raised his chin slightly, with a hint of unruly and arrogant attitude, and responded calmly, "You did it too." Then, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, like the expression of a naughty child when teasing others. He said slowly, "Besides, do people need a reason to step on bugs? Do you remember how many ants you stepped on? On the night of Hollow 100 years ago, Tosen Kaname, who was still the 5th seat of the 9th squad, started Bankai Yanma cricket. On that night, he relied on his powerful enough to shock people to sneak attack several captains one after another. That incident, like a huge storm, swept the entire Shinigami world, thus creating the birth of Visored. Tosen Kaname was the first person to sneak attack the captain as a seat officer. Since Tosen Kaname can do it, why can't Uehara Niwaja do it? Any reason? There really is none. Maybe it's just for fun, to find a free sparring partner, to have some fun in this boring trip to Hueco Mundo. Hearing this, Tosen Kaname was so angry that he trembled all over. He roared, "You are blaspheming! I attacked the captains for the sake of justice in my heart and to follow the great ideals of Master Aizen. How can you compare with me?" Uehara Nijo sneered. "Justice? What you call justice is nothing more than Aizen's selfish desire. You have been deceived by him and you don't even know it." Tosen Kaname gritted his teeth. "What do you know? Master Aizen wants to change this corrupt world and lead us to a new order." Uehara Nijo shook his head. "That's just a cover for him to satisfy his desire for power. Wake up." Tosen Kaname stopped talking, just tightly grasped the Zanpakuta in his hand, and Ryotsuya began to climb wildly. He decided to use his strength to shut Uehara Nijo up. Read books every day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23. Reveal it without hesitation. Tosen Kaname's originally calm face was instantly distorted after hearing Uehara Teiju's casual answer, as if he was hit hard by an invisible force. His pupils shrank sharply, his eyes were full of disbelief and shock, his mouth opened slightly, but he couldn't speak for a long time. The earth-shaking event 100 years ago was like a dark storm buried deep in the dust of history. They were very deliberate and thought that every link was handled very secretly, like weaving an airtight net in the dark, which would never be noticed by others. In their cognition, the only people who knew about this matter were the Shinigami who fled in a hurry in the chaos. But this guy in front of him, who had just stepped into the mysterious and complex land of Soul Society 4 years ago, what kind of magical power did he use to dig out this long-forgotten past that was enough to shake the foundation of the Shinigami world? Moreover, why was he so bold and fearless that he dared to reveal it in front of him without any scruples? A stormy wave suddenly rose in Tosin Kaneme's mind, and countless chaotic thoughts ran wild like wild horses. He couldn't help but wonder, could this guy be Yura Harakisuk's pawn? Are they secretly colluding in the real world and working together? If so, many puzzling mysteries seem to be solved. Uehara Niwa's unreasonable strength seems to have a reasonable explanation. The more Tosin Kaname thought about it, the more serious the situation became, and he secretly complained in his heart. It's bad, this guy might be coming for us. At this thought, a strong murderous intent quickly surged in his heart, like an angry prehistoric beast, roaring to devour everything in front of him. In his opinion, if Uehara Nigel continued to exist in SEIREITEI, he would be like a hidden bomb that would explode inadvertently and bring them disaster. This was absolutely intolerable. Tosin Kaname clenched his teeth, veins popped on his forehead, and he was determined to die. His eyes instantly became icy cold, as if he could freeze the air around him, and he said coldly, "So that's it, I understand. You are like that beast, a madman obsessed with fighting. You are evil and need to be purged." His voice was low and hoarse, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from his teeth with difficulty, full of determination and fierceness, as if Uehara Nigel was already a dead man in his eyes. "Are you going to attack me?" Uehara Teiju's face instantly showed a look of pretended surprise, his eyes slightly widened, but there was a subtle teasing in his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a hint of sarcasm. "Aren't you Aizen's dog? Why are you so disobedient? Is it really okay to disobey Aizen's orders like this? Aren't you afraid that Aizen will hit you with a stick?" His words were like an extremely sharp sword, piercing straight into Tosin Kaname's heart, trying to tear a hole in his determined killing intent and disrupt his thoughts. However, at this time, Tosin Kaname had been completely blinded by anger and killing intent. His ears seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, and he turned a deaf ear to Uehara Teiju's words. He didn't want to waste any more words with Uehara Teiju, nor did he want to think about why Uehara Teiju knew all these secrets. Before the Hueco Mundo expedition began, Aizen had indeed given them clear instructions that they only needed to conduct a secret observation of Uehara Niwaju and must not act rashly. The reason for this is naturally because Uehara Teiju is like a mysterious prophet who knows everything, as if he knows the secrets of the script. He knows Aizen's deep psychological weaknesses. Although Aizen is always high and mighty, and does not take the weak into his eyes, and treats them like ants, he has a special, almost paranoid affection and cherishment for the strong. He was reluctant to kill Ichimaru Jin, who wanted to kill him, and even took care of Kurosaki Ichigo, who had amazing potential, as if he were his own son, and placed high hopes on him. Such Aizen, facing Uehara Teiju, who has the space-based Zanpakuto, a rare and powerful ability in the Shinigami world, how could he easily take action? In the Shinigami world, the power of space is a powerful ability that can only be encountered but not sought, as rare as the brightest star in the night sky. Many captains had keenly noticed Uehara Niju's extraordinary potential when he emerged, and they were very optimistic about him. Take the most despicable boss Tsuneyashiro Tokinata for example. As the head of the Tsuneyashiro family, he owns countless precious treasures, and even stole a lot of good things in the Soul King Palace with his cunning and courage. Even so, the only space prop he has can play a key role in turning the situation around at the critical moment of life and death, becoming his most powerful trump card. Shinigami's Shunpo, Quincy's Hiran Kyaku, Ironcar's Xiang Tan, although these are all amazing high-speed movement steps, they are just simple footwork skills, without any addition of space power, but each has its own unique style and characteristics. In contrast, the space power contained in Uehara Niju's Zanpakuto is like a mysterious treasure with infinite possibilities. Its potential is extraordinary and outstanding, enough to make anyone look at it sideways. Aizen was well aware of this, and in his deep eyes, he had already regarded Uehara as a rough jade that had not yet been fully carved. Therefore, Uehara was certain that Aizen would not easily attack him unless his potential had reached its limit. Aizen, who liked to adopt a father like LeBlanc, might still be thinking of cultivating or winning him over at this moment, hoping that he could realize his potential as soon as possible and completely liberate Mirakuwa so that he could easily reap the fruits of victory. Tosen Kaname snorted coldly. "Don't use Lord Aizen to pressure me, today is your death." After that, he clenched Zanpakuto with both hands, and Ryotsu began to climb wildly, and the surrounding air was distorted by this powerful Ryotsu. Uehara remained calm and shook his head slightly. "You are blinded by anger. Aizen will be disappointed if she knows you are so impulsive." Tosen Kaname said disdainfully. "You don't need to say anything more, just die. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24 Let the Boy Die. In the Hueco Mundo Desert, which is so hot that it seems to burn the soul to ashes, the air seems to be kneaded by an invisible giant hand, twisted and deformed under the high temperature, presenting a strange and terrifying scene. The scorching sun hangs high, ruthlessly pouring out its light that can destroy everything, turning this desert into a huge furnace. The sand grains flashed dazzling golden light under the strong light, and each one was like a tiny fragment of the sun, as if telling the cruelty and ruthlessness of this land. The atmosphere at this time was tense to the extreme in an instant, like a bowstring stretched to the limit, and the tight string seemed to burst out with enough power to tear the world apart at any time, ready to explode. Tosen Kaname stood quietly in this hot sea of sand like a cold statue. He stood tall, and his tall and strong body was like an ancient giant tree rooted deep in the desert, indestructible. However, he was surrounded by a strong and indissoluble murderous aura, as if it was a black mist rising from the abyss of hell, and the air seemed to freeze wherever it went. He had already decided to use his strongest killing move, and his eyes showed a chilling determination. Then, he slowly opened his lips and chanted something. The ancient and mysterious chant was like a string of ancient spells, spitting out from the tip of his tongue, echoing in this silent desert, and every note seemed to carry magic, making the surrounding air tremble. As the last note fell like a death knell, he suddenly clenched the Zanpakuto Suzumushi in his hand. In an instant, the Ryotsu in his body was like a long-suppressed volcano, finally finding an outlet for eruption, and gushing out violently. The powerful Ryotsu wave was like a raging tsunami, spreading around with overwhelming force. Wherever it went, the sand under his feet seemed to be overwhelmed and sank slightly, forming shallow sand pits. With the dazzling Ryotsu light, he directly opened the Bankai. Bankai. Suzumushi Final Style Yanma Cricket. His voice echoed in the desert like a bell, with an unquestionable determination. The voice seemed to penetrate the soul, making everyone who heard it feel the anger and murderous intent in his heart. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and murderous intent, and he even disdained to use Shikai. In his eyes, the Uehara Teju in front of him had become a thorn in his eyes and a thorn in his flesh that must be eradicated immediately. He had only one thought, that is, to kill this kid who made him murderous immediately. The captain used such a powerful Bankai power right from the start against the officer, which was indeed in line with Tosen Kaname's decisive and ruthless style of action. It also proved from the side that Uehara Teju's strength and his amazing ability to attract hatred could make a captain so afraid that he would fight with all his strength. In an instant, endless darkness swept over Uehara Teju from all directions like a surging tide. The darkness seemed to be a living demon, completely enveloping him in it. Uehara Teju only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and was instantly drawn into a hell cage isolated from the world. He tried hard to open his eyes wide, trying to find a ray of light in this endless darkness, but he desperately found that he could not see, and the world around him had fallen into a dead blackness. As if it was covered by a huge black curtain, and no light could penetrate. There was only pure darkness in front of him, like the darkest abyss in the depths of the universe, without any shape, any color, only endless nothingness. He pricked up his ears, trying to catch even the slightest sound, whether it was the whistling of the wind, the rubbing of sand, or the cold words of Tosin Kaname, but he was horrified to find that all the sounds were ruthlessly swallowed by the darkness, and the whole world became silent, like a vacuum. He sniffed hard, trying to smell a familiar smell from the air, even the subtle smell of sand and dust that permeated the desert, but he found that his nose could not smell, and even the subtle smell of sand and dust that originally permeated the air disappeared, as if even the air was swallowed up by the darkness. He tried to use his spiritual sense to perceive everything around him, and to use his touch to feel even the slightest movement, but he despairingly found that his spiritual sense and touch were completely ineffective. He seemed to have become a lonely soul floating in the dark void, losing all contact with the outside world. A strong sense of loneliness surged in his heart, as if he was abandoned by the whole world. This feeling was like a cold lion majesty, crawling in his heart, gnawing at his reason and courage. For ordinary people, this is simply a real hell. After all, just being locked up in an ordinary small dark room can make people's spirits gradually collapse, let alone being in such a world full of endless darkness and without any sensory feedback. Anyone who is not strong enough will probably be completely defeated by this endless loneliness and fear within minutes. Even if someone can barely hold on and not collapse, in the case of losing all 5 senses, it is tantamount to a living target, and can only be slaughtered. Tosin Kaname's cold voice, as if coming from the abyss of hell, sounded faintly in the darkness. This is my Bankai Yanma cricket. No matter what abilities you have, it is useless. What awaits you is a hell cage without sound, light, or feeling. No matter how powerful a warrior is, he will collapse in despair and can only be slaughtered by me. In order to make you feel the greatest pain, I let go of your hearing and touch. Die, sinner. His words were full of confidence and pride, as if he had seen Uehara Niwa struggling in pain and begging for mercy in the darkness, and the corners of his mouth even rose slightly, revealing a cruel smile. He thought to himself that this ignorant kid had finally paid the price for his arrogance. In his cognition, no one could remain calm under his bankai, and Uehara Niwa was no exception. At this moment, Uehara Teju's calm and teasing voice suddenly sounded in the darkness. You shouldn't say that, you should say. Brain, kidneys, so many vital points, where should I start? Your lines are not good, there is no pressure at all. His tone was light and playful, as if he didn't take this terrifying bankai seriously at all, as if he was talking to a clown. Uehara Teju actually had a plan in mind. He knew that although Tosin Kaname's bankai was powerful, it was not invulnerable. His spatial perception ability was his life-saving straw in this darkness, so he was not as scared as Tosin Kaname imagined. Tosin Kaname did have an inglorious record. Once, in that thrilling battle, he activated Bankai to sneak attack the Shinigami combat unit Maguruma Kensei. At that time, the moonlight sprinkled on the battlefield, reflecting everything as pale as snow. Maguruma Kensei was concentrating on dealing with the enemy in front of him, and was completely unaware of the danger lurking behind him. Tosin Kaname was like a ghost hiding in the darkness. While Maguruma Kensei was off guard, his figure approached quietly like a black shadow, his footsteps were so light that there was no sound, as if he was stepping on cotton. Then he suddenly attacked, his Zanpakuto flashed cold light in the moonlight, piercing Maguruma Kensei like a lightning bolt. Although the sneak attack was successful in the end, his behavior was criticized by many Shinigami, who believed that he won unfairly. Another time, on the battlefield filled with gunpowder, Laoliu Grimjo was fighting fiercely with the enemy, his eyes were full of concentration and enthusiasm, and every move and every style carried his bold and direct fighting style. However, he did not notice Tosin Kaname's eyes hidden in the dark. Tosin Kaname took advantage of the moment when Grimjo was distracted by the battle and attacked like a ghost. His movements were as fast as lightning. Before Grimjo could react, he stole an arm of the opponent. Since then, Grimjo, who was originally generous and liked to fight head-on, seemed to be cursed. His faith was completely shaken and he began to backstab and gradually evolved into an unpredictable old six. From then on, there was more vigilance and cunning in his eyes, and there was no longer the original purity. In addition, in the fierce battle with Zaraki Kenpeki, Tosin Kaname opened Bankai 2 against 1 and thought he had a sure win. On the battlefield, Ryutsu overflowed and radiated. Tosin Kaname and his companions cooperated tacitly and tried to put Zaraki Kenpeki to death. However, Zaraki Kenpeki's strength was far beyond his imagination. His strong fighting will and terrifying power gradually put Tosin Kaname in trouble. In the end, he was killed, but he was still unwilling to give up. In the end, he even used the powerful power of Hollow and Returned Blade. However, the result was shocking. He was caught by the vice-captain Shuhei and killed by stealth. All these things were really embarrassing. Almost all of his victories were obtained by sneak attacks, which can be said to be the real absolute stealing feeling. Facing such an opponent, Uehara Nijua felt no fear in his heart. Tosin Kaname was confused again. He wondered in his heart, what is he doing? I didn't ask him, but he preached to himself? Why can he be so arrogant in the terrifying dark world of Yanma cricket? Is he not afraid at all? Tosin Kaname was full of confusion and anger. He originally thought that Uehara Nijua would tremble under his bankai, but the reality was far from his imagination. Uehara Nijua spoke calmly again. Your Suzumushi was once Utayama's Zanpakut. If it was that gentle woman, Bankai would not be so dark. Because I am deeply trapped in darkness, I have to impose this misfortune on others, and I call this behavior justice. You are a bug like you and you want to blow away the dark clouds in the sky, eat shit. Tosin Kaname, you are really like a clown. His words are like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the softest and most vulnerable place in Tosin Kaname's heart. Uehara Nijua knows the position of Utayama in Tosin Kaname's heart. He deliberately mentioned this matter in order to disturb Tosin Kaname's mind and make him lose his mind in anger and pain. For Kaika Suijutsu, Mirakawa can only crack it, but cannot completely restrict it. After all, Aizen can control others to attack himself, and his means are extremely cunning. But it is different against Tosin Kaname. Spatial perception is the natural nemesis of Yanma cricket. Even if Tosin Kaname used all his strength and tried his best to activate the Yama cricket, he could not deceive Uehara Nijua's spatial perception. At this moment, Tosin Kaname, who used the Yama cricket on Uehara Nijua, looked like a clown, just like the big and small jokers in a deck of cards, seemingly powerful, but in fact only for show. At this moment, Tosin Kaname's psychological defense was finally completely broken by Uehara Nijua, and he shouted a little broken. Why do you even know this? You don't understand at all, you don't understand anything. Shut up. At this moment, he even hoped to use the Yama cricket to deceive his hearing, so that he would not have to hear Uehara Nijua's heartbreaking words again. Kakwang is the eternal pain in his heart. He will never forget the woman who once wanted to blow away the dark clouds of SEIREITEI. That gentle smile and that firm look have now become the most beautiful memories in his heart, and also the deepest pain in his heart. Whenever he thought of Kakwang, a complex emotion would surge in his heart, both missing and guilty. The next second, Tosin Kaname angrily swung his sword at Uehara Nijua, his eyes full of madness and determination. Today is the day you die. He roared, the anger in his heart was like a burning flame, burning his reason. The sword in his hand, with a powerful Ryutsu, cut through the darkness and whistled towards Uehara Naiju. The sword light flickered faintly in the darkness, like a meteor in the darkness, fleeting. Uehara Taiju was calm and composed. He sneered in his heart. With your attack that was blinded by anger, what can you do to me? He slightly turned sideways and easily avoided the knife. His body was like catkins in the wind, floating lightly with the wind of the knife, and then said, "Your attack is too weak. If this is all you can do, you'd better stop as soon as possible." Tosin Kaname became even more angry. "Don't be complacent, this is just the beginning." Tosin Kaname secretly swore in his heart that he must kill Uehara Taiju here to vent his hatred. Uehara Taiju was thinking about how to use Tosin Kaname's anger, find his flaws, and give him a fatal blow. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25. What kind of witchcraft is this? In the Bankai space that seemed to be woven by the god of darkness himself, the darkness was as thick as ink that could not be dissolved, but Uehara Taiju was like a cheetah quietly dormant in the dark night, ready to attack at any time. Although his body was tightly wrapped in this endless and oppressive darkness, as if he was imprisoned in the deepest nightmare, a hot and vigilant flame was always burning in the depths of his soul. His perception, which was more acute than ordinary people could imagine, was like an invisible net carefully woven by countless fine spider silks. In this dead silence, it spread out slowly and silently, and in an almost mysterious way, accurately captured Tosin Kaname's voice that was almost collapsed, as if he was pulled to the edge of breaking by despair and anger, with a crying voice. In that voice, anger was like surging magma, hot and violent, pain was like sharp ice spikes, piercing deeply into the soul, and disbelief was like a gust of cold wind, whistling past. In this eerie silence, as if time had frozen, it was particularly clear and harsh, like a death knell ringing in the darkness. However, Uehara Taiju's body did not slack off even a little bit because of this moment of wandering thoughts. Like a flash of lightning that cut through the night, he quickly turned around and swung the knife. The movement was so fast that it seemed to transcend the boundaries of time, without the slightest hesitation, and every muscle contraction and relaxation was full of strength and determination. Although his spiritual perception and vision were ineffective under the heavy cover of darkness, as if they were sealed by the devil, he could still accurately perceive all the movements around him as if he was seeing things in the light, relying on his mysterious and powerful spatial perception ability that seemed to be born with him. It was as if his soul and this dark space had reached some mysterious contract beyond mortal understanding, and could see through the desperate appearance of darkness and every danger and opportunity hidden in it, just like seeing the thread of fate in the chaos. The moment he turned around, he clearly sensed a dangerous breath approaching quietly from behind. That breath was like a lion majesty lurking in the deepest dark grass, exuding the breath of death, spitting out cold and deadly tongues, and the chill was filled with a deadly threat that made people shudder. He sneered in his heart. This Tosin Kaname, even when he was so angry and his mind was so chaotic that he was like a wild beast that had lost his mind, still chose to sneak attack from behind, which really exposed his nature as a sneak attacker, just like a clown running naked in the sun, showing his ugly appearance. Uehara Taiju whispered in his heart. "Do you think you can succeed like this? It's really stupid, it's just courting death." The knife flashed, and at that moment, it was as if a bright meteor streaked through the darkness, short and dazzling. The blood splashed, like a flower of sin blooming in the darkness, sad and cruel. Tosin Kaname widened his eyes. Although there was a bottomless darkness in front of him, as if his vision was swallowed by an endless black hole, he could clearly feel the severe pain from the wound. The pain was like a hot fire tongs tempered by the fire of hell, pinching his nerves fiercely. Every time the pain beat was like a war drum beaten by the devil in the depths of his soul, making his body tremble slightly involuntarily. His heart was filled with shock and confusion, like a calm lake being hit by a huge rock, causing thousands of huge waves. How is it possible? Why can he fight back in my bankai? What kind of evil power is this? At this moment, Tosin Kaname, relying on the captain-level strength that is as solid and heavy as a towering mountain, gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed the panic and pain in his heart that were like a tidal wave. The veins on his forehead bulged, and beads of sweat slid down his cheeks, quietly dripping on the ground under his feet in the darkness. He quickly performed shunpo and retreated. His figure was like a vague black shadow, flashing in the darkness, leaving only a trace of Ryotsu fluctuations. His heart was like a five-flavor bottle overturned, and various emotions intertwined and collided with each other. He was angry, anxious, and shocked. He thought that the ultimate move he had used with all his strength was a sure kill move, an invincible force that could completely crush the enemy. However, instead of hurting the enemy at all, he put himself in such a miserable and helpless situation. It would be difficult for anyone to accept this cruel reality. His psychological defense line was like a crumbling ancient city wall, on the verge of collapse. He roared in his heart. What is going on? I can't lose like this. Master Aizen is still watching me, I can't let him down. On the other hand, how could Uehara Teju easily let go of this great opportunity? He was like a shadow, and Shunpo chased after him, shouting. Want to run? Not that easy. His voice echoed in the darkness, with an unquestionable majesty, like the thunder of judgment from the sky, shaking Tosin Kaname's heart. The knife in his hand flashed like a ghost with his figure, and every swing brought a gust of cold wind, approaching Tosin Kaname. In terms of hard power and combat experience, Tosin Kaname is undoubtedly more profound than Uehara Naiju. He has experienced countless battles in the world of Shinigami and killed countless powerful enemies. His name once made the enemy terrified. But at this moment, his ultimate move has failed. The sharp words of Uehara Naiju before were like deadly arrows, piercing the softest corner of his heart, making him confused and anxious. Under this double blow, he can't even exert 50% of his 100% strength at this moment, just like a giant beast trapped in a quagmire, with brute force but unable to exert it. Thus, a jaw-dropping scene appeared on the battlefield. He, the veteran captain who started Bankai, whose former glory and majesty were now like a candle in the wind, was chased and hacked by Uehara Naiju, who had just graduated and was still a novice in the Shinigami world. He had no power to fight back and could only flee in a panic like a prey being chased by a hunter. Tosin Kaname was shocked and angry, and extremely ashamed. He felt as if he had failed the trust of Aizen. In his mind, he even had a prompt screen of Aizen, Ichimaru-jin has exited the chat channel, which was a deep self-blame and fear of his own incompetence. His heart was struggling painfully, as if entangled by countless thorns. Lord Aizen, I'm sorry, how could I be so embarrassed? I should have been your most loyal blade, but now I'm like this. More importantly, Uehara Teiju's attack method was extremely strange. It seemed that the attack could be easily blocked, but his Ryotsu defense was like a virtual thing and could not be blocked at all. Every time Uehara Teiju's attack fell, it was like a force from another dimension, easily penetrating his defense and leaving deep wounds on his body. After a fierce battle, Tosin Kaname was already bleeding. His clothes were soaked with blood and stuck to his body tightly. Sweat also soaked his hair, which hung on his forehead in strands. His body and mind were on the verge of limit, and his steps began to stagger. He panted and gritted his teeth and said, "What kind of magic is this? Why is it so weird?" Here, Uehara Teiju was immersed in the joy of fighting. Every time he swung his sword, he felt extremely relieved, as if all the depression and troubles in his heart were vented with each attack. He knew that Shinigami's Ryotsu needed a long time to accumulate, just like a trickle of water gathered into a river, and the improvement of strength was inseparable from one fierce battle after another, especially this kind of high-intensity battle, which had a multiplier effect on the improvement of strength, just like forging steel in a raging fire to make it tougher. The captain in front of him who only took a beating and didn't fight back was undoubtedly the best sparring partner. Through the battle with Tosin Kaname, he could quickly improve the star level of his slashing technique. He seemed to have seen himself striding forward on the road to becoming stronger, and every step was solid and powerful, full of hope. As he swung his sword, he muttered to himself, "What a good opponent, don't fall so quickly. I need more battles to sharpen myself." In this fierce battle, Uehara Tejo also had a new understanding of the captain's strength. In his previous impression, Shinigami seemed like a glass cannon, seemingly powerful on the outside, but extremely fragile in reality. After all, the Quincy has a blood suit to enhance its defense, and the blood suit is like a solid armor that can resist powerful attacks. The hollow has the ability of steel skin and high-speed regeneration. The steel skin is like a hard shell, and the high-speed regeneration is like an endless source of vitality. But Shinigami has no decent means of defense. In his cognition, Shinigami is like a group of naked warriors holding sharp blades, who can only rely on offense to make up for the lack of defense. Now after the actual battle, it is found that the situation is indeed not much different. However, when the strength reaches the captain level, the situation is completely different. First of all, Ryutsu defense is no longer a useless decoration, but can play a powerful defensive ability in battle, just like forming an invisible shield that can resist most attacks. Secondly, the overall improvement of comprehensive strength has greatly enhanced the survivability of Shinigami captains. For example, now, Uehara Tejo performed the Flying Thunder Slash, which was like a flash of lightning across the night sky. Although it could instantly injure Tosin Kaname, it could only do so. It would be quite difficult to behead him directly. He thought to himself. The strength of the captain level is indeed not to be underestimated. I still need stronger strength. I must constantly break through myself to gain a foothold in this Shinigami world. In the Shinigami world, it is not uncommon for captain-level beings to be killed instantly, but most of them are just knocked offline, not really dead, and not even seriously injured. At this level, it is really difficult to kill and hit the vital point with one blow, even if he uses the Flying Thunder Slash with 0 frame. Uehara Tejo couldn't help but wonder, if he posted his experience in the forum, maybe he would get a nickname Head-Chopping Uehara Tejo. After all, this captain is not so easy to be killed. However, he also knew in his heart that once his Zanpakuto Bankai, the situation would be different. By then, the power he possessed might not only be as simple as killing the captain in seconds, but even be able to kill a group of people in seconds. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26 Hidden Murder. In the Hueco Mundo Desert, which is as hot as if cursed by the god of fire, the hot and dry air seems to be burning, and the aftermath of the battle is like surging sand waves, still vibrating violently in the hot and unbearable air with an overwhelming momentum. In the thrilling, life-and-death confrontation between Uehara Tejo and Tosin Kaname, every intersection of the sword light is like two meteors colliding violently in the dark universe, splashing out brilliant and dangerous sparks. Every time the figure dodges, it is like a ghost that cleverly shuttles through the narrow space gap, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Thanks to Tosin Kaname's almost selfless sparring, Uehara Tejo's control of the power of space and the Myra River has crossed a new threshold and has become more skilled and comfortable. At this time, he seemed to have concluded a deep and secret contract with this mysterious power and reached a deeper level of fit. Every time he swung his sword, he could truly feel the space twisting and trembling slightly under the blade. The space seemed to be a living entity. When touched by his power, it gave a low and subtle response, as if responding to his call. Every time he dodged, he seemed to be integrated into the texture of the space, sliding lightly through the gap that was invisible to the naked eye. Every time he experienced this, he had a deeper understanding of the mystery of space. The power that was originally hidden in his body was now waking up in a more powerful and controllable way, like a giant beast that had been sleeping for a long time. It slowly opened its eyes, and every breath exuded an awe-inspiring breath. The breath gradually spread, making the surrounding space seem to surrender to it. However, the situation on Tosin Kanam's side was like a lonely boat that was severely damaged in a storm. Under the ruthless beating of the surging waves, it looked extremely bad. Although he gritted his teeth in the middle of the battle and used all his strength to forcibly withdraw the Yanma cricket in an attempt to save some of the decline, the defeat that was surging like a surging tide was simply unstoppable. His figure looked particularly embarrassed in the wind and sand. The clothes that were originally straight and neat, symbolizing the majesty of the captain, were now soaked with sweat and blood, and were tattered and stuck to his scarred body. The strips of cloth swayed weakly in the wind. Ryotsu was even more chaotic, like a bonfire that was about to go out, weak and flickering. The originally powerful and stable Ryotsu fluctuations now seemed like an out-of-control signal source, and the fluctuations emitted were chaotic, showing his inner panic and powerlessness. A trace of determination flashed in Uehara Teiju's eyes, and his eyes revealed his concentration on the battle and his desire for victory. He swung his sword again with great force. The blade was like a bright lightning that cut through the dark night sky, with enough momentum to tear apart space, and instantly left a deep wound on Tosin Kanam's body. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing a bright red on the hot sand. The bright red color was particularly dazzling against the golden sand. Then, he flew back like an agile cheetah, his posture light and agile. The moment his feet landed, his eyes were like torches, and he looked into the distance vigilantly. His eyes were like a hawk locking onto its prey, not letting go of any slight movement. His senses were highly concentrated at this moment, as if the whole world was under his control, and any subtle changes could not escape his perception. At this moment, a figure wearing a white feather cloth appeared in front of Tosin Kaname like a ghost. The figure gradually became clear in the flying sand and dust. It was Ichimaru Jin. His face still had that signature half-smile expression, and that smile seemed like a mask carved on his face, never changing, making it difficult to guess his true thoughts. He just stood there quietly, as if all the disputes in the world had nothing to do with him, but his slightly narrowed eyes revealed an imperceptible coldness, like a cold blade hidden under the ice, which could be unsheathed in an instant with just one opportunity to give the enemy a fatal blow. He glanced at Tosin Kaname's miserable appearance and teased softly. "Ah, Captain Tosin, how could you be beaten so badly? This is not okay. If this is the case, people will think that our Godi I-13 captain is only this bad." His voice echoed in the silent desert, with a faint smile, but that smile was icy and piercing, making people feel no warmth at all, as if it was just said for the sake of saying this, without any emotional warmth. It turned out that the powerful Ryotsu that had just escaped from the battle between the two men was like a surging wave, spreading around with an unstoppable force, and spreading out with overwhelming force. This powerful Ryotsu fluctuation was keenly sensed by Aizen and Ichimaru Jin, who were far away. At that time, Aizen was in the mysterious and claustrophobic laboratory, surrounded by various strange instruments, which flashed colorful lights, as if they were mysterious objects from another world. On the laboratory table were placed potions emitting faint light, some of which flowed slowly, like living liquids, while others were still, but exuded an unsettling atmosphere. Aizen was focused on a mysterious research that could change the world. His hands were busy operating on the laboratory table, and his eyes were full of enthusiasm and persistence. He was immersed in his own research world and couldn't get away at all. So, Ichimaru-jin was ordered to come and check the situation. In this way, the originally tense and fierce duel between the two people instantly turned into a subtle and tense situation of a confrontation between three people. Ichimaru-jin stood there, seemingly careless, but actually murderous in his heart. His hands drooped naturally, shaking his body slightly, and the seemingly casual movement seemed to be hiding his inner tension and murderous intent. His fingertips hidden in his sleeves were quietly gathering Ryotsu, and that Ryotsu was like a lion majesty lurking in the dark, slowly entrenching and gathering strength, waiting for a suitable opportunity, and then it would rush out like lightning and give the enemy a fatal blow. He did not ask why Uehara Niwaju attacked Tosen Kaname, because deep in his heart, he had long been dissatisfied with Uehara Niwaju. This dissatisfaction did not come from Aizen's instruction, but because of the woman who was as cold and beautiful as moonlight, Matsumoto Rangiku. In the depths of his memory, Matsumoto Rangiku's smile and her gentleness were like precious treasures buried deep in his heart. However, some changes made this emotion complicated and painful, like a thorn entangled in the depths of the soul. Every touch would bring piercing pain. At this moment, this emotion became the source of his hostility towards Uehara Teiju. He thought to himself, why did this guy appear next to Rangiku? What is his intention? Just when Ichimaru-jin secretly gathered his strength and prepared to give Uehara Niwaju a ruthless move, suddenly, Uehara Niwaju disappeared without a sign. This scene made Ichimaru-jin and Tosen Kaname's hearts sink at the same time, and a strong sense of déjà vu came to their minds, as if they saw the scene when Aizen's terrifying Kaika Suijutsu was activated. Both of them were captains who had experienced countless battles and battles in Soul Society, so they were naturally prepared for this move. In the previous battle with Uehara Niwaju, they had been alert that Uehara Niwaju might use similar illusions to attack or escape. Tosen Kaname thought to himself, is this kid really going to use that weird illusion? I won't be fooled again. I can't bear the shame of last time again. His eyes revealed a hint of tension and vigilance, and his body unconsciously tensed up, preparing for possible attacks. Ichimaru-jin also frowned slightly, revealing a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He wondered in his heart, what kind of power is this? Is it really an upgraded version of Kaika Suijutsu? However, they never expected that Uehara Niwaju's move would be so elusive and impossible to defend against. This is the magical effect of time after image, which is completely different from Kaika Suijutsu. If Kaika Suijutsu is the interpretation of illusion to ultimate, it is like weaving a beautiful and illusory dream web, confusing the enemy's mind and making it unable to extricate itself, as if leading the enemy into a maze full of fog and phantoms, where everything is false, but people believe it. Then the echo of time and space is the display of the ultimate reality, like twisting and reorganizing the fragments of reality in the dimensions of time and space, making people lose their way between reality and illusion, as if they were in a disordered maze of time and space. At that moment, the surrounding space seemed to be rubbed and twisted by a pair of invisible big hands, the originally straight light became curved, and the texture of space became chaotic. The flow of time also became as blurred as a tangled thread, and the fragments of the past, present, and future seemed to be intertwined at this moment, making it difficult to tell when they were. Ichimaru-jin and Tosen Kaname widened their eyes. They tried to use their spiritual senses to perceive and their years of combat experience to judge, but the scene in front of them was like a fog, and they could not tell whether it was real or illusory. They could only feel deeply powerless in front of this powerful force, as if they were just ants in front of this mysterious force. Facing this unknown and powerful force, all their resistance seemed so small and futile. After this thrilling test, Uehara Niwaju keenly realized that Aizen had successfully subdued Baragan. This means that Hueco Mundo is about to enter a new era of Arrancar, and an unprecedented change is about to take place in this dark land. For the Void, this is undoubtedly a major change in fate. In the past Hueco Mundo, the living environment was extremely cruel. Just like a dark forest shrouded in darkness and fear. The law of the jungle was the only rule, and it was an iron law engraved in the depths of every Void's soul. Unless ordinary Voids can evolve into vasto-level Minos Grandes, they are always in danger of degeneration and dementia. They wander in this barren land, like lonely souls lost in the darkness. For a trace of reason, they can only constantly devour other Minos Grandes, struggling to survive in the endless cycle of killing and being killed, devouring and being devoured, and always living under the shadow of anxiety and fear. In such an environment, the fire of civilization cannot take root at all, and due to the limitation of talent, not all Minos Grandes can break through to the high level of Vasto Lord. Most voids can only sink in despair, their eyes are full of confusion and helplessness, and there is no hope for the future. However, after Ironcarization, the fate of the hollows will be completely rewritten. Their strength will be greatly improved, as if they were endowed with the power of light from the darkness, and there will be no risk of degeneration. Their minds will become clearer, and they will be able to think and plan like humans. They will have new life and new hope. Of course, the Fire Prince is an exception. He seems to be a special existence, always outside the rules. His behavior and thinking are elusive, as if he is a creature from another dimension. Therefore, for Ironcars, Eisen undoubtedly has the grace of rebirth. It can be imagined that in Hueco Mundo, many hollows will be grateful to Eisen, regard him as a god-like existence, and even be willing to go through fire and water for him. They will follow Eisen's footsteps with reverence and loyalty, and build a brand new Hueco Mundo order for him. Uehara Teju stood aside, thinking to himself that after the Hueco Mundo expedition, Eisen would make great plans in Hueco Mundo and build a brand new Palace of Night. The Palace of Night would be a magnificent and mysterious building, with towering spires piercing the sky, as if to pierce the sky, surrounded by extremely solid walls. Every brick and stone exudes a majestic atmosphere, which will show Eisen's majesty and ruling power. He will also select the first generation of Espada, who will become his right-hand man in ruling Hueco Mundo. Each of them has strong strength and unique personality. They are either ruthless, cunning, and wise, or brave and fearless. They will set off new waves in Hueco Mundo and open a grand chapter of his ruling Hueco Mundo. However, in his opinion, all this seems to have nothing to do with him. He had no intention of intervening in Hueco Mundo's affairs. He was just a Shinigami from a commoner family in Rukanga, who once struggled to survive in the alleys of Rukanga. In that narrow and dilapidated alley, he experienced hunger, cold, and loneliness. Now he just wants to be honest and slack off in this chaotic world, find a quiet corner, perhaps a remote valley, or a quiet seaside hut, enjoy his life to the fullest, away from those complicated disputes and conspiracies. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27 Achieving the Expected Strategic Goals. In the secret underground laboratory, which was shrouded in shadows and mysterious atmosphere like thick ink, the cold and flickering light, like a group of cunning elves, refracted and jumped back and forth between various strange-shaped and unpredictable instruments. The light shuttled between them, like countless smart snakes winding and wandering in the darkness, spitting out cold tongues, making the whole space filled with a strange, changeable, and creepy atmosphere. Eisen, Tosen Kaname, and Ichimaru Jin, the trio, gathered here like three stars emitting unique halos in the darkness. The aura they exuded seemed to be quietly condensing the core of a conspiracy that could subvert the world, like a dense dark cloud. Tosen Kaname dragged his scarred and miserable body, like a defeated remnant on the battlefield, and half knelt on the ground with difficulty. His eyes were full of guilt and self-blame towards Eisen, like a loyal but derelict hound, showing his cowardice and faults in front of his master. He didn't even bother to deal with the wounds that were still aching and tormenting his nerves, and he eagerly and tremblingly pleaded guilty to Eisen. His voice was filled with a trace of panic that was hard to conceal, like a shivering fallen leaf in late autumn, and he said self-blamingly, "Lord Eisen, I am incompetent and let Uehara Teju escape. I deserve death. Please punish me." He lowered his head, and the hair on his forehead was soaked with sweat, drooping down in strands, like weeds destroyed by a storm, covering his face full of pain and regret. He didn't dare to look directly into Eisen's deep and majestic eyes, as if waiting for a severe punishment like thunder. His body was trembling slightly because of the fear in his heart, like a lonely leaf swaying in the wind. Eisen leaned forward slightly, his movements were gentle but revealing unquestionable majesty. He gently patted Tosen Kaname's shoulder. The moment his palm fell, it seemed as if an invisible force was transmitted, like a ray of warm spring breeze, trying to soothe Tosin Kaname's flustered heart. His voice was steady and calm, like a deep pool, and he said slowly, "Tosin, don't blame yourself so much. Victory and defeat are common in the military, and you have done your best." Then, he stood up. His posture was as tall as a pine tree, and he turned his eyes to Ichimaru Jin, with a questioning look in his eyes, as if saying, "What did you see?" He said, "Jin, tell me the situation in detail, I want to hear your opinion." Ichimaru Jin still had that half-smile expression, and that smile was like a mask carved on his face, making it difficult to guess his true thoughts, like a bottomless lake, calm on the surface, but with undercurrents surging underneath. He tilted his head slightly, as if thinking about something interesting, and after a moment he said, "Lord Aizen, in my opinion, although this Uehara Teju is a variable, it seems that it will not have much impact on our plan at present. If he really wants to expose us, he would have taken action long ago, and would not wait until now." As he said this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, with a faint smile, but there was a trace of imperceptible cunning in his eyes, like a cunning fox, and continued to flatter. "Besides, with your invincible Kaika Suijutsu, even if he wants to make a move, it is just like an ant trying to shake a tree, and he can't succeed at all. In front of your powerful illusion, all conspiracies and tricks will be exposed, just like ice and snow under the scorching sun, melting instantly." Aizen heard it and just smiled slightly, with an absolute confidence in his own strength in that smile, as if everything in the world is under his control, as if the god who dominates the world has not put Ichimaru Jin's flattery was taken too seriously. He crossed his arms across his chest, and that action showed his calmness and composure, like a king overlooking all living things. After a moment of silence, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, like a meteor across the night sky, and he made a decision. "The plan remains the same. After all, success is already within reach, we have no reason to give up, and there is no need to worry too much. If this Uehara Teju can bring us some unexpected surprises, it would be great." He knew that although variables may bring risks, they may also become a help, like a double-edged sword, and he had enough confidence and wisdom to control it all. For Uehara Teju, he actually had a considerable degree of expectation in his heart, as if he was waiting for a wonderful and suspenseful game. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to tell his inner expectations, like an audience looking forward to the start of a good show. Time is like a surging river that never stops, flying away, as fleeting as a white horse passing by. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed since the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Army entered Hueco Mundo. During this long month, the Expeditionary Army fought bravely in Hueco Mundo, a land full of danger and unknowns, like a group of fearless warriors charging into the Devil's territory. Armed with sharp blades and wearing Ryotsu shields, they fought thrilling battles with the Hollows. In the end, the expected strategic goal was achieved. On the vast land of Hueco Mundo, a large number of Hollows that once raged like a tide were now wiped out under the powerful attack of the expeditionary force. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the pressure on the 13th Division in Seoul society, making the defense line that guards the balance more stable, like an indestructible fortress, standing on the edge of life and death, and becoming a solid barrier to guard peace. In this series of battles, Uehara Nijo also silently contributed his own strength, although his thrilling and dangerous battle with Tosin Kaname was cleverly covered up by Aizen, as if covered by an invisible curtain, unknown to the outside world, like a secret sealed in the dark. Uehara Teju knew Aizen's mind very well. Before he completely integrated Hagyaku, Aizen was like a cunning fox hiding in the dark, always watching his prey, and was extremely cautious. His insight into people's hearts was meticulous, as if he could see through the most secret corners of everyone's heart, as if he had a pair of eyes that could see through the soul. His control of the situation was precise, like a skilled chess player. Every move was carefully considered, and every layout was hidden with mystery, like a well-woven net, waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. Uehara thought to himself that if Aizen had chosen to make a big deal at that time, with his complex and sophisticated means and seamless layout, he would definitely not be the one who suffered. He remembered that Aizen, who had been hollowed out, seemed to have become a different person. He had abandoned his previous caution and his eye-catching appearance, and even abandoned the powerful illusion of Kaika Suijutsu, thinking that he could rest easy with his new power, but he was defeated in the battle with Ichigo Matsuki. In that battle, Aizen's embarrassment was in sharp contrast to his previous calmness, as if he had fallen from the clouds into a quagmire. This made Uehara sigh that in this Shinigami world, appearance seemed to be an invisible source of power. If one's strength was weak, there was still a possibility of becoming stronger. But if one was ugly, it seemed that a tragic ending was doomed on the track of fate, just like those unknown people who were easily defeated, who disappeared without even a ripple in the long river of history, like dust forgotten by time. While thinking about these complicated and tangled things in his mind, Uehara slowly walked along a deep and long underground passage that tilted downward. The passage was filled with a damp and mysterious atmosphere. The damp air seemed to penetrate clothes and stick to the skin, like a layer of glue that could not be shaken off. The walls flickered with faint phosphorescence, as if countless pairs of green eyes were watching him in the dark, and seemed to be guiding him. The faint light allowed him to barely see the rugged road under his feet, as if he was crossing a thorny path. As he walked deeper, he finally came to the legendary underground world, the forest of Minos Grande. As soon as he stepped into here, Uehara was shocked by the extremely wonderful scene in front of him. What he saw was a strange forest composed of extremely tall stone trees. Those trees were towering into the sky, and the trunks were so thick that they needed several people to hug them. The stone texture exuded a simple and mysterious atmosphere in the faint light, as if telling the vicissitudes and longevity of the years, as if ancient wise men were whispering silently. Seeing these trees, a strange idea suddenly flashed through Uehara mind. He couldn't help but want to try the Hokage run that was famous in the Hokage world. He imagined himself running like a ninja in this mysterious Minos Grande forest. He clenched his fists slightly, leaned forward, and his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The smile was full of anticipation and excitement for new things, as if a child was about to embark on a wonderful adventure. And in this forest of stone trees, there were countless huge figures wandering quietly. A stream of strange, heavy, and cold alien Ryotsu rushed towards him like a tide, making him alert instantly. He knew that these were the Minos Grande Jillian formed by the fusion of more than 100 hollows. They are huge, and from a distance, they look like clowns wearing huge black cloaks. Their long noses look a little funny against their huge bodies, like an inharmonious note playing in this terrifying movement, or like an abrupt clown breaking into a solemn funeral. These Jillians are 100 meters tall, more than twice as tall as the colossal titans, but they are just empty flowers. Uehara can sense that their clothes are almost hollow inside. Most of the Jillians have not awakened their self-awareness, and they wander in this dark forest just by instinct, like lost ghosts, blindly shuttling in the darkness, making low and dull roars. The sound echoes in the silent forest, making people creepy, as if it is a wail from hell. Uehara heart moved, and he decided to practice with these Jillians. After all, actual combat is the best way to improve strength. Moreover, he also heard that there should be a Shinigami veteran with good strength here. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28 Alerting another Shinigami hiding here. Deep in the mysterious and dangerous Minos Grande forest, Uehara was like a fearless warrior, resolutely starting his unique killing monsters and leveling up journey. The surrounding air seemed to be tainted by the tense atmosphere of battle, filled with a faint smell of blood and gunpowder. In the gloomy darkness, strange lights flickered from time to time. They were caused by the Ryotsu emitted by the hollows when they wandered in the dark, like a signal light of death, adding more horror to this forbidden land. Above the head, dense stone branches crisscrossed like huge black spider webs, covering the sky tightly, with only a few faint rays of light struggling to penetrate the gaps and sprinkle on the ground full of gravel and dead bones. The huge bodies of the Gillians loomed in the darkness, and they really looked extremely bluffing. Each Gillian was like a moving hill, and the huge black cloak fluttered in the void, as if it could swallow all the light. Moreover, when they fought collectively, the scene was like a surging black tide, sweeping over the sky and the earth, as if it could completely crush everything that dared to block them. Uehara Tejo was agile, moving freely among the Gillians like a black lightning. He used his superb slashing skills to cleverly find Gillian's weaknesses. Wherever the knife flashed, Gillian's hard shell was easily torn like fragile paper. Dark green blood splashed on the surrounding stone trees, making a sizzling corrosion sound. The corrosion marks were like twisted ghost faces, spreading on the tree trunks. His eyes were focused and firm, and he secretly thought about the angle and strength of each attack, constantly summarizing his experience in actual combat. While fighting with Gillian, he constantly honed his shunpo skills. Since he developed the ability to control space, his control of shunpo has reached a new level. At this moment, he seemed to be integrated with the space. Every time he teleported, it was as if the space was opening up a special channel for him. He was as stable as Mount Tai, and he was no longer as easy to lose balance as before. Moreover, with his strong spatial perception ability, his reaction speed was greatly improved. During the high-speed shunpo, he could clearly perceive all the movements around him, and the enemy's attack trajectory and subtle changes in the environment were all under his control. Although there was still some lack of accuracy, which made it difficult for his flying thunder slash to accurately hit the enemy's vital parts, it was still the safest strategy to directly cut Gillian's huge body. However, he also knew in his heart that his training time was too short after all, and he could not perfectly integrate the power of space into shunpo. At present, he could only do some simple applications. Flying Thunder Slash also had a long way to go, and its huge development potential was waiting for him to explore. The battle storm that Uehara Tejo set off in the Minos Grande forest produced movements like surging ripples that quickly spread in this mysterious area. As expected, another Shinigami hiding there was alerted. The man had short reddish-brown hair, which shone with a unique luster in the weak light. He was wearing a standard Shinigami suit, with an upright and resolute posture, and holding a zanpakuta in his hand, which exuded a cold aura. The material of the Shinigami suit looked tough and durable, and the corners of the clothes swayed slightly with his movements, as if telling the owner's extraordinary experience. However, he wore a strange mask similar to an antelope skull on his face. The mask exuded an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, which made it difficult to associate him with the traditional Shinigami at first glance. But in fact, he was indeed a serious Shinigami, and an extremely conscientious guardian. As the other party approached quietly, Uehara Tejo had already noticed his appearance with his keen perception. A trace of curiosity and expectation surged in his heart. His body was as fast as lightning. He instantly performed shunpo and rushed to the other party in an instant. This Shinigami was the Asido he was looking for on this trip. Asido was a legendary existence in this Minos Grande forest. With only a zanpakuta in his hand, he used the superb zanpakuta technique to fight tenaciously with the Minos Grandes for hundreds of years in this land full of danger and death. He was like a lonely warrior, sticking to his beliefs in the endless darkness. He killed countless Minos Grandes and was a real tough guy. He was the wolf destruction that the Minos Grandes were terrified of. Uehara Tejo was full of respect for this senior, and at the same time he looked forward to communicating and learning with him. He thought that perhaps he could learn many fighting skills and survival wisdom from this strong man that he had never understood. Looking at the young Shinigami who suddenly teleported in front of him, Asido couldn't help but feel very surprised. His eyes slowly scanned the other party's deathsuit style, and he secretly guessed in his heart that according to convention, this Shinigami should be just a seat officer. But the scene in front of him shocked him greatly. Is the strength of Godei 13 Shinigami so strong now? A seat officer can enter the Minos Grande forest as if there is no one, chasing a group of Jillians. He has only seen such strength in his good friend, the brave and fearless 7th generation Kenpei Kuryoshiki. Asido couldn't help but ask. You little brat, are you the seat officer of Godei 13? How can you be so powerful? There was a hint of doubt and curiosity in his voice, and his eyes were fixed on Uehara Niwa, trying to find the answer from his expression. Uehara Teju smiled and replied. Senior Asido, although I am only a seated officer, I have also gained a lot of opportunities in the experience of Hueco Mundo, and my strength has improved. He knew in his heart that his growth path was full of coincidences and inevitability. These experiences allowed him to gradually emerge on the road of Shinigami, but he also knew that he still had a long way to go. Asido nodded slightly and said. It seems that today's SEIREITEI is really talented and its strength is growing day by day. There was a trace of relief in his eyes, as if he saw the hope and future of the Shinigami world. The two looked at each other for a moment, and then had a conversation and exchanged their names. Asido raised his head slightly, revealing a trace of reminiscence and determination in his eyes, and slowly introduced the reason why he appeared in the Minos Grande forest. His voice was a little low, with a hint of vicissitudes. Many years ago, I followed a group of hollows that invaded Soul Society to this Minos Grande forest. In that tragic battle, my companions... Ashido paused, and the bloody scene of that year emerged in his mind. His companions were mercilessly attacked by the hollows and fell one by one. Their shouts and screams seemed to still echo in his ears. Unfortunately, they died tragically under the claws of the hollows. Since then, I have resolutely decided to stay here, with deep thoughts and endless hatred for my companions in my heart, and vowed to kill as many Minos Grande as possible, on the one hand to avenge my companions and make those hateful hollows pay a heavy price. On the other hand, it is also to reduce the heavy burden faced by the present world and Soul Society, and to protect the peaceful land that I love. The flame of anger and determination burned in his eyes, which was the source of strength that supported him to stick to this lonely place for many years. Uehara Niwa sighed softly and said. Senior Asido, your perseverance is admirable. I have actually heard about these things a long time ago. Uehara Niwa nodded slightly, and then explained to Asido in detail the latest situation of SEIREITEI, including some major events that have occurred recently, the personnel changes of Godei 13, and the progress of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, etc. He said slowly. Now, the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force has also achieved some results here, and many voids have been cleared, but the conspiracy behind it has become more and more complicated. He frowned, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes, as if he was thinking about the huge crisis hidden behind it. Ashido listened carefully and nodded from time to time. He knew that the situation in Hueco Mundo was unpredictable, and every detail might be related to life and death. When the two talked, it seemed that time had stopped, and the dangerous atmosphere around them seemed to fade slightly at this moment. Afterwards, Uehara Teju followed Asido back to his residence. It was a simple residence hidden deep in the stone forest. Although it was simple and rustic, it exuded a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere. There were some strange vines around that were entwined around the tree trunks, like a natural barrier. There were some crystal-clear dewdrops hanging on those vines, flickering in the weak light, as if they were stars in the darkness. Here, Uehara Teju also tasted the legendary Hueco Mundo delicacy, simply grilled mushrooms. When he put the grilled mushrooms into his mouth, a unique taste spread among his taste buds. Although the taste looked inconspicuous and even a little weird, it had a different kind of freshness, as if it contained the unique magic of the mysterious land of Hueco Mundo, which could be called a rare delicacy. Uehara Teju couldn't help but think of the empty-hearted Deo Yugen aura. Perhaps it was the unique charm of the Hueco Mundo delicacy that saved his confused soul and gave him the wonderful idea of becoming a chef and creating flash food. He secretly sighed in his heart that Hueco Mundo was indeed full of endless surprises and mysteries, and every corner might hide the power to change fate. According to the pre-planned plan, the idea that Uehara Tejo had been secretly brewing in his heart finally came out at this moment, and he asked Asido for a fight. In his eyes, a powerful Shinigami like Asido is undoubtedly a great gift package to improve his star level of Zanpakuto. How could he easily let go of such a rare opportunity? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He was obviously a person who yearned for peace and didn't like fighting, but now in this cruel Shinigami world, he gradually became a warmonger who actively sought to fight for power. He shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart. Perhaps all this was forced by this world full of challenges and opportunities. He was very entangled in his heart. On the one hand, he longed for a peaceful life, and on the other hand, he knew that only by becoming stronger in this chaotic world could he protect himself and the people around him. Uehara Niwa said sincerely. "Senior Asido, I want to challenge you and hope to improve myself in the battle with you." His eyes were full of expectation and determination, and he held the Zanpakuto tightly in his hand, as if to show Asido his determination. When Asido heard the request for a fight, a glimmer of excitement and expectation flashed in his eyes. He knew that the young Shinigami in front of him was no ordinary person, and a battle with him would definitely allow his fighting skills to be further honed and improved. Asido responded readily. "Haha, good boy, you have courage. Then I will accept your challenge." He was also full of expectations for this battle, as if a swordsman who had not met an opponent for a long time finally waited for a duel worth going all out. The two slowly stood up, their bodies slightly tense, the air around them seemed to solidify instantly, and the tense fighting atmosphere spread again. They locked their eyes on each other, as if they were in a silent contest. Uehara Tejo was a little nervous. He knew that Asido's strength was far above his own, but he didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. He silently cheered himself up in his heart and told himself to deal with it calmly. Asido seemed very calm, his eyes revealed confidence and calmness, and his years of fighting experience allowed him to remain calm when facing any opponent. At this critical moment, the two men moved at the same time, like a pair of cheetahs meeting in the dark, and instantly launched a thrilling life-and-death confrontation. Uehara Tejo took the lead in launching the attack. He shouted, Shunpo moved forward, and Zanpakuto in his hand slashed at Asido with a fierce momentum. He combined the slashing technique he learned with the power of space as much as possible, trying to catch him by surprise. Asido was not in a hurry, he dodged to the side, and at the same time waved his sword to block, saying, "Boy, you have some skills." His movements were smooth and natural, as if he had already seen through Uehara Tejo's attack intention. The two men's swords crossed, splashing sparks. At the moment of attacking, Uehara Tejo secretly thought about Asido's response in his heart, trying to learn some skills from it. While blocking, Asido observed Uehara Tejo's fighting style and looked for his flaws. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29, Returning to the Basics. In the shadowy open space of the Minos Grande forest, the gloomy atmosphere seemed to be materialized fog, spreading in every inch of space. The sword light flickered like bright and cold starlight, and Uehara Tejo and Asido had already started a thrilling and exciting battle. They all tacitly chose to start from the most basic slashing technique, as if they wanted to deeply explore each other's limits and tap into more of their own potential in this return to nature. Asido's posture was upright, like a towering mountain, revealing a fierce and resolute aura. Every time he swung his sword, he was wrapped in the powerful force accumulated from hundreds of years of killing Minos Grande. That force was like a surging wave, which could easily smash everything that blocked the way. The Zanpakuto in his hand had a broad and heavy blade, and the blade flashed with cold light, as if it could swallow all the light. The blade was engraved with ancient and mysterious runes. As he swung the blade, the runes flickered faintly, as if telling of past glory and battles. However, perhaps because he had been immersed in fighting unconscious Minos Grande for a long time and was accustomed to their relatively simple and clumsy attack mode, he was a little awkward when fighting with others. His attack trajectory was too rigid, like a thick tree trunk rushing straight towards the target, lacking agile changes. Facing an opponent as agile and changeable as Uehara Naiju, who was like Agile Ghost, it was a little difficult to adapt for a while. Asido thought to himself that the fighting style of the young Shinigami in front of him was completely different from that of Minos Grande, and his previous fighting experience was a little stretched at this moment. Fine beads of sweat gradually oozed from his forehead, and a trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes. He wondered if he had stayed in this lonely Minos Grande forest for too long and could no longer keep up with the fighting rhythm of the Shinigami outside. Uehara Teiju was like a gust of agile wind, his figure shuttled freely between the light and shadow, so fast that only a series of blurred afterimages were left. His speed reached the ultimate, as if he had transcended the constraints of time and space. His death suit fluttered in the wind, and the corners of his clothes were like agile elves dancing. No matter how fast Asido's attack came, it was like a meteor chasing the moon, piercing the void. With a chilling whistle, he could avoid it with a millimeter difference. The evasive posture was elegant and agile, just like a light feather cleverly maneuvering in the wind. Then, he counterattacked quickly like a spirit snake, and often came first after attacking, making Asido unable to defend himself. His attack started at 0 frame, just like a ghostly surprise attack, and it also contained a strange power that seemed to ignore defense. Every time he swung his sword, the air around him trembled, making a sharp hissing sound. The space seemed to be distorted, and layers of visible ripples appeared, as if the whole world was shaking for his attack. Uehara Teiju was secretly excited. He knew that this battle with Asido was a rare opportunity that would allow him to achieve a qualitative leap in his fighting skills. While fighting, he quickly analyzed Asido's moves in his mind. Thinking about how to integrate the opponent's advantages into his own fighting style. Asido was full of depression and confusion in this fierce confrontation. This strange fighting rhythm was firmly controlled by the opponent. He seemed to be trapped in an invisible net, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not get out. He waved the Zanpakuto in his hand vigorously, trying to turn the situation around, but was repeatedly frustrated. For a long time, he had not encountered such a difficult opponent. This fighting style reminded him of his best friend who was like a god of war. Asido panted slightly, and the figure of his best friend appeared in his mind, muttering to himself. This kid's fighting style is somewhat similar to his. He was a man with a great reputation in Seoul society, and his powerful fighting power even attracted the attention and recruitment of the Zero Squad. At that time, the messenger of the Zero Squad came with supreme glory and mission, but he resolutely refused, sticking to his own beliefs and path, and his firm eyes seemed to still flash in front of Asido. Asido had both the emotion of past memories and the helplessness of the current battle situation in his heart. He knew that he could not be suppressed by Uehara Teiju like this, and he had to find a way to break through, but for a while he had no clue. This contradictory psychology made his brows frown tightly and his eyes became more solemn. On the Uehara Teiju's side, he was secretly happy in his heart. Although Asido does not have any special abilities that are shocking, his ultimate combat experience and his perfect use of the Zankenkaizu are exactly the treasures he has been dreaming of. Different from Zaraki Kenpaku's almost reckless fighting style of swinging his sword forward, each of Asido's slashing techniques contains wisdom and skills accumulated over the years. Uehara Teiju knows that this is exactly the nutrients he urgently needs to absorb on his growth path, which can help him rapidly improve his reinforcement star level. He secretly estimated in his heart that Asido's superb slashing technique, even if he only learned it roughly, could at least contribute half a star to his star level improvement. Although the higher the reinforcement star level, the more difficult it is to improve it, like sailing against the current, but he is not discouraged. During the battle, Uehara Tejo looked at Asido and said sincerely. Senior Asido, your slashing technique really opened my eyes. I still have a lot to learn from you. His eyes were full of admiration and desire, just like a traveler who had been groping in the dark for a long time and finally saw the light. Asido nodded slightly and responded. You are a very talented and persevering kid. You will become a great man in time. Uehara Tejo was thinking about how to learn from Asido more and more, just like carefully plucking wool, gradually accumulating and growing. He secretly made up his mind to seize this opportunity and absorb as much of Asido's fighting essence as possible. Even if the process would be difficult, he would never give up. In the next few days, in the forest of Minos Grande, Uehara Tejo and Asido's battles almost never stopped. Every confrontation was a test of life and death, and also a deep fusion of soul and skills. In this endless battle, Uehara Tejo was like a sponge, greedily absorbing the essence of Asido's battle. His combat experience snowballed. After each battle, he would find a quiet corner alone, silently summarizing and thinking about Asido's attack angle and defense timing. His combat intuition became more and more acute, as if he could foresee every intention of the enemy. In a battle, Asido had just made a slight change in movement, and Uehara Tejo had already noticed it. His heart was instantly alarmed, and his body instinctively responded quickly. His combat capability is increasing rapidly, and his use of space power, which was originally unfamiliar to him, is becoming more and more proficient. He can use space to teleport and dodge freely in battle. With every move, space seems to become his close comrade in arms, allowing him to drive it. His combat power has been improved for all to see, and his star level has also risen accordingly. Uehara Tejo can clearly feel his own progress. The joy of growth makes him full of motivation, and he is more eager to continue fighting with Asido to get more improvement. In the intervals between battles, the two occasionally use the Jillians wandering around as a touchstone to verify their new ideas for fighting. Those Jillians are unlucky. They were originally bullies in the Minos Grande forest, but now they have become tools for the two Shinigami to hone their skills. Asido looked at a Jillian rushing over and said to Uehara Tejo beside him. Come on, try your new moves. His voice was steady and powerful, with a hint of expectation. Uehara Tejo nodded, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he rushed forward in an instant, his figure like a black lightning. The knife flashed, and Jillian's huge body fell down with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. The dark green blood splashed on the surrounding stone trees, making a sizzling corrosion sound, as if Jillian's unwilling roar. And those few mutants with self-awareness and intermediate Minos Grande agichas, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the two evil gods, trembled with fear. An agichas hid behind a boulder in the distance, and said with trembling teeth. These two guys are too scary, we must not get close. Its body curled up into a ball, with fear in its eyes, afraid of being discovered. So they didn't dare to get close to the area where they were, hiding in dark corners, praying that the storm would pass soon. They didn't dare to make a sound in the dark, and could only wait quietly for the two Shinigami to leave. At the same time, in the Hueco Mundo expeditionary camp, there was another scene. Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname seemed to have forgotten the existence of Uehara Tejo and did not care about his movements. They just did their own things step by step every day. Ichimarujin still had that half-smiley expression, making it hard to figure out his thoughts. Tosen Kaname quietly handled some affairs of the camp, and others did not dare to ask too much. Only Zaraki Kenpeki, the man with a hot temper, was angry because he failed to catch up with Uehara Tejo. Suddenly, he saw a few hollows wandering outside the camp and roared. All of you die! The sound echoed in the camp like thunder, making everyone's ears buzz. He rushed out with a knife, the blade flashing with cold light, carrying his full anger. For a moment, the hollows around the camp suffered an unexpected disaster, and were hacked and killed by Zaraki Kenpeki, leaving corpses all over the ground, screaming continuously. And the scene was horrible. Hollow's broken limbs and arms were scattered everywhere, and the blood dyed the ground dark red. Zaraki Kenpeki searched for the traces of Uehara Naiju in the camp. He looked like an angry lion, with red eyes, as if burning two balls of fire, and kept roaring. Uehara Naiju, where are you? Come out! His voice was full of anger and unwillingness, and it echoed in the camp for a long time. However, Uehara Naiju seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and never showed up. Zaraki Kenpeki was furious. He waved the knife in his hand vigorously, chopping some of the surrounding objects into pieces, but he was helpless and could only rage in vain. The angry roar echoed in the camp, making everyone terrified. Everyone avoided him from a distance, fearing that he would be affected by his anger. Some soldiers hid in the tent, their faces pale, silently praying that Zaraki Kenpeki could calm down as soon as possible. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the time for the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force to evacuate quietly came. Although Uehara Taiju was reluctant, he also knew that there was always a time for separation. He came to Ashido, and their eyes met. No need to say more, everything was unspoken. That look was full of respect, gratitude, and reluctance for each other. Uehara Taiju's eyes were filled with a hint of sadness. He looked at Ashido, thinking about the battles and growth during this period, and knew that his current progress was inseparable from Ashido's help. He did not ask Ashido if he was willing to leave this place, because he knew that for Ashido, the Minos Grande forest was not just a paradise for monsters. It was the burial place of his companions and the place where his deep emotions and endless thoughts were placed. Ashido was like a towering ancient tree rooted here. No matter how the wind and rain attacked, he would not waver in his determination to protect this place. Uehara Taiju took a deep breath and said, "Senior Ashido, take care." His voice was a little low, with the melancholy of parting. Ashido nodded slightly. "You too, kid, I hope you can go further and further on the road in the future." His eyes were full of encouragement and expectations, as if he was looking at a rising star. Uehara Taiju turned around and slowly walked towards the direction of the expeditionary camp. He knew that after this trip, he would face more unknown challenges and conspiracies with what he had gained in the Minos Grande forest. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30, sharing each other's experiences and interesting stories. In the quiet room a few days later, Uehara Taiju had returned to SEIREITEI safely. The light in the room gently fell through the gaps in the window, forming a patch of Madara light and shadow on the ground, like a natural ink painting slowly unfolding. The breeze blew gently, and the wind chimes by the window made a crisp and pleasant jingle, as if singing for his return. The wind chimes were made of top-grade colored glass, and their shape was like a bird spreading its wings to fly. Under the refraction of the sun, it emitted colorful light. He sat quietly on the couch, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, his deep eyes were full of concentration and expectation, and he concentrated on checking his ability panel. He raised his hand slightly, and a blue light curtain slowly unfolded in front of his eyes. The light curtain flickered with mysterious light, as if it was a door to the mystery of his own power, exuding a fascinating atmosphere. Around the light curtain, there were faint spirit particles floating around, like loyal guards guarding the secret key of this power. Name: Uehara Taiju, Taiju. Position: 7th seat of the first team. Ryutsu, 3rd class spirit power, captain level. Zanpakuto, Shikai. Zanpakuto, vice captain level. White hits, senior officer level. Kid, senior officer level. Shunpo, captain level. Reinforcement, 7 stars, a 6-star level slashing technique after 9 months. Abilities: 1 spatial perception, 2 spatial deflection, 3 primary spatial control. Secret skills: 1 time echo. 2 thunder slash. Seeing this line of words, Uehara Teiju's eyes flashed with excitement. This huge leap in the star level of reinforcement is undoubtedly the bright pearl of this harvest. He was promoted by 6 stars, which was the best testimony to his fierce battle with Isido in the Minos Grande forest and his life and death struggle with Jillian and other hollows. He was secretly glad that he had such an opportunity, which was not easy to come by. 9 months seemed long, but it passed in a flash. And he was not worried about his growth during this period, because the warlike Zaraki Kenpeki was like a whetstone, constantly sharpening his slashing skills. He thought of Zaraki Kenpeki's crazy fighting style, smiled slightly, and said, "Every battle with Zaraki Kenpeki will be a collision of sparks, and will inject new impetus into my slashing technique to strengthen the star level. It's just that the hidden Aizen is like a shadow in a fog, elusive. It's not easy to challenge him again, and in this seemingly calm SEIREITEI, it's hard to encounter a big scene that can greatly promote my strength. But I know in my heart that I will be reborn 9 months later. At that time, the slashing technique will have the power of destroying the world under the blessing of the power of space. Maybe it can really break the situation with force at the critical moment and split the unknown fate with one knife." There was firmness and confidence in his eyes, as if he had seen himself 9 months later, standing at the peak of power, overlooking the entire Soul Society. Since such a gratifying result has been achieved, how can we not celebrate it? Uehara Teiju's mouth slightly raised, revealing a happy smile. He called the attendant and said in a brisk tone, "Go, invite Miss Matsumoto Ranjaku." The attendant bowed respectfully, turned around and walked away quickly. Not long after, Matsumoto Ranjaku's graceful figure appeared in front of him. She was wearing a light pink kimono with exquisite sakura flower patterns embroidered on it. The sakura flower petals were lifelike, swaying gently with her steps, as if there were really sakura flowers dancing in the wind. Her hair fell like a waterfall, shining softly under the candle light. There was also an exquisite butterfly hairpin in her hair, and the butterfly's wings trembled slightly, as if it was about to fly high. There was a lively light in her eyes, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. The two sat opposite each other, with exquisite wine utensils and mellow wine in front of them. The candle light flickered, reflecting their faces, and the atmosphere gradually became warm and cheerful. Uehara Teiju picked up the wine pot, filled a glass of wine for Matsumoto Ranjaku, and said with a smile, "Ranjaku, I have gained a lot in Hueco Mundo this time, and I must drink with you today." Matsumoto Ranjaku took the wine glass and took a sip, his eyes full of curiosity and expectation. "Oh? Teiju, tell me quickly, what adventures have you had?" Uehara Teiju recounted his experience in the Minos Grande forest, from the battle with Jillian, to the competition with Isido, to the improvement of strength. Matsumoto Ranjaku listened attentively and exclaimed from time to time. Her eyes were wide open, as if she was sketching the scene of the fierce battle in her mind. One glass of wine after another went down her throat, and Uehara Teiju and Matsumoto Ranjaku both drank very happily. Laughter and joy echoed in the room, and they shared each other's experiences and interesting stories. Matsumoto Ranjaku smiled and said, "Tingshu-kun, you are really getting better and better. I can hardly keep up with you." There was a hint of ridicule in her tone, but also some sincere admiration. Uehara Tingshu gently held her hand, his eyes fell on her gently and firmly, and said, "Ranjaku, no matter how strong I become, your position in my heart will not change." Every move and every word he made inadvertently exuded a unique charm, allowing him to take the absolute initiative in this emotional fusion. He looked at Matsumoto Ranjaku, his heart full of love and pity, wanting to protect this beauty forever. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31. Uehara Teiju is really not simple. The scorching sun poured unreservedly on this barren sand dune. The gravel shone with golden brilliance under the light. Every grain of sand was like a tiny star that was ignited. The whole desert was like a golden ocean. The heat wave rolled and twisted the distant skyline wantonly, as if it was going to melt the world under its high temperature. The strong wind was like an angry beast, howling and sweeping past, ruthlessly earth coiling up the dust all over the sky. The dust was like fine needles, whipping people's faces, painfully, making this world look particularly vast and solemn, as if it was a corner forgotten by Shinigami, and only the fierce fighting atmosphere was filled in the air. Kuzujishi Yachiru stood quietly on a towering rock. Her petite body was like a tough pine tree in the strong wind, motionless and extremely firm. She was wearing the iconic black death suit of the 11th Division, and the hem of her clothes was fluttering in the wind, like a black flag dancing in the wind. Her eyes were like being attracted by a magnet, tightly locked on the fierce battle in the distance, and her eyes revealed an indescribable relief. Her pink cheeks were slightly reddened by the wind and sand, and a few strands of hair were stuck to her cheeks by sweat, but this did not affect her focused expression at all. Squinting her eyes slightly, she seemed to see through the flying sand and dust, and see every detail of the battlefield. She truly felt the joy surging in Zaraki Kenpaki's heart, a kind of fiery emotion that would only be ignited when encountering a truly equal opponent, like a long-buried fire, which now burst into brilliant sparks in Zaraki Kenpaki's heart. Kuzujishi Yachiru raised her chin slightly, revealing a playful arc, and stretched out her pink tongue to gently lick her chapped lips. A sly smile with a hint of pink-cut black quietly bloomed on her face. She thought to herself, "This Uehara Naiju is really not simple. He can make Kenpaki so excited. It seems that he is a worthy opponent, a man who can make Kenpaki's blood boil, a strong man who deserves to be chopped by Kenpaki. I don't know how long he can hold on under Kenpaki's fierce attack, but I am looking forward to seeing the result of this battle." At this moment, Ayasukawa Yumichika, the 3rd seat of the 11th Division, and Madarame Ikeku, the 5th seat, rushed over from a distance like a gust of wind. Their figures gradually became clear in the flying dust. Ayasukawa Yumichika was wearing the black death suit of the 11th Division, and the hem of his clothes was rustling in the wind. He had to use one hand to block the wind and sand to avoid fascinated by his beautiful eyes, which were now wide open in astonishment. Madarame Ikeku took big steps, each step was firm and powerful, bringing up a cloud of dust. His face was full of shock, his mouth slightly opened, as if he wanted to say something, but was stunned by the scene in front of him. When they witnessed the scene of this amazing battle in front of them, they were stunned, and the expressions on their faces froze, as if they were cast under a spell. Ayasukawa Yumichika's fair face became even more ruddy in astonishment, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "That man's beauty is not inferior to mine." There was a hint of disbelief in his voice, as if in his cognition. There was someone in the world who could compare with him in this unique beauty field, and this person was Uehara Niwa. He leaned slightly to Madarame Ikeku, touched him gently with his elbow, and whispered, "Ikeku, look at that guy, his fighting posture, his ryotsu fluctuations, isn't there a different kind of beauty? Look at the movement of his sword, so smooth, so powerful, like dancing a dance of death." Madarame Ikeku was also shocked. He widened his eyes, as if he saw something incredible, and said loudly, "This is the first time I've seen Boss Zaraki so serious, and that man is not losing. How is this possible? Where did he come from?" It was like a storm in their hearts. In the hearts of the two of them, Zaraki Kenpaki has always been an invincible existence like a god. In their minds, killing is as easy as a knife for Zaraki Kenpaki. It is a symbol of absolute power and a goal they look up to and follow. Madarame Ikeku scratched his head and said in confusion, "This Uehara Naiju is just a kid who just graduated. How can he be so powerful? Does he have any special training methods or secret weapons?" Ayasukawa Yumichika snorted disdainfully. "Humph, who knows, maybe he is just lucky. However, he can't be arrogant for too long in the 11th Division's territory. After this battle is over, I must find him to compete and let him know how powerful our 11th Division is. In their simple and fanatical beliefs, the 11th Division is the strongest division, and Zaraki Kenpeki is undoubtedly the strongest captain. No one can match him. In their view, Aizen is just an insignificant character, a color pen who is not qualified to be compared with Zaraki Kenpeki. After all, in their perception, there is a huge gap between captains, and Aizen can only occupy a place at the child's table in their hearts. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeki, who was at the core of the battlefield, was also in turmoil. His tall and strong body stood upright in the wind and sand, like an unshakable mountain. His upper body clothes were soaked with sweat, tightly attached to his strong muscles, highlighting his powerful figure. He has been on the battlefield for many years and experienced countless battles. Those opponents were as fragile as ants under his knife, but now, he has encountered such a difficult opponent as Uehara Niwachu. Every time he swung the extremely sharp blade in his hand, he was determined to kill, and every time he slashed, he felt that he could put the opponent to death. However, the reality surprised him greatly. Let alone killing Uehara Niwachu, he even found it difficult to chop the opponent down. But this not only did not make him feel frustrated, but also made him feel unprecedented excitement. His eyes became more and more fiery, as if burning with two flames, and the ryotsu on his body was like boiling magma, rolling violently, and he roared loudly. "Haha, good boy, come again. It's a pleasure to meet you today. I want to see how many moves you can take from me." It was as if he was announcing to the world that he was full of fighting spirit at the moment. If an experienced netizen traveled to the world of Shinigami at this time and witnessed this scene, he might not help but exclaim, "I know, it's power dissipation, a very high degree of power dissipation. Master Shu, this is not how to fight. This guy's fighting skills are really unique, I don't know how he practiced it." And in this fierce battle, where the blades intersected, the light of the slashing technique collided with each other, emitting dazzling sparks, and the ryotsu hit each other like surging waves. The majestic momentum and powerful shock wave were like a raging storm, instantly raising thousands of sand grains. Under the impact of this force, several surrounding sand dunes were ruthlessly flattened, turning into a flat sandy land, leaving only deep gullies. Those gullies were like scars on the earth, witnessing the fierceness and cruelty of this battle. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32. The intensity of this battle is simply unheard of. The strong wind was like a crazy demon, still raging unrestrainedly on this barren sand dune. The sand and gravel in the sky seemed to be under a spell, flying and dancing in the air with the whistling wind. They collided with each other, making a rustling sound, as if they were the most fanatical and loyal audience of this fierce battle, greedy for the blood and passion on the battlefield, and reluctant to leave. In the battlefield, the flames of the battle were burning fiercely, and the blazing flames seemed to burn a hole in the sky. There was no sign of extinguishing, but it became more and more intense like an out-of-control wildfire. Uehara Niwachu and Zaraki Kenpeki were like two war gods who came from ancient mythology, exuding a chilling breath. Their fighting power was like a rocket that was ignited, rising step by step, constantly breaking through their own limits. Every confrontation seemed to be fighting against the sky and fighting against fate. On the dangerous edge of the battlefield, the elite soldiers of the 11th Division, who were famous for their iron-blooded bellicosity, had lost their usual bravery and fearlessness. Fear clearly appeared on their faces, and their bodies trembled unconsciously, as if they were suppressed by the invisible pressure on the battlefield. Their feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and they dared not move at all, let alone approach this battlefield that was like hell on earth. They could only stand there from a distance, their eyes wide open, full of shock and disbelief, their mouths slightly open, and from time to time they uttered exclamations, with deep shock and fear in their voices. In their eyes, Uehara Teju and Zaraki Kenpeki were like two monsters from ancient myths. Their fighting methods and fighting strength were far beyond their understanding, as if they came from another mysterious and powerful world. Is this still a human? The intensity of this battle is simply unheard of. An elite soldier swallowed hard, his voice trembling, his eyes full of fear of this unknown power, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, gleaming in the sunlight. Is that Uehara Teju really a newcomer? How could he have such a terrifying strength? Another soldier echoed, his eyes full of doubts and confusion. He unconsciously tightened his weapon in his hand, as if this would bring him a sense of security, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner uneasiness. And those slightly more sensitive hollows, after feeling this Ryotsu that was powerful enough to make their souls tremble, were even more frightened and fled. They knew very well that once they were caught in the storm of this battle, they would be destroyed. A hollow was running away, and he shouted to his companions in fear. "Run! These two guys are too scary. We are no match for them. That Ryotsu is like crushing our souls." Its voice became sharp and piercing because of fear, and it echoed in the empty desert, adding a bit of panic. In the distance of the battlefield, the Aizen trio was moving steadily towards the hollow palace where Baragan was. Ichimaru-jin's slender eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile hung on the corners of his mouth. He stopped first and turned to look in the direction of the Ryotsu explosion. There was a subtle surprise in his eyes, but he soon returned to his cynical look. As if everything in the world was just a game in his eyes. This Ryotsu fluctuation is really amazing. It seems that there is a good show going on over there. Ichimaru-jin said softly, with a hint of ridicule in his voice, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth seemed to hide a deeper mind, which made people unpredictable. Tosen-kan stood aside expressionlessly. Although his blind eyes could not see the situation on the battlefield, he could roughly guess the intensity of the battle over there through Ryotsu's keen perception. He frowned slightly, the muscles on his face slightly tensed, and said, "The strength of these two people should not be underestimated. The result of this battle may have an impact on the entire Soul Society. We can't take it lightly and must always pay attention to the changes in the situation." His voice was low and calm, revealing a kind of caution after careful consideration. Aizen looked calm, with a hint of deep thinking in his eyes. He quietly looked at the direction where Ryotsu broke out. Under that calm face, it seemed that there was a stormy mind hidden. After a moment, he slowly said, "No matter what, our target is Baragan, don't be distracted by these trivial matters. Let them fight to their heart's content. Our plan cannot afford to fail and must proceed step by step." After that, he lowered his head again and continued on his way forward. His steady steps seemed to measure the magnificent conspiracy they were about to set off. This time, they had a grand goal, to subdue the king of Hueco Mundo and bring him under their command, to add a powerful boost to their upcoming grand plan, which was like an invisible net that was slowly closing in. On the battlefield, the battle entered a white-hot stage, and the most intense moment had arrived. A sharp light flashed in Uehara Teju's eyes, and the light was like lightning across the night sky, bright and dazzling, as if it instantly lit up the space around him. In this life-and-death battle, he relied on his innate talent, extraordinary wisdom, and unique and profound understanding of power to successfully develop a killer move that perfectly combined shunpo, slashing techniques, and the power of space, flying thunder slash. He flashed and disappeared in an instant, and the air around him seemed to be emptied by his sudden disappearance, forming a small vacuum zone. Then, like a black lightning, he instantly appeared in front of Zaraki Kenpeki with endless power. The Zanpakuta in his hand was wrapped in powerful force. Under the reflection of the sun, it flashed with cold light, which seemed to penetrate the soul and slashed at the opponent fiercely. This knife was as fast as the wind and as powerful as a bamboo. It seemed to be able to tear the air and cut off everything that blocked it. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted by the power of this knife. With a puff, blood splashed out. A deep scar that could be seen to the bone appeared on Zaraki Kenpeiki's body in an instant. The hideous wound seemed to tell the power of this knife. The blood flowed out of the wound and dripped on the hot sand. It was instantly sucked dry, leaving only a dark red mark, like a devil's claw mark. This knife magically ignored Zaraki Kenpeiki's terrifying Ryutsu defense and caused a shocking real damage. After being injured, Zaraki Kenpeiki showed no fear or discouragement. On the contrary, his eyes were burning with more violent and excited flames, which seemed to burn his reason to ashes. He raised his head to the sky and roared, and the sound echoed over the desert like thunder, as if announcing his indomitable and brave to the world, and as if issuing the wildest challenge to his opponent. "Ha, good boy. Interesting." Zaraki Kenpeiki laughed loudly. His laughter was full of enthusiasm for fighting and desire for the strong, and then he raised the knife in his hand high, and all the strength of his body was concentrated on this knife. His muscles were tense, and his veins were bulging, like a winding little snake twisting under the skin, and each muscle contained amazing explosive power. With this knife, he had released most of his current strength, and its power was strong enough to kill an ordinary captain-level Shinigami in an instant. The air around him seemed to be compressed by this power, forming an invisible pressure. As Zaraki Kenpeiki slashed down fiercely, the Uehara Naiju in front of him suddenly broke into pieces, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood mist. The scene was horrifying, as if it was a bloody nightmare. However, just as everyone was shocked, the scattered flesh and blood suddenly disappeared like smoke, leaving only an empty sandy land, as if Uehara Naiju had never appeared here, and everything was just an illusion. It turned out that Uehara Naiju decisively activated the secret skill of Time Echo at the critical moment, like performing a magical magic, and disappeared instantly. At this time, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. "Fortunately, I have a trick up my sleeve, otherwise it would be dangerous today. This Zaraki Kenpeiki is really worthy of his reputation. If this continues, I will have to die here." He knew clearly that his Ryutsu and physical strength had been consumed by more than half of the battles so far, and it would not be wise to continue to fight hard. Moreover, there was no deep hatred between him and Zaraki Kenpeiki. This was just a competition. Why risk his life? Zaraki Kenpeiki was stunned when he saw Uehara Naiju disappearing suddenly. He stood there blankly, holding the knife high in his hand, with astonishment and confusion written all over his face. A voice kept echoing in his heart. "Where is he? Where is my opponent who is so strong and durable? He was having a great time chopping, and now he is gone?" His eyes revealed a trace of loss and unwillingness, as if a child had lost his favorite toy. "Where did this kid go?" Zaraki Kenpeiki muttered to himself, with a hint of anger in his voice. He looked around and tried to find the trace of Uehara Naiju, but he found nothing except the sand that was ravaged by the battle. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33, Little Tree, So Cunning. The scorching sun was high in the sky, like a huge burning golden ball, ruthlessly burning the barren sand dunes. The hot gravel flashed with dazzling light like a needle tip under the strong sunlight, as if every grain of sand was silently protesting and venting its dissatisfaction with the heat. The strong wind was like an angry beast, whistling and sweeping past, rolling up layers of sand waves, which were like surging waves, one after another, making this world more and more desolate and lonely, as if it was a corner forgotten by the world. On a rock that stood abruptly, Kuzujishi Yachiru stood there lightly like a smart elf. She was wearing the iconic black death suit of the 11th Squadron, and the corners of her clothes fluttered in the raging wind, like a smart swallowtail, fluttering. Her small palm rested on her forehead, like a sailor looking into the distance, squinting her eyes, trying to penetrate the layers of sand curtains and find the traces of Uehara Nishiki's departure. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, slowly slid down her pink cheeks, dripped on the rocks under her feet, and were instantly absorbed, leaving only a faint stain of water. He ran away. Little tree, so cunning. Kuzujishi Yachiru's crisp voice floated in the wind, with a bit of anger and playfulness. Her eyes flashed with a smart light, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. According to her keen instinct like a beast, she stretched out her slender fingers, pointed in a direction, and shouted loudly. Over there, he must have run over there. Her tone was firm and confident, as if she had seen Uehara Nishiki's fleeing figure with her own eyes, and she looked like an explorer who had found clues to the treasure, excited and persistent. At this moment, she was thinking to herself. Zayashu is really not a simple guy. He can slip away from Kenpeiki's eyes. However, this is more interesting. I want to see if Kenpeiki can catch up with him. And below, Zaraki Kenpeiki was like a towering god of war, exuding a chilling aura. On his tall and strong body, the muscles bulged like hard rocks, full of power, and his bronze skin shone in the sun. The upper body of the death suit had been stained with blood. The blood from the wound slowly flowed down his solid muscles and dripped onto the hot sand. It was instantly sucked dry, leaving only a dark red mark, as if the sand was greedily devouring the hot blood. However, he didn't pay any attention to the bleeding wound on his body. The pain of the wound seemed to be as insignificant to him as a mosquito bite. His eyes were burning with a fiery fighting spirit, like two balls of blazing fire. Without saying a word, he took a big step and chased in the direction pointed by Kuzujishi Yachiru. In his heart, there was only one thought, that is, to catch up with the opponent who made his blood boil and compete with him again. He thought to himself. Uehara Naiju, don't think about escaping so easily, I must find you, this battle is not over yet. In fact, Uehara Naiju was in the opposite direction, using his exquisite control of the power of space to quietly move away from the battlefield. His figure was looming in the wind and sand, like a ghost, and quickly disappeared into the distance. He was secretly thankful in his heart. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would be in trouble today. However, after this battle, I have to improve my strength. Zaraki Kenpeiki is not so easy to deal with. The two people's clueless pursuit was destined to go in opposite directions from the beginning, as if fate played a little joke on them at this moment, making them stage a seemingly absurd but passionate farce in this vast desert. Not far away, Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika stood there blankly, looking at each other, their expressions frozen, as if they were cast under a spell, still immersed in the shocking scene just now, unable to believe their eyes. Their hearts were like a storm, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. Madarame Ikeko was born into an aristocracy. He once lived in the aristocratic world that seemed prosperous and glorious, but was actually corrupt and hypocritical. He has a unique hairstyle, and the towering bun seems to be a symbol of his inner rebellion and unruliness. In that gorgeous aristocratic mansion, he has seen too many intrigues and deceptions. Those so-called nobles, on the surface, are gentle and elegant, but in fact they are dark inside and will do anything for a little benefit. At a family banquet, he witnessed an elder secretly framing his own brother in order to compete for a little benefit in the family. The elder seemed to be talking and laughing on the surface, but secretly instructed his men to poison his brother's wine. Seeing his brother fall down in pain, there was no pity in his eyes, only the pride after success. At that moment, Madarame Ikeko was completely disappointed with this aristocratic world. He had stood alone in the courtyard of the mansion on countless nights, looking at the stars in the night sky, and sighed in his heart. This sense of transparency matched his unique hairstyle so well. Once, Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika wandered around Rukanga. They were like two beasts out of the cage, attacking anyone they saw. The streets and alleys of Rukanga were full of traces of their battles. With their own strong strength, they broke out a reputation in the chaotic streets. Every time they fought, they were merciless. Madarame Ikeko's fists were full of anger, and he hit those who dared to provoke him fiercely, shouting, Let you guys see how powerful I am. His fists were like a hammer as big as a sandbag, and every swing was accompanied by a whistling sound, as if it could tear the air apart. Yasukawa Yumichika stood aside, using his unique kid technique to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. His kid technique was gorgeous and deadly, with blue riot soul light flashing in his hands, turning into sharp blades, shooting at the enemy's vital points. Their fighting style was fierce and direct, and every move was filled with anger and dissatisfaction with the world. Until that day, they met Zaraki Kenpeki, a man as dazzling and powerful as the sun. In the battle with Zaraki Kenpeki, they truly experienced what an absolute power gap was. Zaraki Kenpeki only swung his sword lightly, and the powerful Ryotsu came like a tidal wave, making them almost breathless. They lost completely and cleanly, without any room for resistance. However, Zaraki Kenpeki did not take Madarame Ikeko's life as requested when he was defeated, but completely convinced the two with his powerful and unique charm. At that moment, Zaraki Kenpeki's image in their hearts instantly sublimated and became a god-like existence. From then on, they always called Zaraki Kenpeki Boss Zaraki instead of Captain Zaraki. Because, deep in their hearts, they followed Zaraki Kenpeki as a person, his fearless fighting spirit and strong strength, not just the position of captain of the 11th Division. But today, the god in their hearts seemed to fall. Moreover, it fell to a yellow-haired boy who had just graduated from Shinigami Academy not long ago. This sudden change made them unable to accept the reality, as if what they had always believed in began to collapse at this moment. How is this possible? Who exactly is that Uehara Naiju? Madarame Ikeko widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, his voice trembled slightly, breaking the silence. His hands clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turned white because of the force, and his heart was full of doubts and unwillingness. Yasukawa Yumichika also swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "I can't believe that the boss was actually injured by him. Is this kid a supernatural being?" His eyes were full of shock and confusion, and the figure of Uehara Naiju in battle kept appearing in his mind, trying to find out why he could hurt Zaraki Kenpeki. There was a trace of confusion and bewilderment in their eyes, and a voice kept echoing in their hearts, "How is this possible?" However, they also knew that this was exactly the enemy that Zaraki had been pursuing, and the kind of battle that he longed for that could truly challenge his limits. They were just shocked by Uehara Naiju's strength and amazing talent. A newcomer who graduated just over a month ago could injure the strongest captain in their hearts. This was simply incredible, as if a new star was rising at an astonishing speed and piercing the sky. It was going to heaven. Madarame Ikeko frowned slightly, looked at Yasukawa Yumichika, and asked, "Yumichika, what do you think we should do next? Will there be any changes in the 11th Division after the boss's setback this time?" There was a hint of worry in his voice. After all, the 11th Division has always been the most powerful in their hearts, and Zaraki Kenpeki is their spiritual pillar. Yasukawa Yumichika shook his head and said helplessly, "I don't know, but we can't just wait like this. Maybe we should go back to the team first and see what happens." He didn't have any clues in his mind, but he felt that it was a safer approach to go back to the team now. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34, It's Really Well Hidden. The blazing sun was like a burning golden ball, hanging high above the vast desert of Hueco Mundo, which looked like an endless sea of yellow sand, mercilessly pouring out thousands of rays of light. Every grain of sand was like a tiny star ignited by the heat, emitting a dazzling and hot golden glow, illuminating this barren land as bright as day, and the heat was unbearable. The strong wind was like a group of ferocious beasts that had gone mad, carrying sand and gravel, roaring and running wantonly in this deadly desert, making sharp and piercing whistling sounds like ghosts and wolves howling, as if the desert was roaring angrily, venting its dissatisfaction with this harsh environment. Uehara Teju stood upright and resolutely in this vast sea of sand, wearing a black death suit that fit his slender and agile body tightly, and the corners of his clothes fluttered in the raging wind. His eyes, as deep as a pool, stared at a seemingly empty space in front of him, revealing a trace of vigilance and solemnity, as if there was a huge danger threatening his life. In that empty space, quietly hiding was a mysterious figure, Tosin Kaname, whose figure was tightly covered by the Ryotsuo invisibility cloak. The concealment effect of this invisibility cloak was amazing, blending Tosin Kaname's figure and breath seamlessly into the surrounding environment, as if he was part of the desert, natural and harmonious. If it weren't for Uehara Nijo's unique and sharp, sixth sense-like spatial perception ability, no matter how he opened his eyes and searched carefully, he would never find this guy with 2 layers of invisibility protection colors, as if this person had become one with the desert and disappeared between the vast world. The corners of Uehara Nijo's mouth slightly raised, outlining a slightly sarcastic smile, and that smile faintly revealed a hint of confidence and unruliness. He thought to himself, "It's really well hidden, but you're unlucky to meet me." There was a hint of determination in his eyes, and he couldn't help but recall the origin of this invisibility cloak in his mind. This magical prop is SEIREITEI Dream, a masterpiece carefully developed by Uehara Kisuke. Its exquisite design can not only cleverly hide the body, making it difficult for the naked eye to find traces, as if the person wearing it has stepped into another invisible world, but also effectively cover the Ryotsuo breath, making it difficult for even Shinigami with spiritual power perception as sharp as a hound to detect its existence, like a ghost hiding in the ocean of spiritual power. Uehara Teju can even imagine that if a cook who is keen on collecting all kinds of strange and weird items knows about this treasure, he will probably be so greedy that his eyes will light up and his saliva will flow down, and that greedy look seems to be right in front of him. However, things are unpredictable. Later, Uehara Kisuke was forced to flee SEIREITEI for various complicated reasons, and the sinister Aizen took the opportunity to take this precious equipment for himself. From then on, this invisibility cloak became his powerful tool for doing things in secret, just like a sharp blade hidden in the dark, ready to stab the enemy's vital points at any time. In the past few days, the Aizen trio was like a group of cunning foxes. With the help of this invisibility cloak and Aizen's unpredictable Kaika Suijutsu ability, they secretly hid the people of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force and did their unscrupulous private work in Hueco Mundo. Their figures were looming in the desert, like ghosts, shuttling in every corner, carrying out those shameful activities, but they thought no one noticed, but they didn't know that their every move had fallen into the eyes of Uehara Niwa. Uehara Teju crossed his arms, frowned slightly, forming a deep character, and thought unhappily. "I like to be lazy and slack off occasionally, which is fine, but I can't stand others doing this under my nose. Besides, I am now a member of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. Although I am not valued by those so-called senior leaders, I am still a supervisor. This group of people are good. They take private jobs to dig into Godei 13's corners, but they don't think of me at all, and they don't care about human relationships at all. If this goes on, how can I find opportunities to improve my strength and realize my ambitions in this chaotic world? This won't do. I have to teach them a lesson and let them know that I, Uehara Teju, am not easy to mess with." Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Uehara Teju's eyes, like lightning across the night sky, and that light contained endless determination and courage. Without any hesitation, he pushed his feet hard on the ground and instantly launched Shunpo. The whole person rushed towards the direction where Tosin Kaname was hiding like a black lightning, so fast that it seemed to tear the air. He raised the Zanpakuta in his hand high, and the blade flashed coldly under the reflection of the sun, as if it could freeze and tear the air apart. With an extremely fierce momentum, he chopped it hard, as if he wanted to cut off all obstacles in front of him. As the captain of the 9th Division, Tosin Kaname, despite being blind, can occupy a place in this Shinigami world full of strong people and fierce competition. Naturally, he is no ordinary person. Of course, he is able to have his current status and prestige not because of his innate skin color, but because of his own strong strength. This guy's spiritual perception is beyond ordinary people's imagination, just like the powerful observation haki possessed by Fujitora in the One Piece world, which is unique. His spiritual perception is like an invisible net, spreading in the surrounding space, and any slight movement can hardly escape his perception. Therefore, even if Uehara Tejo cleverly concealed his own breath with the help of the power of space, at the moment when the sharp blade was about to touch Tosen Kaname's body, as a captain-level strongman, Tosen Kaname still relied on his excellent spiritual perception to keenly perceive the approach of danger, just like a bat alert in the dark, able to accurately perceive the dangerous breath around. His body reacted instinctively, and immediately performed shunpo, flashed, and dodged by a hair's breadth. His movements were agile and decisive, without the slightest drag, as if he had already practiced such dangerous scenes countless times. After Tosen Kaname stabilized his body, he frowned, with a look of confusion and vigilance on his face. Although his blind eyes could not see the scene in front of him, he roughly guessed the identity of the person with his spiritual perception. Uehara Naiju? Why did he attack me here? This guy had a thrilling battle with Zaraki Kenpeki on the sand dunes a few days ago. Why did he suddenly come to me now? His whereabouts are like a ghost, making people unpredictable. Speaking of which, it was the same last time. This guy challenged my beloved Aizen without any warning. What is his purpose? Is he deliberately making trouble? Or is there someone behind him directing him? Tosen Kaname's heart was like a mess, and all kinds of questions came one after another, drowning him like a tide, making him a little overwhelmed for a while, and fell into deep confusion, as if he was lost in a foggy forest and couldn't find the direction. Although Uehara Tejo missed the target, he did not give up. His eyes became more determined, staring at Tosen Kaname closely. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles and see Tosen Kaname hidden under the invisibility cloak. He said loudly, "Tosen Kaname, since I bumped into you today, you can't get away easily. I will not sit idly by and watch what you did in secret. I don't care who is backing you up, or what your purpose is. Since I found out, you have to give me an explanation." His voice was low and powerful, echoing in the empty desert, revealing an unquestionable majesty, as if he was a righteous messenger from an ancient myth, coming to punish those who did evil in the dark, making the desert tremble. At this time, a gust of wind whistled past, rolling up the dust all over the sky, making the visibility around even lower, as if the whole world was in chaos. Uehara Naiju narrowed his eyes slightly, looking around vigilantly, holding the Zanpakuto tightly in his hand, ready to deal with Tosen Kaname's possible counterattack at any time. Tosen Kaname was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "Uehara Naiju, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. You don't know what you are doing at all. You are courting death." There was a hint of cold anger in his voice, as if he was angered by Uehara Naiju's sudden attack, and seemed to be trying to hide his inner uneasiness. Uehara Naiju snorted coldly and responded, "Searching for death? I think the good days of you who are secretly doing tricks are over. Today, I will reveal your true colors and let everyone see your ugly deeds." His words were loud and clear, full of determination and fighting spirit, and he was not intimidated by Tosen Kaname's threats at all. And under this seemingly calm desert, there are countless unknown dangers and variables. 11 reading books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35. This is simply the opposite of Tian Gang. The blazing sun was like countless burning golden arrows, mercilessly shooting at the vast desert of Hueco Mundo. Every grain of sand was like a tiny star ignited by the heat, emitting scorching heat, as if it was the silent protest and struggle of the desert. The strong wind carried the sand and gravel, just like a wild beast with mad hair, rushing across this barren land, making a whistling sound. The sound was sometimes sharp like a ghost crying, and sometimes dull like thunder, as if telling the fierce confrontation that was about to take place on this land, and it seemed that the desert was lamenting for the upcoming bloody battle. Uehara stood quietly on a towering sand dune. He was wearing a black death suit. The texture of the death suit was tight and thick, but it could not resist the invasion of the heat in the desert. The corners of the clothes fluttered wildly in the wind, like a black flag dancing in the wind. His face has strong lines, like a knife and an axe, and his deep eyes reveal a hint of coldness and decisiveness, as if everything in the world is just a passing cloud in his eyes, and only the Mirakuwa in his hand is his most cherished partner at this moment. To be honest, in his heart, he doesn't care about Aizen's so-called majesty and status. In his opinion, Aizen is just a hypocrite blinded by power and desire. Those actions and words that Aizen's followers regard as gods are just a ridiculous farce in the eyes of Uehara Teju. And Aizen has long been disgusted with Uehara Teju because of his unruly and arrogant. In the eyes of Aizen's followers, Aizen is the bright star hanging high in the sky, the only guiding light in their hearts, and an existence that cannot be desecrated. Every time Aizen appears, they will look up with reverent eyes, as if he is the savior who has come to the world. Tosin Kaname, as one of Aizen's most loyal subordinates, took every word of Aizen as his guiding principle. Aizen's thoughts had already been deeply imprinted in his heart, and he became Aizen's most staunch supporter. If it weren't for the orders issued by Aizen not to act rashly, he would have gone to Uehara Niwaja without hesitation when he followed the team to Hueco Mundo this time, and taught him a lesson with his own strength, so that he would know the consequences of disrespecting Aizen. He had imagined the scene of fighting with Uehara Niwaja countless times in his mind, imagining how he would use the blade in his hand to make this arrogant guy kneel down and beg for mercy to defend the dignity of Aizen. However, things are unpredictable. Tosin Kaname never thought that before they had any action against Uehara Niwaja, this guy would take the initiative to come to them, and even take such a despicable sneak attack. This instantly ignited the anger in Tosin Kaname's heart, as if a long-dormant volcano suddenly erupted. In his opinion, this was simply against the will of heaven and violated all common sense and order. He had originally speculated that the shocking battle between Uehara Niwaja and Zaraki Kenpeki a few days ago must have been initiated by Zaraki Kenpeki. After all, in his cognition, Zaraki Kenpeki was a warlike madman. The violent aura and desire for battle exuded from his body made him feel that it was common for Zaraki Kenpeki to chop down anyone he saw, and it was not surprising to do such a thing. But now, Uehara Niwaja attacked him without any warning, which made him wonder, is Uehara Niwaja also the kind of madman who has no reason and only knows how to act by force? Or, is this guy also secretly colluding with those evil Minos Grande, and has some ulterior motives? His heart was full of doubts and anger, like a mess, and he couldn't figure it out. In a flash of thought, Tosin Kaname's face became extremely gloomy, and his originally dark face seemed to be covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. He said coldly, Uehara Niwaja, how dare you attack me? Do you know what you are doing? You are just a seat officer, but you have the courage to attack me, the captain. What kind of intention do you have? You are so reckless, aren't you afraid of being punished? There was a hint of suppressed anger in his voice, as if he was an enraged lion. Although he was still restraining his emotions for the time being, his slightly trembling hands and heaving chest betrayed his inner excitement, which could explode at any time and tear the enemy in front of him into pieces. Uehara Niwaja looked calm, he raised his chin slightly, and the line of his chin looked more resolute under the reflection of the sun, and his eyes revealed a hint of sarcasm and teasing, as if he was laughing at Tosin Kaname's anger being so ignorant and ridiculous. He responded calmly. You did it too. Besides, does one need a reason to crush insects to death? Do you remember how many ants you crushed to death? His words were like cold arrows, piercing straight into the depths of Tosin Kaname's heart. Every word was like a sharp dagger, stirring fiercely in Tosin Kaname's heart. On the hollow night 100 years ago, Tosin Kaname, who was only the 5th seat of the 9th Division at that time, opened the mysterious and powerful Benkai Cricket. Under the cover of darkness, his figure was like a ghost, and he attacked several captains one after another. That incident shocked the entire Shinigami world. Countless lives disappeared in that disaster, and it also led to the birth of Vizard. Therefore, Tosin Kaname was the initiator of the attack on the captain as a seat officer. Now Uehara Niwaju is doing this, just to treat him in his own way. Is there any special reason for him? Really not. Maybe he just wanted to find a way to pass the time in this boring Hueco Mundo, and find a free sparring partner for himself, so that his strength can be further improved in the battle. In his heart, these so-called captains are just stumbling blocks or stepping stones on his way forward. He doesn't care about other people's opinions and evaluations, and only pursues his inner strength and freedom. Hearing Uehara Niju's understated answer, Tosin Kaname's heart was in turmoil, and his face showed an unconcealable shock. His lips, which were originally tightly closed, opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but was choked by the shock in his heart. They thought they did it very secretly 100 years ago, and they carefully planned every detail. All traces were carefully erased by them, just like a spider carefully weaving its own web, hiding all the clues tightly. Except for those Shinigami who escaped by chance, this matter should have been buried under the dust of history in the entire Shinigami world, and no one knew about it. But now, Uehara Niju is like a person who holds all the secrets, and ruthlessly reveals his long-healed but extremely ugly scars. This made Tosin Kaname feel a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He began to re-examine the man in front of him, this man who seemed to hide countless secrets. How much did he know about them? What amazing move will he make next? And what actions will Aizen take after learning about this? Will he retaliate against Uehara Niju at all costs, or will he have a more secret and dangerous plan? His heart was full of worries and fears, as if he was in a dark fog and couldn't find the direction. Tosin Kaname took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He clenched the weapon in his hand and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Uehara Teju, who are you? How do you know these things? Do you have any ulterior motives?" He stared at Uehara Teju closely, as if he wanted to find the answer from his face. Uehara Teju sneered and replied, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that your tricks don't escape my eyes. As for my purpose, you will know it soon." His tone was full of confidence and mystery, making people unpredictable. At this time, the strong wind in the desert seemed to be more violent, and the gravel kept hitting the two people, making a rustling sound, as if it was the background music of this confrontation. Uehara Teju and Tosin Kaname both stood there quietly, and no one took the initiative. The air was filled with tension, as if a tight string could break at any time, triggering a more intense battle. In the distance, a vulture was circling in the sky, its sharp eyes staring at the two people below, as if waiting for the start of a bloody feast. Its figure in the sky looked particularly lonely and desolate, like the guardian of this desert, witnessing everything that happened here. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, Wonderful Inventions. In the scorching Hueco Mundo desert, the sun was like a burning golden ball, ruthlessly scorching the earth, turning every grain of sand into hot gold. The entire desert seemed like a golden sea of fire, with heat waves rolling and distorting the distant skyline. The strong wind was like a mad beast, carrying sand and gravel and flying wantonly, making a sharp whistle, as if it was the angry roar of the desert. Uehara Niju stood upright on a sand dune, his black death suit tightly attached to his body, the part soaked by sweat had dried up, leaving white salt stains. His face was firm and cold, his deep eyes stared at Tosin Kaname, who was not far away and was covered by Ryotsu's invisible cloak. He thought to himself, he had just entered this soul society 4 years ago, how did this person know about this? And he actually said it out loud without any scruples. Various possibilities flashed through his mind. Could it be that this guy suspected that he was colluding with Urahara Kisuke? Urahara Kisuke was a mysterious figure in Seoul society. The various strange props and unfathomable technologies he developed made many people both awed and feared. Those wonderful inventions, from tools that can hide the breath of Ryotsu to elixirs with magical effects, are all amazing. If he is considered a pawn of Urahara, he will undoubtedly fall into a huge Uzumaki, suspected and suppressed by various forces. Perhaps in their eyes, his sudden strength can only be explained by the power of Urahara. He frowned slightly, his eyes revealed a trace of vigilance and solemnity, and his hands unconsciously clenched the Mirakawa in his hands, as if this could bring him a sense of security. Tosen Kaname hid under the invisibility cloak. Although he looked calm on the outside, his heart was also turbulent. When he heard Uehara Teiju mention the secrets of 100 years ago, he felt deeply uneasy, as if there were invisible eyes watching their every move and knowing all their secrets. Now, coupled with the situation of knowing his origins inexplicably, he suddenly felt murderous. In his opinion, Uehara Teiju was too dangerous, like a bomb that could explode at any time, and he must not be kept alive. If he continued to live, who knew how many more secrets would be revealed, which would pose a huge threat to their carefully planned plans, and might even lead to the collapse of the entire plan. Moreover, he knew very well that SEIREITEI's style of doing things would never allow such a powerful and difficult to control person to exist in the world. At this moment, he had made up his mind to keep Uehara Teiju here forever, killing him to silence him, so as to eliminate future troubles. His hands trembled slightly, not because of fear, but because of the murderous intention that was about to be put into action. His breathing became rapid. Although he tried his best to control it, the waves in his heart still made his breath a little disordered. Tosen Kaname's face became more and more gloomy, as if covered by a thick layer of dark clouds, and his eyes revealed a cold murderous intent, which was like two sharp cold knives, piercing straight at Uehara Niwaju. He said coldly. "So that's it, I understand. You are just like that beast, a madman obsessed with fighting. You are evil and need to be purged." His voice was like the cold wind in the desert, dry, cold, and chilling. It seemed that he had regarded Uehara Niwaju as a man who was doomed to die. Every word was squeezed out from his teeth, with a strong murderous intent. Uehara Teiju pretended to be surprised, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "You want to attack me? Aren't you Aizen's dog? Why are you so disobedient? Is it really okay to disobey Aizen's orders like this? Aren't you afraid that Aizen will beat you with a stick?" His words were like sharp knives, stabbing straight into Tosen Kaname's heart, trying to disturb his mind. In his mind, Tosen Kaname was just a poor fellow brainwashed by Aizen, blindly following Aizen's footsteps and doing things that went against his conscience. As he spoke, he slightly turned sideways, adjusted his stance, spread his feet slightly apart, bent his knees slightly, and prepared to dodge attacks at any time. When Tosen Kaname heard these words, his anger grew even stronger, as if a bucket of hot oil was poured on him, burning fiercely. He didn't want to say anything more to Uehara Niwaju, nor did he want to think about why Uehara Niwaju knew Aizen's orders so clearly. In his opinion, this guy was too talkative, and every word seemed to challenge his bottom line. He really deserved to be killed. He had only one thought in his mind, that is, to use the weapon in his hand to completely get rid of this annoying guy in front of him. In fact, before the Hueco Mundo expedition began, Aizen did clearly say that he only needed to observe Uehara Niwaju, and didn't need to take action. The reason behind this was naturally that Uehara Niwaju was like a mysterious person who knew the script, and he clearly understood Aizen's psychological weaknesses. Although Aizen is ruthless and doesn't take the weak seriously, he has a special liking for the strong. Just like he was reluctant to kill Ichimaru Jin, who had always been disloyal and even wanted to kill him, he also treated Kurosaki Ichigo, who had amazing potential, as his own son, giving him the opportunity and space to grow. And now, Uehara Naijo has the extremely rare and powerful space-type Zanpakuta in the Shinigami world. The potential he has shown has made the captains look at him sideways. How could Aizen easily kill him? However, Tosen Kaname was overwhelmed by anger at this moment. He no longer cared about Aizen's orders and slowly raised the weapon in his hand. The weapon flashed a cold light under the sunlight. As he moved, the Ryotsu on his body began to fluctuate violently, and circles of black Ryotsu spread outward like ripples. The surrounding air seemed to become heavy because of this powerful Ryotsu, as if it was injected with lead, making it difficult to breathe. Seeing this, Uehara Teijo's eyes became sharper. He took a deep breath and raised his Ryotsu to ultimate. A faint silver light appeared around his body, which formed a sharp contrast with Tosen Kaname's black Ryotsu. He stared at Tosen Kaname's every move, secretly thinking about how to deal with it. Tosen Kaname, do you think that killing me can solve the problem? You are too naive. Uehara Teijo said loudly, trying to disturb Tosen Kaname's mind again. Humph! Stop talking nonsense. Today is your death day. Tosen Kaname roared, and then he rushed towards Uehara Teijo like a black lightning, holding the weapon in his hand high, and slashed down fiercely with a fierce momentum. Uehara Teijo's figure flashed and disappeared instantly, and used the power of space to appear behind Tosen Kaname. You're too slow. He taunted, and the Mirakawa in his hand stabbed Tosen Kaname's back. Tosen Kaname sensed the danger behind him and quickly dodged sideways, quickly returning the weapon in his hand to block Uehara Naijo's attack. The two of them fought back and forth, and instantly launched a fierce life and death battle in the desert, with swords flashing and Ryotsu colliding to emit dazzling light. The surrounding sand dunes collapsed and shattered under the impact of this powerful force, raising dust all over the sky. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37. Do you think I will do what you want? Deep in the hot and barren desert of Hueco Mundo, the sun is like a burning golden ball, ruthlessly scorching the earth, turning every grain of sand into hot gold. The whole desert seems to be a golden sea of fire, with rolling heat waves, distorting the distant skyline. The strong wind is like a group of mad beasts, carrying sand and gravel and flying wantonly, making sharp whistles, as if it is the angry roar of the desert, and the world seems to be in chaos and violence. Uehara Teijo stood upright on a towering sand dune, with the black death suit tightly attached to his body. The part soaked by sweat has dried up, leaving white salt stains. His face is firm and cold, and his deep eyes stare into the distance. His eyes seem to be able to penetrate the wind and sand and see the various conspiracies and crises hidden behind. At this time, his mind is rapidly thinking about the current complex situation. He knew very well that in this world of Shinigami and Hollow, all kinds of mysterious powers and strange props hide great value and risks, just like treasures hidden in the depths of darkness, which are both tempting and dangerous. Just like the most despicable boss Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, as the head of the Tsuneyashiro family, he has a lot of rare and good things in his hands with the deep family heritage and his own insidious and cunning means. Some of those treasures emit mysterious light, and some contain powerful spiritual power, each of which is enough to make people covet. He even dared to use his means in the Soul King Palace and stole some mysterious things. The Soul King Palace was originally the most sacred and solemn place in this Shinigami world, and it was heavily guarded. However, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata relied on his cunning and courage to successfully obtain some unknown treasures from it. However, among the many treasures, the only space item is particularly unique and critical. It is like a sharp blade hidden in the dark. Although it is little known, it has a powerful force that can turn the situation around. It is an extremely powerful trump card. Anyone who gets it may occupy a place in this chaotic world and become the object of competition among various forces. At the same time, Uehara Tejo also clearly understood that Shinigami's Shunpo, Quincy's Fei Lianjiao and Arrancar's Xiang Tan, although they are all wonderful steps that can achieve high-speed movement, essentially do not have any spatial force addition, but only have their own advantages in speed and skills. The Zanpakuto Mirakawa in his hand is completely different. The spatial force it contains gives it unlimited possibilities. Its potential is like a treasure buried deep underground, deep and immeasurable. Every time he holds the handle of Mirakawa, he can feel the powerful and mysterious power stirring, as if waiting for him to discover and control. How could Aizen, the shrewd guy, not see this? Uehara Tejo's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident and slightly sarcastic smile. He was sure that Aizen must know his ability and potential. In his opinion, Aizen was like the mysterious and cunning LeBlanc, keen on raising his father. Maybe deep in his heart, he was still thinking about training or winning him over, looking forward to him realizing his potential as soon as possible, completely releasing the true power of Mirakawa. And then taking advantage of the opportunity to easily pick this ripe fruit. Hey, Aizen, do you think I will do what you want? Uehara Tejo whispered to himself, with a hint of disdain and determination in his voice. Just as Uehara Tejo was lost in thought, Tosin Kaname, not far away, could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart and decided to go all out. He looked grim, like a piece of thousand-year-old ice, and began to chant the mysterious words. He held the Zanpakuto Suzumashi tightly in his hand, and the powerful Ryutsu surged out of his body like a tide, as if to ignite the air around him. The light of the Ryutsu enveloped him, like a demon from hell. At this moment, he opened Bankai without hesitation, and the majestic power shook the surrounding space. Under the impact of this powerful force, the sand dunes began to collapse one after another, and the gravel splashed everywhere like a rainstorm. Bankai. Suzumashi Final Style Yanma Cricket. Tosin Kaname's voice was low and hoarse, but full of endless majesty and murderous intent, as if it was a curse from the depths of hell. He even disdained to use Shikai. In his eyes, Uehara Niwaju had become a huge threat that must be eradicated immediately. He just wanted to kill this kid who made him afraid with the fastest speed and the most powerful force. When facing a seat officer, this captain-level strongman directly used a big move like Bankai. It is indeed something that a person with an impatient personality and a determined killing intention can do. However, this also indirectly proves the strength of Uehara Tejo and his amazing ability to attract hatred. In an instant, endless darkness swept over Uehara Tejo from all directions like a surging black tide, tightly enveloping him. He seemed to be trapped in a deep and terrifying hell cage in an instant. Here, he couldn't see, and the surroundings were pitch black, as if he was swallowed by endless darkness, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, he couldn't hear, and the whistling wind and Tosin Kaname's movements disappeared without a trace, and the whole world fell into a dead silence, which made people shudder. He couldn't smell, and the dry smell in the desert and the smell of gunpowder in the battle were no longer there, as if even the air stopped flowing, even his spiritual sense and touch were completely ineffective, and he felt that he was completely isolated from the outside world, as if he was exiled to a void space, lonely and helpless. For ordinary people, this is undoubtedly a real hell. Imagine being locked up in a small black room. The loneliness and fear can make people gradually crazy, let alone being in such a world full of endless darkness and without any feeling. Any person with a weak will in such an environment may have a mental breakdown in a minute, fall into the abyss of despair, and make miserable cries. Even if someone can rely on a strong will to temporarily not collapse, but in the case of losing all five senses, he is just a living target at the mercy of others, with no power to fight back, and can only wait for death to come. Is this Tosin Kaname's Bankai? It's really a bit tricky. Uehara Tejo said to himself in his heart. Although he was in a desperate situation, his voice was still calm and steady, without the slightest panic. At this time, behind a sand dune in the distance, a figure quietly emerged. It was Aizen. He stood there quietly. watching the battle here with deep eyes, and a meaningful smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "Uehara-teju, let me see how capable you are," Aizen said softly, and his voice drifted in the desert with the wind. "Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38, Bankai, Yanma Cricket. Deep in the desert of Hueco Mundo, the sun scorched the earth mercilessly, making every grain of sand seem to be ignited and emit scorching heat. The strong wind carried the sand and gravel, like countless sharp blades, raging and whistling in this desolate land, making a sound like ghosts and wolves howling. At this time, the darkness spread like thick ink, tightly wrapping Uehara-Naiju in it, as if to swallow him completely. Tosin Kaname stood tall outside the darkness, wearing a black death suit, and the corners of his clothes fluttered in the wind. His face was cold, like a knife, his eyes were empty, but he exuded a cold and eerie aura, as if he was the master of this darkness, controlling a cruel trial of life and death. He held the Zanpakutsuzumushi tightly in his hand, and the blade flashed coldly in the weak light, as if telling the countless killings it had witnessed. Tosin Kaname's cold voice, like a curse from the netherworld, sounded faintly in this dead space. "This is my Bankai Yanma Cricket. No matter how extraordinary your abilities are, they will be useless here. What awaits you is destined to be a hell cage without sound, light, or any feeling. No matter how powerful and fearless a warrior is in this world, once he falls into it, his mind will be devoured by the endless darkness, and he will eventually collapse and despair, and can only be slaughtered by me like a lamb to be slaughtered. Humph, in order to let you feel the pain to the greatest extent, I kindly let go of your hearing and touch, so that you can clearly know that you are moving towards death step by step. Die, sinner." His words were full of certainty, as if he had seen Uehara-Naiju trembling and begging for mercy in this desperate situation, and a touch of cruel pleasure appeared on his cold face. He thought to himself, "Uehara-Naiju, you are unlucky to meet me today. This dark world of Yanma Cricket is where you will die." However, at this moment, Uehara-Naiju's steady voice suddenly broke the oppressive atmosphere. He said slowly, "You shouldn't say that. You should say brain, kidney, so many vital points, where should I start? Your lines are not good, there is no pressure at all. I really don't know how you scare people on weekdays." There was an undisguised sarcasm in his voice, as if it was not himself who was trapped at the moment, but Tosin Kaname who was standing aside and talking nonsense. Uehara-Naiju laughed in his heart. This Tosin Kaname thinks that he can trap me by making such a dark cage? How naive! As he spoke, he slightly adjusted his posture, standing firmly on the sand with his feet, holding Mirakawa tightly in his hands, ready to deal with possible attacks at any time. Uehara-Teju had a clear judgment of Tosin Kaname in his heart. In his opinion, the so-called record of this blind man was really not up to par. Back then, he took advantage of Meguruma Kensei's unpreparedness and used Bankai to sneak attack this Shinigami combat unit. That method was extremely insidious. At that time, Meguruma Kensei was concentrating on performing his mission and did not expect to be hit from behind. If he had not been lucky, he would have died long ago. Another time, he took advantage of the momentary negligence of Grimjo and sneaked up on him and stole an arm from him. Grimjo was originally an Arrancar with a straightforward personality who liked to fight head-on, but after that painful lesson, his character changed drastically. He was filled with resentment towards Tosin Kaname, and from then on he embarked on the path of backstabbing, as if he was forced to become a sixth brother who was good at using dirty tricks, always looking for opportunities to retaliate against those who had hurt him. Not to mention that Tosin Kaname used Bankai to fight Zaraki Kenpei 2-on-1, and thought he had a sure win, but in the end he was killed by Zaraki Kenpei with his tenacious fighting spirit and strong strength. In the end, Tosin Kaname even used Hollow and Returned Blade, which made a big scene, but in the end, he was actually stolen by the vice-captain Shuhei and ended up dying, which was really embarrassing. This guy's wins were all obtained by sneak attacks and sneak attacks. He really has a full absolute sense of stealing. Therefore, facing such a character, Uehara Tejo was not at all intimidated. Even though he was in the opponent's bankai at the moment, he still had full confidence. Tosin Kaname was stunned again after hearing Uehara Tejo's joking words, and a nameless fire surged in his heart. He thought to himself, "What is he doing? I didn't ask him, but he was here to teach me how to talk. It's really unreasonable." He really couldn't understand why this guy was so arrogant when he was in his powerful Yanma cricket. Isn't he afraid? The horror of this dark cage should terrify anyone who falls into it. Tosin Kaname's hands clenched into fists unconsciously, his knuckles turned white because of the force, and his breathing became rapid. It was obvious that he was very angry about Uehara Tejo's words. Just when Tosin Kaname was full of doubts and anger, Uehara Tejo spoke again calmly, with a hint of regret and undisguised contempt in his voice. "Your Suzumushi used to be the Zanpakut of Kakwang. If it was used by that gentle and kind woman, this bankai would definitely not be so dark. But you, because you are deeply trapped in the quagmire of darkness, full of hatred and resentment, you also impose this misfortune on others, and shamelessly call this selfish and despicable behavior justice. Humph, a person like you who is like an insect, still wants to blow away the dark clouds in the sky. It's just a foolish dream, eat shit. Tosin Kaname, you are really like a jumping clown, directing and acting in a ridiculous farce here, but you still think you can control everything." Uehara Tejo said, shaking his head slightly, with a heartbroken expression on his face, as if he was sad for Tosin Kaname's fall. Uehara Tejo's words were like sharp knives that pierced Tosin Kaname's heart, causing his face to turn pale. Tosin Kaname's eyes widened, with a flame of anger burning in them. He gritted his teeth and said, "Uehara Tejo, stop talking nonsense. Today is the day you die. I will make you pay for your arrogance." After that, he urged the Ryotsuo around him again. The suffocating darkness seemed to become thicker, as if to crush Uehara Tejo completely in this endless darkness. In the darkness, a faint black mist began to surge, as if countless invisible hands were reaching out to Uehara Tejo, trying to drag him into the endless abyss. Uehara Tejo remained calm and composed. He stood quietly in the darkness, as if waiting for something. His eyes were firm and deep, as if he had seen through all the secrets in the darkness. Reading books every day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39, The Unpredictable Kaika Suijutsu. In the hot and violent desert of Hueco Mundo, the sun is like a burning golden ball, ruthlessly scorching the earth, turning every grain of sand into hot gold. The whole desert seems to be a golden sea of fire, with rolling heat waves, distorting the distant skyline. The strong wind is like a group of mad beasts carrying sand and gravel to dance wantonly, making sharp whistles, as if it is the angry roar of the desert. Every gust of wind passing by seems to completely overturn this barren land and plunge it into deeper chaos and despair. Uehara Tejo stood upright under the endless darkness of the Yama cricket. He was wearing a black death suit, and the corners of his clothes fluttered in the wind, like an unyielding flag in the darkness. Although he was surrounded by a deadly darkness and his five senses were mostly deprived, his figure exuded a unique calmness and perseverance. He seemed to be isolated and helpless, but in fact he was determined and fearless. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of coldness and concentration, like the cold stars twinkling in the night sky, quietly observing the dark space around him that seemed calm but was full of murderous intent. He knew that although the Mirakawa in his hand could break the illusory appearance of Aizen's unpredictable Kaika Suijutsu, it could not completely limit its effect. After all, Aizen, the shrewd guy, was like a poisonous spider hiding in the depths of darkness, always coming up with all kinds of insidious tricks, such as cleverly controlling others to attack himself, making the already complicated situation even more confusing and elusive. However, facing Tosin Kaname's Yanma cricket at this moment, the situation was completely different. Uehara Niwajo's unique spatial perception ability was like a natural nemesis of Yanma cricket. No matter how Tosin Kaname tried his best to activate Yanma cricket and try to make this dark cage more indestructible, he could not deceive Uehara Niwajo's keen spatial perception. In this seemingly lopsided duel, Tosin Kaname used Yanma cricket against Uehara Niwaju, which was undoubtedly exposing his own weakness, just like a clown who made a fool of himself on the stage, and just like the big and small jokers in the playing cards that seemed powerful but were easily controlled by others, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. At this moment, Tosin Kaname's originally cold and hard inner defense began to show cracks, gradually approaching the edge of collapse. His body trembled slightly, and his hands unconsciously clenched the zanpakut in his hands, and his knuckles turned white because of the force. His voice trembled, with a hint of imperceptible panic and pain, and he asked loudly, "Why do you even know this? You don't understand at all, you don't understand anything. Shut up." His heart was like a turmoil, with all kinds of complex emotions intertwined. Memories of the past surged into his mind like a tide. The pain and secrets that he tried so hard to hide were now ruthlessly exposed by Uehara Niwaju, like sharp daggers piercing straight into his heart. He couldn't understand why Uehara Niwaju was like a bystander who knew all the secrets, and ruthlessly exposed his past and hidden pains that were buried deep in his heart and unwilling to be mentioned. At this moment, he even had an absurd idea. Hoping to use the powerful dark power of Yanma cricket to blind his hearing, so that he could temporarily escape these words that pierced his heart like a sharp blade, and immerse himself in the false tranquility, even if it was only for a moment. And in the depths of Tosin Kaname's heart, the figure of Kakwang was like an inextinguishable ghost, always lingering. She was the eternal pain in his heart, a memory that he tried so hard to forget, but could not let go. The gentle face of Kakwang appeared in his mind involuntarily. Her eyes always showed a kind of firmness and kindness. Once, her existence was like the warm sunshine in spring, warming his long cold heart. They had looked forward to a better future together, thinking of blowing away the dark clouds that shrouded SEIREITEI and letting the light of justice shine again in every corner. But fate played tricks on people, everything has become the past, leaving only endless regrets and pain, gnawing at his conscience in the depths of his soul, making him go further and further on this dark road, unable to turn back. The next second, Tosin Kaname, who was overwhelmed by anger and pain, could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He raised his head suddenly, the muscles on his face twisted with anger, and his eyes were bloodshot, like an angry beast. He swung the zanpakut in his hand violently, the blade flashed cold light in the dark, with the determination to kill, and slashed at the original tree fiercely. In his heart, there was only one thought, that is, this person must die. Only by making Uehara Niwaju shut up forever can the pain in his heart be slightly calmed, and those awakened painful memories can be put to sleep again. Hearing Tosin Kaname's voice that was almost collapsed and about to cry, Uehara Niwaju knew in his heart that this guy had broken his defense. It seemed that what he had just said really touched the softest and most vulnerable pain in his heart. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile, thinking in his heart, "This guy, after all, couldn't help it." An absurd thought emerged in his mind. If his infinite reinforcement system could be replaced with a negative emotion collection system at this moment, I'm afraid that the system prompt sound would have been swiping the screen in his mind. He even had wild thoughts, wondering if he could summon the legendary dragon or a mysterious dog by gathering together Obito's mask that symbolizes pain and obsession, Vigo's sword that carries sadness and revenge, Tosin Kaname's sunglasses that represent darkness and regret, Tom's piano full of helplessness and loss, Fei Yanjiang's horns twisted by jealousy, and Hei Xiaohu's cloak blinded by hatred. Of course, this was just a bit of humorous ridicule in this tense situation to relieve his emotions. While thinking about these nonsensical things, Uehara Tejo quickly turned around and swung his sword with his instinctive perception of danger formed by years of practice. Although his spiritual perception and vision were almost useless under the darkness of the Yanma cricket, he was like a dancer dancing in the dark, relying on his keen perception to accurately capture the subtle changes in airflow and dangerous breath around him. He knew clearly that even though Tosin Kaname was already furious and lost his mind at this moment, his despicable nature was still hard to change. After the frontal attack failed, he would definitely choose to sneak attack from behind. Sure enough, at the moment when Uehara Naija turned around, he seemed to see Tosin Kaname's figure hidden in the dark, with the Mirakawa in his hand with a fierce momentum, slashing at the enemy fiercely. In an instant, blood splashed, and Tosin Kaname had no time to make any defense. The sharp blade had already cut deeply into his body. His face showed a look of shock and despair, his eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that he was so easily hit. His body trembled slightly, and he murmured to himself. How could it be? Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40 I Win Twice. In the Hueco Mundo Desert, which is so hot that it seems to ignite the soul, the sun is like a burning golden ball, ruthlessly scorching the earth, making every grain of sand seem to be injected with violent energy, emitting dazzling light, as if it is the angry catharsis of this desolate land. The strong winds carry the sand and gravel, like a mad and irrational beast, roaring and rushing wantonly. They rush around, and wherever they go, sand and rocks fly, turning this already harsh desert upside down, as if to completely destroy all the order in the world. Every gust of wind seems to carry endless anger, whistling and roaring, making this desert a natural battlefield full of death, ruthlessly witnessing the cruel unfolding of a life and death contest. Tosin Kaname, the captain who was once confident and famous in the Shinigami world, is now like a wounded trapped beast, filled with astonishment and panic. He has always believed that once someone is hit by his proud Bankai, Yanma cricket, it is like being dragged into an endless dark abyss, and there is no way they can resist his control. After all, Meguro Makensei, Hirako Shinji and other powerful Shinigami have struggled painfully in this dark cage and were ultimately helpless. Those past achievements are like a solid fortress in his heart, which makes him full of absolute and almost blind confidence in his Bankai, as if it is a death curse imposed by the Shinigami himself that no one can break, and anyone who dares to challenge it will be devoured by it mercilessly. However, fate played an extremely cruel joke on him today. He thought that he could use the powerful and mysterious power of Yanma cricket to play with Uehara Naiju in the palm of his hand, like a cat playing with a mouse, and then give the enemy a fatal blow at the most appropriate time, hit him unexpectedly, and let him die in despair. But he never expected that he would be caught off guard and embarrassed in the end. At this moment, Tosin Kaname's heart was like a bottle of 5 flavors overturned, with all kinds of mixed feelings. His body trembled slightly because of the severe pain from the wound, and blood slowly seeped out from the deep wound, like a dark red stream, gradually dyeing his originally neat clothes red. His breathing was rapid and heavy, and every gasp seemed to be telling the unwillingness and anger in his heart. The sound was particularly weak in the whistling of the wind, but it was full of endless struggle. How is it possible? What is going on? Tosin Kaname shouted wildly in his heart, and his eyes revealed a trace of fear and confusion, as if he was in a completely unfamiliar world and lost his direction. With the captain-level strength gained from years of training, he endured the burning pain of the wound, gritted his teeth, and quickly performed shunpo to retreat. His figure seemed a little staggering in the wind and dust, but he still tried to keep his balance, trying to distance himself from Uehara Naija to gain a chance to breathe. On the other hand, Uehara Naija would not give Tosin Kaname any time to breathe and adjust. His eyes flashed with excitement and determination, like the brightest stars in the night sky, which was particularly eye-catching in this dark and violent desert. With a flash of his figure, he instantly performed shunpo, and rushed towards Tosin Kaname like a black lightning, so fast that it was hard to keep up. He held the mysterious Zanpakuh tightly in his hand. As his figure moved quickly, the blade cut through the air, making sharp whistling sounds, as if the messenger of death was playing a deadly movement, and every note was full of deadly temptation. In terms of hard power and rich combat experience, Tosin Kaname is undoubtedly much stronger than Uehara Naiju. He had fought countless battles during his long years as a Shinigami, and had seen all kinds of strange enemies and ever-changing moves. Every life and death battle was like a cruel baptism, which made him stronger, and his combat experience was like a treasure accumulated layer by layer, becoming richer and richer. But at this moment, everything was different. The fact that his ultimate move was easily broken by Uehara Naiju was like a heavy hammer, hitting him hard in the heart. The sharp words of Uehara Naiju before were like heavy hammers, hitting his heart hard, making his originally determined heart confused and anxious. In this state, his original 100% strength is now difficult to exert even 50%, just like a giant trapped in a deep quagmire, with powerful strength, but tightly bound by the sticky quagmire, unable to exert. Uehara Naiju, you hateful guy, I will never let you go. Tosin Kaname roared angrily, his voice full of unwillingness and resentment. So, this battle presented a jaw-dropping picture. He, the veteran captain who opened the Bankai, was chased and hacked by a Shinigami who had just graduated from the academy. Tosin Kaname was shocked and angry, and a deep sense of shame and indignation surged in his heart. He felt like a performer who made a fool of himself on the stage, exposing his embarrassment and incompetence in public, and betraying the trust of Aizen. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of such an absurd picture. Aizen, Ichimaru-jin has left the chat channel. Which seemed to be a silent mockery of his embarrassment at the moment, making him even more miserable, as if millions of ants were gnawing at his heart. More importantly, Uehara Naiju's attack method was extremely strange. Some attacks seemed to be easily blocked, but every time Tosin Kaname condensed Ryutsu for defense, he found that his Ryutsu defense was like paper, and could not stop Uehara Naiju's fierce attack at all. Every time the blades intersected, Tosin Kaname could feel a powerful and mysterious force penetrating his defense. The force seemed to come from another dimension, with an indescribable sense of oppression, leaving a deep wound on his body. Blood splashed out, sprinkled on the hot sand, and evaporated in an instant, leaving only a faint bloodline. After a fierce battle, Tosin Kaname was already covered with wounds and blood, and his body was like a broken rag doll, crumbling. Sweat soaked his back, dripping down his tired cheeks, dripping on the sand, and was instantly absorbed by the dry sand without leaving a trace. His steps became staggering, and every step he took seemed to use up all his strength. The Zanpakuh in his hand also seemed to become extremely heavy, as if there was a mountain pressing on it. Every swing required him to consume a lot of physical strength and energy, and the attack he issued became weak and powerless. Meanwhile, Uehara Taija was chopping with great pleasure, and the pressure in his heart seemed to be released with every attack. This feeling made him feel extremely refreshed and relieved. In the world of Shinigami, the improvement of Ryutsu requires a long period of accumulation, and the enhancement of strength often requires tempering in fierce battles, especially this kind of high-intensity, life-and-death battle, which can most rapidly improve a person's strength. In his opinion, a captain like Tosin Kaname who only takes a beating and does not fight back is a rare and excellent sparring partner. Every successful attack, every suppression of Tosin Kaname, makes him feel that his slashing technique is constantly improving, as if he can clearly see that the slashing technique reinforcement star level representing the improvement of strength is rising rapidly, just like the twinkling stars in the night sky, becoming brighter one by one. This is undoubtedly a win-win situation for him. He even teased himself in his heart, I won twice. Humph, Tosin Kaname, you just become a stepping stone for me to improve my strength. Uehara Naiju said coldly, his voice full of confidence and pride. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41, It's Not That Easy to Kill Me. In the Hueco Mundo Desert, which is so hot that it seems to ignite the soul, the sun is like a violent golden ball, ruthlessly burning the earth, turning every grain of sand into hot gold. The whole desert is like a golden purgatory, with rolling heat waves, distorting the distant skyline. The wind is wrapped in sand and gravel, just like a group of mad demons, roaring and snarling with fangs and claws, as if to drag everything in the world into endless chaos. Every gust of wind passes by, with a violent force that is enough to tear the skin, making this desolate land more cruel and ruthless. Uehara Teja stood in this hot sea of sand with a sturdy posture. He was wearing a black death suit, and the corners of his clothes fluttered in the wind, like an unyielding battle flag in the dark. Sweat slid down his resolute face and dripped onto the hot sand, and was instantly evaporated, leaving only a tiny trace of water stains. His eyes were deep and sharp, staring closely at Tosin Kaname not far away, holding the mysterious Zanpakut in his hand. The blade trembled slightly, as if eager for the next confrontation. At this time, his battle with Tosin Kaname has entered a delicate and critical stage. Every collision of the blades burst out dazzling sparks, and every wave of Ryutsu was like a surging wave, interweaving a tense and suffocating atmosphere in this hot and dry air. In the fierce confrontation with Tosin Kaname, Uehara Nijua gradually had a new and profound understanding of the captain's strength. In the past, in his impression, Shinigami seemed to be like those glass cannons that seemed powerful but were actually fragile, extremely fragile. After all, the Quincy has a unique blood suit, which is like a mysterious blood shield. It can not only effectively resist external attacks, but also has a magical recovery ability, as long as there is a trace of blood flowing, they can quickly recover from serious injuries. Hollows have tough steel skin, which is like an armor made of steel, indestructible, an amazing high-speed regeneration technique. Even if the body is broken into pieces, it can be healed in the blink of an eye and restored to its original state. In contrast, Shinigami does not seem to have any decent defense methods to show off. They are often prone to danger in battle, just like those fragile porcelains, which will break if they are not careful. However, now that he has really fought with the captain-level Shinigami Tosin Kaname, he realized that although the actual situation is somewhat similar, it is fundamentally different at the captain level. First of all, the Ryutsu defense of the captain-level Shinigami is no longer a decoration. When they fully mobilized the Ryutsu around them, the Ryutsu was like a solid armor, which could effectively resist external attacks and make it difficult for the enemy's offensive to break through easily. Uehara Teju had witnessed that when Tosin Kaname was attacked fiercely by him, the Ryutsu around him suddenly swelled, forming a layer of transparent shield that was almost invisible. His attack was hit on it, but was gently bounced off by the Ryutsu shield, making a buzzing sound, as if the Ryutsu was silently mocking him. Secondly, with years of training and countless life and death battles, the captain's comprehensive strength has been improved in all aspects. This not only includes combat skills, but also their every swing of the sword and every dodge is extremely accurate, as if it is a dance move that has been rehearsed countless times. The control of Ryutsu has reached the point of perfection, and they can mobilize Ryutsu at will, or condense into a powerful attack, or turn into a defensive barrier. It also covers the grasp of the battle rhythm and the keen perception of danger. They are like experienced hunters, who can keenly capture every flaw of the enemy in battle and cleverly avoid the enemy's attack, thus greatly enhancing their survivability. Just like now, Uehara Teju performed the extremely sharp Flying Thunder Slash, which is his specialty, known for its rapid speed and powerful attack power. He flashed in front of Tosin Kaname like a black lightning, raised the Mirakawa in his hand high, and chopped it down fiercely with an indomitable momentum. The blade flashed with a cold light under the sunlight, as if it was a sword of judgment from hell. This attack can indeed instantly injure Tosin Kaname, leaving shocking wounds on his body, blood gushing out, instantly dyeing his clothes red. "Humph, Tosin Kaname, you are unlucky to meet me today." Uehara Teju snorted coldly, with a hint of pride in his eyes. But even so, it was only a cut. It would be quite difficult to cut off Tosin Kaname's head with this move. At the critical moment, Tosin Kaname could always rely on his superb fighting skills and tenacious will to move his body slightly and avoid the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. His body was like catkins in the wind, seemingly weak, but always able to cleverly avoid danger at the most critical moment. Or he could use the zanpakut in his hand to resist part of the attack with difficulty. When the blades intersected, there was a harsh metal friction sound, sparks flew, and Uehara Naiju's attack could not fully achieve the expected effect. "Uehara Naiju, don't be too proud too soon. It's not that easy to kill me." Tosin Kaname gritted his teeth and shouted with a red face, his voice full of reluctance and anger. In fact, the strength of the captain has always maintained a very high value retention rate in the entire Shinigami world. In many past battles, it is not uncommon for captain-level beings to be killed instantly, but if you look closely, you will find that most of the time, they are just knocked offline by powerful attacks and temporarily lose their combat ability, but they are not really dead, and they are not even seriously injured. Once the battle situation eases a little, they can quickly recover with their own deep foundation and re-enter the battle, showing amazing resilience and strength. At this level, it is really difficult to kill with one blow and hit the vital point accurately. Even if Uehara Naiju uses the zero-frame starting Flying Thunder Slash, which is famous for its surprise and extreme speed, it is difficult to do it easily. Uehara Teju even secretly joked in his heart that if this battle was put on the forum where Shinigami fans gathered for discussion, he might be dubbed Head-Cutting Uehara Teju. Such a slightly playful title was given to him because he repeatedly tried to kill Tosin Kaname but failed, which also reflected from the side that this captain was indeed not so easy to kill. However, Uehara Teju also knew clearly that once his Zanpakut Gorukawa could Bankai, the situation would be different. At that time, the power released would no longer be limited to a one-on-one battle with a captain-level Shinigami, but would have the terrifying power of group instant kills. This made Uehara Teju full of expectations and a sense of urgency. He looked forward to discovering the true power of Gorukawa as soon as possible, but he also knew that before that, he still needed to continue fighting and honing. "Gorukawa, when will you show your true power?" Uehara Naiju stroked the Zanpakut in his hand and muttered to himself, revealing a trace of desire and determination in his eyes. Thanks to Tosin Kaname's selfless battle, Uehara Naiju became more proficient in the use of his own spatial power and Gorukawa. Every battle with Tosin Kaname, every evasion and counterattack against his attack, made Uehara Naiju understand the mystery of spatial power more deeply. He seemed to be able to see the spatial veins hidden in the air, and could control Gorukawa's power more accurately and make it more powerful. However, looking at Tosin Kaname's side, the situation was not optimistic. Although he realized in the middle of the battle that Yanma cricket could no longer pose a fatal threat to Uehara Naiju, who had already cracked its secret, and decisively withdrew this Bankai move, but at this time, he could no longer cover up his own decline. His figure became slower and slower, and every step he took seemed to exhaust all his strength, as if the sand under his feet had turned into a sticky swamp, binding him tightly. The Zanpakut in his hand was no longer as powerful as it was at the beginning. Every time he resisted Uehara Naiju's attack, it seemed extremely difficult. Tiny gaps appeared on the originally sharp blade, as if telling of the suffering it had suffered. He could only hold on, with a hint of despair in his eyes, but still tried to find a chance to fight back in this desperate situation. Uehara Naiju slashed at Tosin Kaname again with a knife, and the blade flashed coldly in the sun, with an unstoppable momentum. Tosin Kaname tried his best to resist, but was still shaken back a few steps by this powerful force, his body swaying and almost falling to the ground. "Damn it!" Tosin Kaname roared angrily, his voice seemed a little weak in the strong wind. Seeing this, Uehara Teju flew back, his figure casting a long black shadow in the sun. He looked quietly into the distance, where, in addition to the flying dust, there seemed to be more unknown variables and crises hidden. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42. This may indeed be a good thing. In the depths of the Hueco Mundo desert, which is so hot that it seems to be able to ignite everything in the world, the sun is like a violent golden ball, ruthlessly burning the earth, turning every grain of sand into hot gold. The entire desert is like a golden purgatory, with rolling heat waves, distorting the distant skyline. The wind whistled and swept through, like a group of mad beasts, making deafening roars, and the sand and gravel flew all over the sky like hidden weapons, with sharp whistles, mercilessly whipping the barren land, leaving crisscross marks on the ground, as if they were the angry claws of the desert. Uehara stood upright and quietly in the same place. He was wearing a black death suit, and the corners of his clothes swayed violently in the wind, fluttering, like an unyielding battle flag in the dark. Sweat slid down his resolute face, dripping onto the hot sand, and evaporated instantly, leaving only a tiny trace of water stains. His eyes were deep and sharp, like the cold stars twinkling in the night sky, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, not missing any slight movement. Holding the mysterious zanpakut in his hand, the blade trembled slightly, and the slight tremor seemed to echo the tense and suffocating atmosphere around him, as if telling of its desire for the upcoming battle. At this moment, a figure wearing a white haori appeared in front of Tosin Kaname like a ghost. The figure was agile, with a unique elegance and calmness in his movements. The white haori fluttered wildly in the wind, rustling, as if it was a holy light that suddenly appeared in the darkness, but it also revealed an elusive and weird atmosphere. On his face was a smile that seemed kind but actually had a deep meaning. The smile did not reach his eyes, as if it was just a thin mask, covering up his true thoughts deep in his heart. He tilted his head slightly and said, "Ah, Captain Tosin, how could you be beaten so badly? This is not good. If this happens, people will think that the captain of Argoti 13 is only this bad." The voice was gentle and playful, but it did not make people feel a trace of warmth, but rather a trace of chill, as if the cold wind from the Nine Nether Hell could penetrate directly into people's bones, making people shiver. It turned out that the powerful Ryotsu released by the fierce battle between Uehara Niwajo and Tosin Kaname just now spread rapidly around like surging waves. The fluctuation of the Ryotsu had a strong impact, as if it could tear the surrounding air apart. This Ryotsu was keenly sensed by Aizen and Ichimarujin, who were far away. Aizen was in his secret laboratory at this time, surrounded by all kinds of strange instruments and bottles and jars, which contained unknown liquids and substances emitting strange lights. He was concentrating on a mysterious research, holding a dropper in his hand, carefully dropping a drop of liquid into a flask with green smoke, and the flask instantly emitted a strange light. Aizen's eyes revealed a hint of enthusiasm and concentration, and he was temporarily tripped by the things at hand and could not get out of it immediately. So, Ichimarujin followed Aizen's instructions, flashed, and rushed over quickly like a white lightning. He was so fast that he left a vague white shadow in the desert, like a fleeting gust of wind. In this way, the confrontation between the two people instantly turned into a tense confrontation between the three. The air seemed to solidify at this moment, filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, as if a little spark could instantly ignite this tense atmosphere and trigger a more intense conflict. Ichimarujin stood there, his posture upright, his eyes looking at Uehara Nijo indifferently, as if he was looking at an insignificant ant, with a hint of disgust and disdain. He crossed his arms, his white haori fluttered in the wind, revealing the sharp zanpakut at his waist. In fact, in his heart, an inexplicable disgust had already surged. He did not ask why Uehara Nijo attacked Tosin Kaname at all. Deep in his heart, there was a woman he could never let go of, Matsumoto Ranjaku. Whenever he saw Uehara Nijo, Ichimarujin would involuntarily think of Matsumoto Ranjaku, think of the past, those painful and tangled memories. He remembered the good times he had spent with Matsumoto Ranjaku, the warm smile, the gentle words, all like the most precious treasures, hidden deep in his heart. However, all this was destroyed by Aizen's conspiracy. He lost Matsumoto Ranjaku and his former self. This made him feel even more disgusted with the man in front of him, and even had a hint of hatred. That hatred, like lion majesty, constantly gnawed at his reason in his heart. Ichimarujin narrowed his eyes slightly, and a barely perceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. He slowly reached for the zanpakut at his waist, and gently grasped the hilt with his fingers. The movement was slow and firm, as if he was performing a solemn ceremony. He thought to himself, "Uehara Naiju, today is the day you die. I will make you pay for what you did." He was going to take advantage of Uehara Naiju's unpreparedness and give him a hard blow, so that this guy who made him hate him would suffer a little, so as to vent the long-suppressed anger and pain in his heart. However, just as he was about to make a move, Uehara Naiju's figure suddenly disappeared without a sign, as if he had never appeared in this place. This sudden scene made Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname's hearts sink suddenly. They are all experienced captains who have seen all kinds of strange moves and abilities. In their long career as Shinigami, they have experienced countless life and death battles, witnessed all kinds of weird kid, powerful zanpakut release and mysterious hollow abilities. But the scene before them made them feel an unprecedented pressure and uneasiness. Both captains had seen Aizen's unpredictable Kaika Suijutsu, and had always been on guard against Uehara Niwaju using similar moves to attack or escape. On the way here, they had already simulated various possible situations in their minds and prepared countermeasures. Tosen Kaname held the zanpakut tightly in his hand, and Ryutsu surged secretly, ready to respond to Uehara Niwaju's attacks from any direction at any time. Ichimarujin slightly arched his body, like a cheetah ready to pounce at any time, looking around vigilantly, not letting go of any corner. But at this moment, they realized that their defense was completely in vain. The effect of Uehara Niwaju's move was so strong that they had no way to defend themselves. In fact, this was a wonderful skill that Uehara Niwaju used, the unique spatial power contained in the Miru River, the time and space echo. If Kaika Suijutsu is to play the illusion to the ultimate, making people immersed in the illusory world, then the time and space echo is to distort the real time and space to the ultimate, making it impossible for people to distinguish the boundary between reality and illusion. At that moment, Uehara Naiju manipulated the power of space to create multiple time afterimages. Those afterimages were lifelike, as if they were real Uehara Naiju. Their movements and expressions were exactly the same, making Uehara Naiju's figure appear in different positions at the same time, thus successfully confusing Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname, achieving the effect of instant disappearance. What kind of move is this? It's so weird. Ichimarujin's face became a little gloomy, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were full of doubts and vigilance. He unconsciously clenched the zanpakut in his hand, and the pattern on the handle was deeply imprinted in his palm, as if this could bring him a sense of security. He thought to himself, how many secrets does this Uehara Naiju still hide? How unfathomable is his strength? After this test, Uehara Naiju also keenly perceived some unusual information. He hid in an unknown corner, quietly observing the every move of Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname. He thought to himself that from the way Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname appeared and some details they inadvertently revealed, Aizen should have successfully conquered Baragan. He remembered some rumors about Hueco Mundo that he had heard before. Those powerful and mysterious hollows were about to be transformed into Arrancar under Aizen's conspiracy, which meant that Hueco Mundo was about to enter a new stage, the Arrancar version. For hollows, this might indeed be a good thing. After all, in this cruel Hueco Mundo, unless they can evolve into a Watt level Minos Grande, other hollows are always in danger of degeneration and dementia. Their lives are like walking on the edge of a cliff, and they may fall into an endless dark abyss at any time. In order to maintain their sanity, they can only continue to devour other Minos Grandae, struggling to survive in this endless killing and devouring, and always living in anxiety and fear. Killing and being killed, devouring and being devoured, just like the eternal melody in Hueco Mundo, playing one bloody and cruel movement after another. But Uehara also knew clearly that as the situation in Hueco Mundo changed, the challenges he faced would become more and more severe. He thought to himself, how many unknown secrets are hidden in Aizen's conspiracy? What actions will Ichimaru-jin take against Uehara next? And how can I survive in this increasingly complex and dangerous situation and continue to improve my strength? He clenched the Miragawa in his hand, and his eyes revealed a hint of firmness and determination, as if at this moment, he had made up his mind to break out a world of his own in this Shinigami world full of crises. At this moment, a strange light suddenly flashed in the sky in the distance, and the light was bright and mysterious, as if it was a mysterious signal. Ichimaru-jin and Tosen Kaname looked at each other, their eyes revealing a hint of doubt and vigilance, as if they sensed something unusual was about to happen. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43, Hidden Secrets. In Hueco Mundo, it is a dark abyss abandoned by God, just like the most desolate and wild corner at the beginning of chaos. The wind is like thousands of angry lions, roaring and galloping over this vast sea of sand. The rolled-up gravel is like a hidden weapon cursed by the devil, each grain has a sharp edge that can tear the soul, and mercilessly whips this dead and desperate world. The sky seems to be pressed down by a huge lead plate, and is always shrouded by a thick haze. The light that occasionally penetrates the clouds is so pale and powerless, like the last sigh of a dying person, and it can't dispel the darkness and despair that permeates the world. In such a harsh environment, survival has become an unattainable luxury, let alone the luxury of developing civilization. Here, only the primitive and cruel law of the jungle dominates everything. Every life is doing whatever it takes for a glimmer of hope to survive. Killing and devouring are as common as the alternation of day and night, becoming the eternal melody of this land. Even if there is only a faint spark of civilization, there is no soil here to take root and sprout. Moreover, in this world of Hueco Mundo, the cruel talent restrictions are like an invisible but indestructible shackle, which tightly imprisons most Minos Grandae. Not all Minos Grandae can break through to the awe-inspiring and almost mythical Vasto Lord level. Those Minos Grandae who are teased by fate are trapped in their own small and limited bodies throughout their long and painful lives, struggling on the edge of the cliff of degeneration and dementia. Their souls are like lonely boats submerged by the endless dark tide, gradually eroded and devoured, losing their reason and self, and finally becoming walking corpse-like machines that only know how to kill by instinct. However, when Aizen's shocking Arrancar plan appeared like a flash of lightning that cut through the night sky, all this seemed to have ushered in a new turn in despair. Those who were fortunate enough to be chosen by Aizen, after experiencing the mysterious and painful process of Arrancar, seemed to be reborn. Their strength has been greatly improved, as if they have instantly transformed from weak ants into eagles soaring in the sky. Not only that, they have completely gotten rid of the risk of degeneration that has been entangled like a nightmare. Even the originally chaotic thinking like a quagmire seems to have been straightened out by a pair of magical hands, becoming clear and sharp, as if injected with a new, wise soul. Of course, the strange existence that everyone nicknamed Fire Extinguishing Prince is an exception. It is like a freak that is free from the rules. It always acts in a confusing way, and seems to be not bound by any common sense at all. It performs its own absurd farce alone in this Hueco Mundo full of variables. Therefore, for these Arrancars, Aizen is undoubtedly their reborn parents, the savior who descended from the abyss of darkness, giving them the new life and light of hope they have always dreamed of. If it were not for Aizen's initiative, they might have been forever sinking and degenerating in the endless darkness of Hueco Mundo, waiting to be completely swallowed up by the endless darkness and turned into nothingness. For this reason, these Arrancars in Hueco Mundo felt that even if they kowtowed to Aizen 1,000 or 10,000 times, it would be difficult to repay this kindness that was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. In their hearts, the image of Aizen has been infinitely elevated, becoming an almost godlike existence, dominating their destiny and leading them to the seemingly bright future. Uehara Teju is like a cheetah lurking in the dark, hiding behind a hidden sand dune carved into strange shapes by the wind. He was agile but cautiously curled up, trying not to make a sound to avoid exposing his whereabouts. His deep and sharp eyes, like the brightest stars in the night sky, quietly observed everything around him. The wind and sand around him blew on his face, but he was unaware of it, as if the whole world was just him and the dangerous Hueco Mundo. His mind was like a precise abacus, constantly estimating secretly that the situation in Hueco Mundo was like a pot of hot oil about to boil, and a huge change was about to happen. With his keen insight and accurate judgment of the situation, he speculated that after the Hueco Mundo expedition was over in the near future, Aizen would definitely build a large-scale project on this barren land that was as barren as the surface of the moon with his unpredictable ambition and penultimate superior wisdom. A series of towering, gloomy, and majestic buildings will rise from the ground. That is the new Hueco Palace, which will become the symbol of Aizen's rule over this dark world and demonstrate his absolute authority. At the same time, Aizen will also carefully build the first generation of Espada, which is feared by everyone. These Espada will be like 10 sharp blades in Aizen's hands, ruthlessly cutting off all obstacles that stand in his way and becoming the defenders and executors of the new order of Hueco Mundo. It will be a brand new era, a dark dynasty completely dominated by Aizen, and all of this seems to have been steadily advancing in Aizen's plan that is as precise as a Swiss watch. Every detail has been calculated by him just right, which makes people shudder. However, all of this seems to have no direct and close connection with Uehara Teju at present. He has no intention of rashly intervening in it for the time being. After all, he has a clear self-awareness and knows that his current strength is far from being able to control all of this. He understands that in this world full of strong people, rash actions will only put himself in an irreversible situation. Moreover, he was still calculating his own little abacus in his mind, and the beads on the abacus were clacking. He knew very well that in this upcoming turbulent period, there would inevitably be countless fierce conflicts and collisions of powerful forces, and those scenes would be as shocking as the Big Bang. And only in such an environment full of crises and opportunities could he quickly improve his reinforcement star level like a sponge absorbing water, so that his strength would rise step by step like bamboo shoots after rain, and reach a higher level. So, he decided to stay put for the time being, like a forbearing turtle, quietly hiding in his shell, and not changing the established plot direction. He just watched silently from the side, quietly accumulating his strength, like a hibernating bear waiting for the arrival of spring, patiently waiting for his own time to mature. Besides, in his eyes, those nobles of Soul Society were nothing more than a group of pampered, hypocritical and arrogant parasites. He was a Shinigami born from a commoner in Rukanga. In this hierarchical world like a pyramid, he had already seen through the ugly faces hidden under the gorgeous appearance of those nobles. They were high and mighty on weekdays, bossing the common people around, but at the critical moment of life and death, they were as cowardly as mice, knowing only to do whatever it took for their own interests. He was full of disgust and disdain for these nobles, and did not want to get involved in the boring disputes of the upper class. He just wanted to be a quiet bystander in this chaotic world, fish honestly, enjoy this rare peaceful life, stay away from the intrigue of the political Uzumaki and the bloody and cruel killing battlefield, like a bird away from the hustle and bustle of the world, flying freely in its own sky. In a secret laboratory in Hueco Mundo that was like an underground maze, the Aizen trio was gathering together. 0145122223 Fulu 173420450. The laboratory was filled with a pungent smell of potion that made people sick. It was like a rancid smell from the depths of hell, mixed with the strong smell of various chemicals, which made people want to vomit. There were all kinds of strange-shaped instruments and glassware with unknown uses placed around. Some of those utensils were as big as bathtubs, filled with colorful liquids with strange bubbles, as if they were crucibles for witches to make poison. Some were as small as thumbs, but they seemed to hide mysterious substances that could change the world. The walls were covered with complex charts and mysterious runes that were as complicated as heavenly books. Those lines and symbols seemed to silently tell the taboo research being carried out here. Each pattern seemed to hide an unknown secret, which made people feel cold involuntarily. Tosin Kaname, with multiple wounds on his body, was half kneeling on the ground at this moment. His body was like a fallen leaf shivering in the autumn wind, weak and helpless. His face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood, as if the vitality of life had been drained away. His lips were cracked like a dry riverbed, slightly opened lifelessly, and he breathed the air full of the smell of medicine with difficulty. The blood from the wound had dried up and coagulated on his clothes, forming dark red Madara blocks. The color was like dried bloodline, which was shocking. However, he totally ignored his injuries and apologized to Aizen with a guilty conscience. His voice trembled like a candle in the wind, low and full of self-blame. "Lord Aizen, I am incompetent and let Uehara Teiju escape. I deserve death. Please punish me." He lowered his head deeply, as if he was going to bury it in the ground. He did not dare to look directly into Aizen's deep and majestic eyes. His body trembled slightly because of the pain and self-blame in his heart. Every tremor seemed to be telling his regret. Aizen stood there upright, like a towering mountain, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of majesty. His eyes, as deep as black holes, revealed an elusive look, as if hiding endless wisdom and conspiracy. He first comforted Tosin Kaname softly. His voice was gentle and steady, as gentle as the spring breeze, and seemed to have a magical power to soothe people. "Tosin, don't blame yourself so much, this is not your fault alone. Uehara Teju does have some tricks, we will find a chance to deal with him in the future. Just rest and recover first, I have seen your loyalty and dedication." Then, he bent down slightly, stretched out his hand and gently helped Tosin Kaname up. The action was elegant and natural, making people feel the care of a superior. After that, he asked in detail about the course of events, not missing any details, and his focused expression seemed to be thinking about an extremely important issue concerning the survival of the world. From time to time, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, as if he was quickly analyzing every piece of information in his mind and looking for a response. After Tosin Kaname finished telling the whole story, Aizen turned his head slightly and looked at Ichimaru Jin, who was leaning on the table beside him, and asked softly, "Jin, what do you think about this?" His voice was calm and steady, but it made people feel an invisible pressure, as if the air in the entire laboratory became more solemn because of his words. Ichimaru Jin leaned on the table, his hands casually in his pockets, with his usual lazy smile on his face, as if he didn't care about anything around him. However, behind that smile was a subtle vigilance, like a person lurking in the bushes. Lion Majesty, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. He raised his head slightly, and a shrewd light flashed in his eyes, which was like a meteor across the night sky, fleeting but impossible to ignore. He replied, "Lord Aizen, in my opinion, although Uehara Teiju is a variable, it seems that it will not have much impact on our plan at present. After all, if he really wanted to expose us, he had the opportunity to do so long ago, but he never took action." Ichimaru Jin paused, the smile on his face slightly widened, and a cunning look appeared in his eyes, like a cat that stole fish. "Even if he wanted to take action, it would be difficult to perform in front of your impeccable Kaika Suijutsu. Your Majesty's Kaika Suijutsu is a perfect illusion that can make anyone fall into an illusory world and be unable to extricate themselves. How can Uehara Teiju escape your control?" His words were full of flattery for Aizen. His tone was like a loyal and almost blind subordinate expressing the highest respect for his beloved leader. Every word seemed to have been carefully crafted to please Aizen. Aizen just smiled slightly at Ichimaru-jin's flattery. The smile was as gentle as the warm spring sun, but it made people feel an indescribable sense of alienation. He didn't seem to take these flattering words to heart, but just said lightly, "Jin, we must not take it lightly. Uehara Naiju must be guarded against. His existence is like a time bomb hidden in the dark, which may bring us unexpected troubles at any time. We must always be vigilant and pay close attention to his every move. We must not let him ruin our plans." His eyes revealed a kind of firmness and decisiveness, as if he had already formulated a strategy to deal with Uehara Teiju in his mind, but he didn't want others to know for the time being. In the underground laboratory that was so secretive that it seemed to be buried deep in darkness, the dim light flickered, as if it was disturbed by the tense and almost solidified atmosphere in the room, and was trembling and gasping. The walls of the laboratory were filled with all kinds of strange instruments, and the unknown liquids in the glassware emitted a faint and strange light. Occasionally, a few mysterious bubbles would emerge, as if telling the unknown secrets that were being nurtured here. The huge bookshelf was filled with old and heavy books, and the pages were yellowed, as if carrying the vicissitudes of time. Those obscure words and mysterious symbols seemed to be the code leading to another world, quietly waiting to be deciphered. Aizen's figure seemed particularly tall and mysterious in this space of light and shadow, like a ruler who came out of a dark myth. He was wearing a white captain's haori, and the corners of his clothes swayed gently in the faint breeze, but he seemed to have an invisible majesty. He stood there quietly, his figure was as tall as a pine tree, and his deep eyes were like the most mysterious black hole in the night sky, as if he could absorb all light and secrets. At this moment, he was like a peerless chess player who controlled the overall situation, facing this complex and changing situation, concentrating on thinking about the next crucial chess move. His hands were behind his back, his fingers gently intertwined, and his slightly trembling fingertips revealed a hint of tension and expectation deep in his heart, although this trace of emotion was well hidden under his calm appearance. Chapter 44, The Dawn of Victory has already emerged. After a long time, a ray of determination suddenly flashed in his eyes that seemed to be as deep as the endless abyss, like a sharp meteor across the night sky, instantly lighting up his entire stern face. Finally, he raised his head slightly, and his resolute chin seemed to announce his determination to the world, and made a low and firm decision. "The plan remains the same." His voice seemed to be squeezed out from his teeth, and every word was filled with unquestionable power, echoing between the walls of this silent laboratory, startling a few flying insects living in the corner. They fluttered their wings in panic, and seemed to feel this powerful aura. After all, success is just around the corner. We have put in so much effort and hard work. We have taken every step carefully, just like climbing a cliff. Every decision is about life and death. Now, the dawn of victory has already emerged. We have no reason to choose to give up at this time. That would undoubtedly be self-destructive. There is no need to worry about a Uehara Teiju and mess up your own position. He raised his head slightly, his eyes through the ceiling of the laboratory, as if he had penetrated through layers of rocks and soil, and saw the distant yet within reach future. The corners of his mouth raised a meaningful arc, which was both confident and a little elusive cunning. It would be great if Uehara Naiju could bring us unexpected surprises. This chess game is more interesting because of the variables, isn't it? How boring it would be if life was always smooth sailing without any waves and challenges. His voice gradually became softer, as if he was talking to himself 153, and as if he was telling his ambitions to this invisible fate. Aizen knew that in this complex and ever-changing situation, variables are both challenges and opportunities. He is like an experienced animal trainer taming a beast. He will skillfully control the variables, using his wise ropes and powerful whips to make them work for him within his control, but he will not blindly reject the variables. In fact, he has a considerable degree of expectation for Uehara Naiju. This expectation is like a seed buried deep in his heart, growing quietly. Every time he thinks of Uehara Naiju, he will feel an inexplicable excitement and curiosity in his heart. He was eager to see what kind of waves Uehara Taiju could stir up in this upcoming storm, whether it would become a stumbling block on his way forward, or an unexpected sharp blade in his hand to help him achieve his grand goal. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it had been a month since the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force arrived in this dangerous Hueco Mundo. In this month, the Expeditionary Force was like a group of fearless warriors, fighting bloody battles in this death-filled Hueco Mundo. They shuttled between the scorching desert and the precipitous valleys, and fought thrilling life-and-death battles with those ferocious voids. Every swing of the knife was accompanied by splashes of blood and the disappearance of life. Every dodge was like passing by Shinigami. After countless hardships and obstacles, they finally achieved their expected strategic goals. They were like a sharp scalpel, precisely removing the tumors in Hueco Mundo. Under their attack, the rampant hollows fell one after another, turning into wisps of black ashes, dissipating in the desolate air. At least a large number of rampant hollows were cleared out, successfully alleviating the heavy pressure on the 13th Division, and making great contributions to the peace of Seoul society. Their heroic deeds, like a spark, quickly spread in Seoul society and became a heroic legend. And among them, Uehara Taiju also contributed a lot. Although he acted low-key, like an assassin hidden in the shadows, he always acted silently behind the scenes and did not attract attention. But the thrilling battle between him and Tosin Kaname was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. The fierce battle scene seemed to still echo in the air of Hueco Mundo, with swords and shadows, Ryotsu colliding, and every moment was full of tension and excitement. Fortunately, Aizen had great means. With his superb strategy and precise control of the situation, he was like a magical magician, covering up the past as if it had never happened, and returning everything to a seemingly calm track. He used his wisdom and connections to cleverly block the news, so that those details that might cause an uproar were deeply buried in the dark corners, and no one knew about it. Uehara Taiju knew that before Aizen had fully integrated Hyaku, he was extremely cautious and took every step carefully, as if dancing on thin ice. Every look and every word he said seemed to have been carefully considered, for fear of revealing a flaw. His insight into people's hearts was like a mirror, which could clearly reflect everyone's thoughts and desires, as if he could see through the deepest secrets in people's hearts. Whether it was those loyal to him or those enemies who might pose a threat to him, he could accurately grasp their psychological dynamics and make the most appropriate decision. His grasp of the situation was even more accurate. He was like a prophet who could predict the weather, as if he could predict the coming of every storm and the rise and fall of every wave, and prepare for it in advance. Uehara Taiju knew that if Aizen chose to make a big deal, with his means and the hidden power behind him, he would definitely not be the one who suffered. His power was like a huge and tight net. Once it was launched, it would cover everything and make it difficult for people to escape. Recalling Aizen after Hollow, Uehara Taiju couldn't help but shake his head slightly, with an indescribable expression on his face. At that time, Aizen seemed to be overwhelmed by power and abandoned his previous caution, like a gambler who had lost his mind, blindly pursuing more powerful power. His image has also changed dramatically. The high appearance that once frightened countless people has also been abandoned. The once handsome and cold face has now become twisted and hideous, as if it has been eroded by evil power. Even Kaika Suijutsu, whom he relied on the most, was abandoned, as if he thought that with the powerful power after Hollow, these were no longer needed. As a result, he was beaten to a broken defense in the battle with Ichigo Matsuki and was in a mess. His body was hit again and again by Ichigo's attacks, and he let out a painful roar. The sound echoed over the battlefield, making people sigh at the impermanence of the world. This also made Uehara Taiju deeply realize that in this Shinigami world, appearance seems to be everything. After all, it is possible to become stronger even if you are weak. As long as you have enough opportunities and efforts, you can constantly break through yourself and improve your strength. Just like a tiny seed, as long as there is suitable soil and water, it can grow into a towering tree. But if you are ugly, in this world where appearance is everything, it seems that you are doomed to die. Of course, this is just a little teasing in his heart. In this cruel world, strength is the real king. While thinking about these seemingly absurd but somewhat helpless thoughts, Uehara Tejo carefully walked slowly along an underground passage that tilted downward. This passage is deep and dark, and there is a faint fluorescence flashing on the wall. The fluorescence is like a group of elves trapped in the stone, emitting a soft and mysterious light, as if guiding him to the unknown mysterious light. As he went deeper, the temperature around him gradually dropped, and a damp and cold breath came to his face, like a cold hand gently touching his cheek, making him shiver. He hugged his arms tightly, trying to resist the invasion of the cold, while vigilantly observing the surrounding environment. Finally, he came to a mysterious underground world. The moment he stepped into this world, the scene in front of him made him widen his eyes, and an indescribable shock surged in his heart. The scene here is extremely wonderful, as if it is a mysterious realm forgotten by time, an existence beyond the real world. This is the legendary Minos Grande forest. He slowly raised his head and looked around. What came into view was a group of extremely tall stone trees. These trees stood like giants on this mysterious land. Their trunks were thick and hard, as if they were carved from the oldest rocks. Every texture was like a deep wrinkle left by the years, telling the vicissitudes of the long years and the precipitation of history. The branches crisscrossed like a huge spider web, covering the sky tightly, with only a few faint rays of light, which seemed to be a few rays of hope sprinkled from heaven, but were cut into pieces by the dense branches, making the whole forest shrouded in a mysterious and hazy atmosphere. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves and rotten branches, which made a crunching sound when stepped on, as if the forest was whispering ancient secrets. Seeing these strange trees, a strange idea suddenly flashed through Uehara Tejo's mind. He couldn't help but want to try the legendary Hokage run. He imagined himself like a character in the Hokage ninja, with his hands behind his back, his body leaning forward, and quickly shuttled through this mysterious forest in a strange and agile posture. What a wonderful scene that would be! Just as he was immersed in this absurd imagination, suddenly, a heavy footstep came from a distance, breaking the tranquility of the forest. The footsteps sounded like the footsteps of a giant, and each step on the ground caused a slight vibration, as if it was the heartbeat of the forest. He suddenly came back to his senses and looked around vigilantly, revealing a hint of tension and excitement in his eyes. In the shadow of the trees, countless huge figures were slowly wandering. Their bodies were huge and vague, like giant beasts born from the darkness, exuding a chilling breath. At the same time, a stream of strange, heavy, cold alien ryots rushed towards him like a tide, as if a pair of invisible big hands tightly strangled his throat, making his breathing become rapid. He could feel his heartbeat speeding up and his blood surging through his veins, as if he was cheering for the upcoming unknown challenge. In this mysterious and dangerous Minos Grande forest, every inch of air seemed to be filled with the breath of death, and countless unknown fears were hidden in the shadows. Uehara Tejo moved swiftly between the huge stone trees, his vigilant eyes locked on the movements around him, and the zanpakut in his hand trembled slightly, as if responding to the dangerous energy hidden in this forest. At this moment, a group of huge monsters gradually came into his sight. These were the Minos Grande Gillians, their huge and strange bodies looming in the weak light. Each Gillian was like a demon crawling out of the dark abyss, formed by more than 100 hollows devouring each other and merging. It was the lowest level existence in Minos Grande, but it still exuded a chilling breath. From the outside, they look like clowns wearing huge black cloaks, with long noses swaying in the wind, which looks very funny, as if they are a touch of absurdity in this horror world. However, this seemingly funny appearance hides deadly dangers. These Gillians are 100 meters tall, twice as tall as the legendary supergiants. Their huge bodies are particularly abrupt in this forest, as if they are the evil overlords in this ancient forest. But in fact, most of them are just flower racks. The wide clothes are hollow inside, without substantial internal organs and bone support, just like a huge doll with nothing but appearance. Moreover, most of the Jillians have not awakened their self-awareness. Like 0.5 zombies, they only rely on the most primitive instincts to act, blindly wandering in this forest, looking for prey to devour. Every movement of them is accompanied by a dull sound of footsteps, as if it is a countdown to death. Uehara Tejo looked at these Jillians, but he did not feel the slightest fear in his heart, but instead ignited a fighting spirit. He knew that in this cruel Shinigami world, only by constantly fighting and honing can one become stronger. So, he decided to practice with these Jillians and regard them as stepping stones on his road to growth. His eyes revealed firmness and courage, as if a warrior who was about to step onto the battlefield was fully prepared. In addition, Uehara Tejo was thinking about another thing. He heard that there should be a Shinigami veteran with good strength hidden in this Minos Grande forest. He thought that it was a good opportunity to visit and meet this fellow villager, and by the way, give warmth to this compatriot who was alone in this dangerous place. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile, which showed both confidence in his own strength and expectation for the upcoming challenges. In the following days, Uehara Tejo started a thrilling killing monsters and leveling up journey in this Minos Grande forest. Jillian looks very intimidating, their huge bodies and claws emitting black light are daunting. Moreover, they can also release Zero with amazing destructive power. The black energy beams are like a ray of death. Wherever they go, trees are instantly destroyed, huge deep pits are blasted out on the ground, and rocks and soil are blown all over the sky. Chapter 45 – Huge room for development. Not only that, they also know how to fight collectively. A group of Jillians cooperate with each other to form a tight battle formation, trying to suppress the enemy with the advantage of numbers and strength. However, to Uehara Tejo, they are like living targets without any ability to fight back, not worth looking at all. Uehara Tejo's figure is like lightning, quickly shuttling between Jillians, and the Zanpakuta in his hand waving out cold light, and every swing of the knife accurately cuts Jillian's vital parts. While he used his superb slashing skills to destroy these monsters, he took this opportunity to hone his shunpo and slashing skills. During the battle, he constantly tried new attack methods and evasion techniques. Every successful attack and clever evasion gave him a deeper understanding and mastery of his abilities. Since he developed the ability to master space, he has become more and more adept at controlling Shun Shao. He found that using the power of space to control the high-speed moving footwork is too stable. In the past, when using Shunpo, he always worried that his foothold and moving direction would deviate, leading to being surrounded or attacked by the enemy. But now, with the help of the power of space, he seemed to be able to predict his movement trajectory in advance, and each teleportation was accurate, like a ghost freely shuttling in space. Moreover, with the ability of spatial perception, his reaction speed has also been greatly improved, and he can instantly detect the enemy's attack intentions and movements, so as to make timely evasive or counterattack actions. In the past, he often found that his skills were empty after teleportation because of his slow reaction, and missed the opportunity to attack. But now, this situation rarely happens. He can grasp the rhythm of the battle more accurately and exert his attack and defense to the ultimate. However, Uehara Tejo also clearly knows that his current training time is too short, and there is no way to fully integrate the power of space into Shunpo, and he can only use it in a simple way. Although his Flying Thunder Slash is already quite powerful, when facing these powerful enemies, he finds that there is still a long way to go and a lot of room for development. Every time he swung the Flying Thunder Slash, he would think about how to make this move more fierce and deadly, and how to better use the power of space to enhance its attack power and hit rate. He knew very well that in this dangerous Minos Grande forest, the best way to practice is to become stronger in actual combat. Every battle with Jillian is a test of life and death, and also a rare opportunity for growth. He secretly vowed to use these Minos Grande corpses to pave a path to the road of strength, so that he can become a truly top-notch strongman in this Shinigami world. As Uehara Teiju's battle in the Minos Grande forest continued to escalate, the noise he made became louder and louder. The fierce battle scene, the flashing of swords and the collision of Ryotsu, as well as the roars of Jillians and the explosions of Siro, echoed in this forest like a symphony that shook the world. Not surprisingly, this huge movement alarmed another Shinigami. Who is this Shinigami? What kind of strength and background does he have? What kind of thrilling story will his encounter with Uehara Naiju trigger? Is he an enemy or a friend? Is it cooperation or confrontation? Let us continue to delve into this mysterious and dangerous Shinigami world with these questions, explore the unknown fate that is about to be revealed, and witness those thrilling stories continue to be staged on this barren land. Let's see who can finally control his own destiny in this cruel world, become a real strong man, and write his own legendary chapter. In the depths of the mysterious and dangerous Minos Grande forest, tranquility and terror are like a pair of twin brothers, tightly intertwined. The hazy mist is like a ghost's veil, slowly floating in the forest, gently entwining every ancient tree, blurring people's sight, and adding a bit of dreamlike but chilling unknown atmosphere to this gloomy forest. Occasionally, the low and powerful roar of the hollow from a distance, like thunder exploding in silence, ruthlessly broke the dead silence, making people terrified, as if their hearts were tightly grasped by an invisible hand. In such an environment, a figure appeared quietly like a ghost. The man had short reddish-brown hair, which stood up like a burning flame, exuding an unruly and wild atmosphere, as if telling the countless battles and hardships he had experienced in these long years. He was wearing a standard Shinigami suit, and the black clothes were like a second layer of skin, tightly fitting on his strong and sturdy body, perfectly outlining his muscle lines formed by years of tempering. Each muscle seemed to contain infinite power, showing his strength and tenacity as a Shinigami. In his hand, he tightly grasped an extremely sharp Zanpakuto, the blade flashing with cold light, like a cold star twinkling in the night sky, and like a lion majesty lurking in the darkness, always ready to give the enemy a fatal blow, as if silently telling the blood it had drunk and witnessing the heroic struggle of its master in this dangerous place. However, the most eye-catching thing is the mask similar to the antelope skull on his face. The mask exudes a simple and mysterious atmosphere, as if it came from the distant ancient times, with the precipitation of years and the weight of history, which makes people deeply doubt his identity. At first glance, he does not look like a serious Shinigami, but rather like a mysterious warrior from an ancient legend, with a mysterious aura around him. But in fact, this man is a serious Shinigami, and an extremely dedicated warrior. For many years, he has been alone in this Minos Grande forest, like a lonely lighthouse, shining a weak but firm light in the darkness. He fought one brutal battle after another with the endless voids. Every battle was like hovering on the edge of life and death, but he never had the slightest intention of retreating. He had only one belief in his heart, that is, to protect the peace of the present world and soul society. In this forest full of danger and terror, he is a guardian and an avenger, interpreting the duties and responsibilities of Shinigami with his actions. At this time, Uehara Teiju was quietly hiding on an old and sturdy tree. His figure seemed to be integrated with the surrounding environment, as if he was part of the forest, a leaf, a branch, or a ray of sunlight that passed through the gaps between the leaves. His eyes were like the brightest cold star in the night sky, sharp and alert, always paying attention to every move around him, not letting go of any slight movement. He was like a cheetah lurking in the dark, waiting for the best time to attack. At the moment when that figure appeared, Uehara Teiju keenly sensed the other party's breath, which was like a breeze gently brushing his perception, but was accurately captured by him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile, with a hint of excitement and anticipation in that smile, as if the long-awaited prey finally appeared in his sight. Then, he flashed, like a black lightning across the night sky, and instantly performed shunpo, and in the blink of an eye he rushed to the opponent's front. His movements were so fast that it was dazzling, as if he had traveled through time and space. This person was the Shinigami that Uehara Teiju had been looking for, Asido. The name of Asido was well known in the Minos Grande forest. With only a Zanpakuto in his hand, he used the superb Zanpakuto technique to fight with Minos Grande for hundreds of years in this Minos Grande forest full of danger and death. What kind of tenacity and persistence is this? He was like a lonely warrior, holding on alone in the darkness, and started a seemingly endless war with countless monsters. Every battle was a challenge to life, and every swing of the knife was a fight against fate. He is a legendary figure in this dangerous land. His story spread among Hueco Mundo and became a legend among other Shinigami, inspiring them to bravely face unknown dangers. Asido looked at the young Shinigami who suddenly appeared in front of him, and his heart was immediately filled with shock and surprise. His eyes subconsciously fell on Uehara Niwaju's death suit, and he thought to himself, judging from the style of this death suit, this Shinigami should only be a seat officer. However, he had just witnessed Uehara Niwaju's ghostly shunpo with his own eyes. The speed and agility of his movements were definitely not the strength that an ordinary seat officer could possess. Now the Shinigami of Godii 13 are so strong? A single officer can chase a group of Jillians. Ashido couldn't help but mutter to himself, and his mind involuntarily emerged the figure of his good friend 7th generation Kenpei Kurayashiki. He had only seen such a strong strength in AI. At that moment, Ashido felt a little relieved in his heart. Perhaps, this means that SEIREITEI has finally begun to rise after going through ups and downs. The new generation of Shinigami is thriving and becoming stronger. This is undoubtedly an exciting news for the entire Shinigami world. The two looked at each other quietly, and after a moment, as if they had a telepathic connection, they broke the silence at the same time. Who are you? Why are you here? Ashido asked first. His voice was low and hoarse, with the vicissitudes of time and the perseverance honed in this Minos Grande forest, and every word seemed to contain endless stories. My name is Uehara Niwaju, from Godii 13th Division. I came here to look for you, Mr. Asido. Uehara Niwaju bowed slightly and answered respectfully. His eyes revealed a trace of sincerity and respect, which made people feel good about him. Looking for me? Asido frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. What do you want to talk to me about? Uehara Niwaju smiled slightly and said, Mr. Asido, your deeds in this Minos Grande forest have long been spread throughout the Shinigami world. I admire your strength and courage. This time, I came here to ask you for some experience and skills in fighting. Asido was moved when he heard Uehara Niwaju's words. He could feel the strong desire for victory and the desire for strength in Uehara Niwaju, which reminded him of his former self, the passionate young man who constantly challenged himself in pursuit of powerful strength. Moreover, he was also curious about the strength of this suddenly appeared officer. After all, being able to move so freely in this Minos Grande forest is definitely not an ordinary person. Haha, good. Asido laughed heartily, his laughter echoed in this silent forest, as if dispelling the haze around him. I also want to see how capable you, a young man, are. He readily agreed to Uehara Teiju's request for a fight, with a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes, as if he was about to usher in a long-lost feast, a battle that could make his blood boil. Then, Asido slowly told the reason why he appeared here. It turned out that many years ago, he chased the hollows that invaded Soul Society all the way to this Minos Grande forest. In that tragic battle, his companions died tragically, and he, with a heart full of grief and guilt for his companions, resolutely decided to stay here. From then on, he used the Minos Grande forest as his battlefield, day after day, year after year, using the Zanpakuto in his hand to fight the Minos Grandes to death, just to kill as many of these monsters as possible, to avenge his companions, and to reduce the threats faced by the living world and the soul society. 000. There was a trace of pain and determination in his eyes, as if the painful memory was just yesterday, deeply engraved in his heart. However, Uehara Tejo actually knew all the information that Asido told. But he still listened quietly, without any expression on his face, just nodding slightly occasionally to show his respect and sympathy for Asido. After Asido finished speaking, Uehara Tejo also kindly explained to him the latest situation of SEIREITEI, the new changes in GODI 13, the rise of new members, and various new rules and regulations. His voice was gentle and kind, as if he was chatting with an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time, which made Asido feel the warmth and care from SEIREITEI. In this brief exchange, the two seemed to have crossed the barriers of time and space. Although they came from different worlds, they had a wonderful resonance because of their common mission and adherence to the duties of Shinigami, a tacit understanding that could be understood without words. Then, Uehara Nijua followed Asido back to his residence. It was a simple and hidden hut, located in a relatively safe open space, and it was simply camouflaged with some dead branches and leaves. If you don't look carefully, it is difficult to find its existence. The walls of the hut were built with rough wood, and some light leaked through the gaps. The roof was covered with a thick layer of thatch, which looked a bit shabby. The cabin was filled with a faint herbal aroma. There were some simple daily necessities placed in the corners, a shabby bed with a faded quilt on it, and a few worn-out clothes casually placed beside the bed, showing the simplicity and hardship of the owner's life. Asido enthusiastically took out some delicacies he found in the Minos Grande forest, roasted mushrooms, to entertain Uehara Nijua. These mushrooms looked unremarkable. With a bit of burnt black on the surface, and some traces of soil, exuding a faint fragrance. Asido picked up a roasted mushroom, handed it to Uehara Nijua, and said with a smile, "Try it, this is a treasure I found in this forest, and it tastes good." Uehara Nijua took the roasted mushroom, put it in his mouth and chewed it gently. In an instant, a unique taste instantly bloomed on the tip of the tongue. The taste was rich and mellow, with a kind of freshness and mystery of the primeval forest, as if it contained the power of nature. It made people have endless aftertaste. I have to say that although the food at Hueco Mundo doesn't look good, it tastes different and can be called a rare delicacy. Uehara Tejo praised sincerely, and he couldn't help but think of the empty-hearted Deo Yugen aura. Perhaps it was the unique charm of the food at Hueco Mundo that saved her empty heart and gave her the wonderful idea of becoming a chef and making flash food.